Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls tuned in on our live stream. We welcome you to the Hattah Desert Race for 2025. My name's John Cobby. Joining me in commentary today, of course, the one and only Johnny Crontrek. He'll be dropping in and out with lots of the flavour from down in pit lane. The legend himself, Brett Metcalf, he'll be joining us shortly to keep an eye on everything that's happening here. It's going to be a busy day. It's the juniors predominantly today, but also the Prologue and the top 10 shootout for the seniors, which we are thoroughly looking forward to. But we certainly want to welcome everybody, and a huge thanks to Penrite for their long-standing support of this time-honoured event in their centenary year. Yeah, that's right, 100 years, can you believe it? Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Of course, they've been behind us for a long, long time here. It's an iconic Australian-owned company that has been producing high-quality lubricants and automotive fluids since 1926. Their products are engineered for performance and trusted by professionals and everyday motorists alike. We say a big thanks. Have a look at these live pictures now. Our junior small wheels heading out for their first sighting lap. Unbelievable, the amount of numbers, the sign-on last night, the interviews with a lot of our stars, a lot of our sponsors. Pretty well went off without a hitch. And there was one very happy ticket holder, of course, that earned himself a brand new KTM EXC 500cc machine all the way from Tasmania. He was stoked. He was there to pick up the motorcycle. And I tell you what, there was lots of goodies that came along with that as well. So it was a great night, capped off by a stunning fireworks display right at the end of the evening. Those fireworks going off with the moon in the backdrop. I'm sure some of those pictures, the boys in the truck may have that for a little bit later on. So we say a huge congratulations to the entire team, the Northwest Motorcycle team, and of course everybody involved in putting this event together. Really has become a huge event over the years. Already we're seeing on screen just a couple of our young riders just striking difficulties, either putting it down or just struggling to keep the motorcycles going. We have a look at some of our results from last year, the ages 7 to 13. So just recapping, we can see Riley Mullen. He was victorious in the junior small wheels class last year, the South Australian blaster from Strathalbyn. And I'm pretty sure he's stepping up to the big wheel category here this weekend. So he took out the win. Eliza Dennis, the young lady from Wagga, the GYTR Yamaha outfit, was second. Charlie Kirk was third. Ryder Lambing finished in fourth position. Felix Burgess was fifth. Nate Hargraves was sixth. William Rickas was seventh, followed by Ollie Pake, another South Aussie hard charger, Brax Pollard and Angus Summers. A big thanks to Mototech as well for their continued support of this event. And let's have a little bit of a look at our field here, as we can see in the 65cc 7 to under 9 year class. Ollie Threadgold in the 21, he's a hard charger. Had the pleasure of announcing a lot of his races already this year. Doing it for Banks Race Development, Thor SK Designs, Pudo Line, Equip Plus, Adelaide Lending Services. He'll be on the Gas MC65. Ash McPherson joining him on the Husqvarna TC65, number 56 on the plate. Curtis Sanders on the KTM 65, he's the number 144. So the 255 will be Ollie Newton on a KTM SX 65. Hudson Hitch, the number 342, he'll be on the Kato, the 65. Jack Van Hooft on the 362. The KTM 65, his weaponry. Sonny Glenn likewise, he's the number 588. Kai Bodel on the 706. He's on a Yamaha 65. Parker Matthews on the 787, he's on a KTM 65. Logan Chapman, the number 12 plate. He's on a Cato 65. Levi Campbell, the number 14 on a KTM. Declan Finney on the 25. He's on a Husky TC 65. Job Howard on the 35 plate. He'll be out there on the Husky. Riley McGregor, the number 42 on the YZ 65. Joe Borg on the 49. Jackson Davies on the 87. Reese Thompson on the SX 65, the number 88 plate. The 92 is Archer Van Middeldijk on the Yami YZ 65. Carter Brandford, the number 104. He'll be out there on the KTM. Jack Derwent on the 118, the Gas 65. Maxwell Legieri, the number 125 on the 65 KTM. Maxwell, I think we've already seen him run in the SA Motocross Championship at selected rounds this year. Look at them all bunched up behind the buggy. They're coming back towards us now. Absolutely chomping at the bit for their prologue to determine the starting lineup. Let's have a look at some of the next riders. Parks Cranett in the 146 on a KTM. Amos Morse on the 199 on a Husky TC 65. Leyland Myers on the 215, a Yamaha YZ 65. Chad Wallen on the 246. Nico Marchand on the 263. We've got Ted Smith on the 285, a Yami. And we've got Jack Rust on the 289. Jimmy Begbie on the 307, the Husky 65. Freddie Malloy on the 318. That's a 65cc. Mitchell McConaughey on the 328, a Cato. Trey DeGroot on the 352, the KTM 65. Lawson Ryan on the 353, that's a Yamaha YZ 65. Seth Brooks, the number 355 on a Yami. Ryler Wheeler on the 411 on a KTM. Milton Michalak on the 415. William Michalak on the Gas MC 65. Chase Maul done on the 418. It's a Kawasaki KX 65. Brody Robertson on the 438. Benjamin Lockheil. Rolly Lister, Jim Harrison, Will Harvey. Will Harvey on the 615. William DeVilt on the 800. Mason Sawyer on the 817. Frankie Castle on the 823. Will Maginty on the 843. And the names and entries go on and on. Thomas Hathaway, number 4 on the KTM 85. Dean Henry on the number 9, the KTM 85. William Rickus on the 11. Zach Mays on the 13. Ryder Negus on the 15. Angelo Vilma on the 18. Zayden Kavanagh on the number 19 on the 85. Into the 85 small wheel now. Henry Horn on plate number 20. Tate Murrell on the 24 Husky. Ryder Plum on the number 39 Yamaha 85. Harry Clark on the 43 Yamaha YZ 85. Brock Farrow on the KTM the 46. Brody Austin, the blonde bomber, on the number 62, the Gas MC 85. Zach Kellett on the 78. Yamaha 85, Archie Black on the 86. KTM 85, his motorcycle of choice. Ryder Davies on the 116, the YZ 85. Jace Dunstan on the 117. Max Morley on the 126. Harrison Davey on the 132. Hugo Hyde on the number 138. Cruz Ebden on the 167 plate. Bailey Poole on the 237, the KTM 85. Elijah Newton on the 254. That's the KTM 85. Ollie Kale on the 282. Marius Carr, the number 299 plate. Wade O'Marg on the 314. Alex Selwood on the 351. Cameron White on the 390. Ryder Stafford on the 395. Banjo Sutherland on the Husky TC 85. He's the number 396. Lincoln Mays, plate 416. The KTM 65, the 419 of Cadence Corney on the 85 Cato. Xavier Brown on the 423 Gas MC 85. Blaine Challen on the 511. The KTM SX 85. Dylan Poole on the 563. Cooper McCulley on the 605, Gasgas, MC85. Lachlan McPherson on the 611, Cato 85. Zach Wilkinson on the 616. He's on a KTM 85. Ollie Bromble on the 619. Ollie a hard charger on the KTM 85. Kobe Munro on the 622, the Husky TC 85. Brody Brown on the 624. The 85cc Yamaha small wheel. Billy Tetamanti on the 637. The KTM 85. Jackson Lowther on the 642. He's on a Cato 85 as well. Parker Gibson on the 648. A KTM 85. Jonathan Moon on the 683. He's on a KTM 85 SX. Chase Steele on a Yami, the number 688. Hunter Henderson on the Husqvarna 85, the number 699 plate. Bentley Clark on the 813. The KTM 85. Chase Bamford on the 833. It's a KTM. Oscar Tyndall, the number 855 on the Gas. Mitchell Thompson on the 913. He's on a KTM 85. Asher Wilson on a Yamaha 85, the number 52. Nova Pilkington on the 100. That's a Yami YZ85. Priya Kinsella on the 119, the YZ85. Stella Harding. Keep an eye on this young lady on the 268. Very quick, the YZ85. Annie Rickhus on the 514. And it's interesting too, just to break it up for a moment. We're ready to send these riders off. There we go. Our starter giving the signal, sending them out in pairs. And the prologue commencing for our junior small wheels. Some great shots here from our team with a lot of cameras posted here on the first couple of corners. There'll be some intriguing drone shots as well throughout the weekend. We are thoroughly looking forward to that. You see them all going here in groups of two. How nice does the track look at the moment, resembling a bit of chocolate cake. Kenny Reid has done an absolutely unbelievable job. He was telling me he struck a bit of a snag yesterday, but he overcame that out in the salt fields with one of the tractors. But what a huge effort to prepare a 38-kilometre loop, if you don't mind. Many months of work, of course, going into it. Cannot do something like that in the blink of an eye. There's a 699 of Hunter Henderson. He's getting ready to be unleashed here. Oscar Tyndall likewise on the 855. Brock Farrow on the 46, standing by, pensively awaiting his opportunity. There's a 699 just on screen there a few moments ago, Hunter Henderson. So we'll do our best to, obviously with so many riders, it's hard to get on the camera for every single competitor. We'll certainly do our best. Cooper McCulley on the 605. Here he comes past the hay bales, blasting his way through Penrite Corner. Gee, what a beautiful day as well. You can see now it was a little pea soupy early on, but that fog now well and truly starting to lift. This is what we love. The adrenaline will be absolutely pumping through the veins of these young shredders as we unleash them. Of course, the prologue, very important to give yourself an early look. You want to get away, be at the pointy end, and that's what they will all be striving for here. So the 6'11" of Lachlan McPherson, he was on screen a few moments ago. The 4'13", not sure if that was Xavier Brown on the 4'23", but we continue to release them here in pairs. Have a look at them grabbing a couple of gears here, working their way up towards this right-hander. Already looking nice and sandy. Look at them kicking up a fair bit of roost. The number 15 cruising through, I think that's Ambrose Fraser for RCF Engineering. So they're already just starting to bunch up here. You can see them with an additional camera shot now just being beamed to you guys. So the prologue for these competitors, I think it's around about 3 Ks. It's going to be 7 Ks for the seniors a little bit later on. As we said, really important to try and put your best foot forward, particularly if you want to be a part of the big show and a strong chance of figuring in the top 3 results a little bit later on in class. So huge thanks to all of our sponsors, of course, GBM Consulting and Miller Quarries, a couple of companies that have been behind this event for a long, long time. KW Earth Moving and Concreting as well. We say a big thanks to them. M1 Tyres, now also located in Mildura, City Heart, 155 9th Street, Mildura. Some pretty cool deals on at the moment. Purchased 4 Bridgestone tyres, I believe, and you get the 4th one on the house. So you might want to go and catch up with the team, M1 Tyres. We thank them very much indeed for their support. We mentioned Mototech a little bit earlier. The tougher it is, the better it gets. Of course, they can look after not only your KTM needs, but for Triumph as well. Your local Triumph dealer. And I must say the Triumph really starting to make its mark here in Australia. The Winners Triumph Racing Team really starting to kick some goals as far as the Oz Pro MX Championship is concerned. So we're continuing to release these young racers. Some great shots here as we see these competitors attacking the first couple of corners. We want to say a big thanks to the Gateway Mildura as well. What a great spot it is. The get to head in there, out on the deck. It is a beautiful spot. The chicken burgers, the steaks there, absolutely on point. You want a great atmosphere, nice and friendly and relaxed. The Gateway Mildura, certainly the place to go. You can't miss them on 15th Street, Mildura, just next to the shopping precinct. So having a look at the past winners in this event, John and myself were chatting about this last night, but Craig Rutherford, the inaugural winner back in 1998. Andy Hayden, the South Australian motocross legend, he picked up the win in 99, and Warren Smart was second. But then Warren Smart, he got on an absolute tear. 4 wins on the trot. Glenn Carney picked up a win in 2004. Craig Carmichael, former Australian 125 motocross champ, he picked up a win, Kari, in 2005. Brad Williscroft in 2006. Then Ben Grabham took a win in 2007. Warren Smart grabbed another one, his 5th victory in 2008. Benny Grabham win number 2 in 2009. Then a guy by the name of Toby Price managed to string together a hat-trick. Josh Green in 2013. Toby Price again back-to-back in 2014 and 15. Ty Simmons in 2016. And Daniel Milner, the first of his victories in 2017. Chucky Sanders in 2018. The Dakar champ nowadays himself. Daniel Milner, another one in 29 and back-to-back in 21, not held in 2020 due to COVID. Chucky Sanders, another in 2022. Mason Simmons in 23. And as many of you will be well aware, Callum Norton got the job done last year, followed by Angus Reardon and Jack Simpson. Jack Simpson appeared very determined last night at Sign-On, that's for sure. Perhaps with a mechanical issue with only 1 lap to go after he'd led for the majority of the race last year. He'll be looking for some sort of redemption, but as we know, this race, it is gnarly. It can throw absolutely everything at you, and anything can happen over 4 hours of monumental racing. Notice we've also got a Junior Encouragement Award as well. Throughout the course of the junior competition, the committee certainly seeking positive feedback from track officials and outriders on a junior small wheel and junior big wheel competitor that display exceptional behaviour. The rider that stops to make sure a fellow rider is okay after a fall. The rider that, to the detriment of themselves, places someone else's welfare in front of a finisher's trophy. These are the riders that our officials look out for. And these are the behaviours that we reward. We thank Total Tools for proudly sponsoring our Junior Encouragement Award. So a few more live shots coming your way at the moment. Looks as though all pairs have been dispatched on their prologue. Lawson Ryan on the 353, I think it is. Yep, we can see Lawson on the back of his jersey there. Always good for us commentators. Nice clear number on the jersey. Even the name absolutely helps. And have a look at that nice berm starting to form there. So we're now heading into our live drone shots. Cannot beat the fun of getting out there on the motorcycle. Yeah, be a little bit fresh, a little bit cool early on, but the sun is out. Be a lot worse, I think, if we were experiencing cloudy conditions. So having a look at our run sheet for today. Of course, we've just seen the sighting lap and the prologue for our junior small wheel riders. So that's where we're at the moment. So we'll be looking to move on, of course. The junior big wheel, I think, will be coming out for their sighting lap and their prologue as well. That will be next. And we're looking for our junior small wheel riders to come out and get ready to hit the racetrack. So whenever you're We are back with the Team Green Kawasaki Go 24 legend himself, Brett Metcalf. Medi, welcome along to Hattah once again. It's great to have you alongside me in the comm box here. How cool is this event? It's my first Hattah, I've got to admit, but there's so many riders here, so many people, and the atmosphere is absolutely electric.
It is, John. I mean, this is surprising. This is your first time out here. Obviously, this event over the years has just grown and grown to what it is today, and it's amazing to see. You know, you come all the way out here in this desert, and then you get here, and this is phenomenal track. The setup they have in the pits is just amazing. So, obviously, the support that Penrite has put in to this event has really elevated it, and it's great to see. You know, it's a iconic Australian event now. You talk about the desert racing, you talk about Fink, and you talk about Hattah. They're very parallel now, and Penrite getting on board with them is really cool. And obviously supporting myself as an ambassador and the Penrite Go 24 Kawasaki team, which I manage. So thanks to Penrite. Obviously, we'll start off with that. They're amazing supporters of our sport and taking to the new levels, really, and helping everybody push forward. So it's really cool. But I came out here the last couple of years to have a look, and it's cool. It's something I've never done it. Every year I say I'm going to do it, but then my knees are that blown out now, John. I think about doing 4 hours on Sunday on the senior pro day, and I just know that I'm not going to be able to do it. So every year I come out, the track looks phenomenal, and then I think about the 4 hours and then the drive home and how bad I'll feel after that, and I'm like, I just can't do it. But it always looks exciting.
Yeah, sure does. Tell us about this year for you. But we just very quickly recap the top three just from the prologue. So Bodie Austin, just for you guys listening at home, and of course the live team here. We've just lost that. I think
we've just lost the times as we talk about it.
Yeah, that they've disappeared off.
It looked like Bodie Austin.
Yeah,
was on top
from
there.
Stella Harding, I think in
and that's incredible.
P2.
Stella Harding in P2 or P3 was it, Jan? A girl up there. How amazing is that out here? We see a girl or female rider come out every year and do well. This year, Stella Harding on the Yamaha, sitting in there P2 or 3. That's incredible. That young Bodie Austin looks like he's taken the pole, so that'll give him a good start position for the race here later on. But little Bodie obviously really doing well. Obviously likes the enduro racing too. He's a fast young motocross rider. I believe he's leading the state championships in South Australia as well. But yeah, a lot of talent packed into that one class there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think I even mentioned during the call that we had the pleasure of watching Stella Harding racing this year in some of the South Australian motocross championship races, and that she would really be one to watch. Looks like our big wheel competitors, I think, coming out now, getting ready for their sighting lap. It's just walls and walls of competitors, isn't there? Just as far as the eye can see, it's just nothing but riders and motorcycles, Brett.
Oh, mate, it's amazing. You know, this morning I did a time lapse on my phone, and I walked through the pits and then filmed everyone from riders briefing walking back, and the sea of people is just amazing to see. It's cool that the sport is thriving out here, especially in this discipline. As you see, I believe this will be the junior big wheels. We'll be heading out for there. I guess they call it a sight lap, or just, you know, you get to learn and check the track. But you know, as youngsters, John, how are these kids have the patience to sit behind this buggy? Don't they just want to get out there and just pass this guy and go? Much like Regan Duffy this year, man, I just blew past the sight lap guys. A little bit of a crash here on the lap one, but it's to sit behind the buggy out here when they just want to go top gear on these 250Fs and go as fast as they can. So a bit of patience, got to hold them back a little bit till they get unleashed.
Yeah, they do. We see the I believe is that Riley?
It could be young Riley Mullins on the ground. I'd be surprised if he's crashing there. I see young Declan Smart just cruise through on the screen there, but I'm surprised to see if Riley, he might have run into somebody there. I mean, it's getting pretty hectic out there, a lot of bikes going everywhere. Obviously Riley, a really good rider from South Australia also, and yeah, he's doing an amazing job too.
Yeah, well, he was winner, of course, we mentioned that earlier, in the small wheels class last year, and he's been in white hot form as well in the SA motocross championships, up inside the top 2, I reckon, in the points. You know, Declan Smart leading the way, a young rider you've had a little bit to do with as well. So Declan particularly strong in the sand at Robe in the previous round, and likewise for Riley. So he's made that step up to the big wheel category. He's made it look almost seamless.
He has, John. It's amazing to see that the kids are moving up, and that age bracket is a 12 to 14. Obviously, Declan is at the older end of this group, and Riley is just coming in there. So he's still a youngster. He's 12, turning 13 this year, and he's still a youngster. So he still really has another year or two in this group, and he's already running very close to Declan. And also shout out to Dylan Grumble. Him and Dylan are very close on speed. So a lot of youngsters stepping up, and they're just getting better and better as the years go by now.
Yeah, they absolutely love their racing. That's for sure. And have a look at some of these wide shots here, as we see it's about a 3K loop for the Prologue here. So that's the sighting lap they're getting. Gives us a good perspective, and already a little bit of dust.
A little bit of dust. I was concerned. I was curious to see if it's going to be dusty or not. I know we have had no rain so far this year. It's quite sad. As a motocross rider, you always hang for the rain, and we just haven't had enough this year. It's a little bit dusty, so they are going to have to be a little bit cautious coming across this farmland area here. I mean, when they were through the trees, it looked incredible. The sand, the moisture looks really good, but obviously in this open land here, a little bit more dry, a lot of dust kicking up. The rider's going to have to just pay attention and potentially just back down a little bit just to stay on that safe zone.
Yeah, interestingly, I heard no tear-offs today, so I guess it's roll-offs only to protect the track itself and the surrounds here. So that'll be interesting. We know some of the seniors, I've even seen a few quotes where they're not super keen on the roll-offs. It's a bit of a I know in certain states, certain tracks, you're not allowed to run the tear-offs, so you kind of have no choice.
Yep.
But I know a lot of riders do prefer the tear-offs as opposed to the roll-offs.
Sure, no, I'm actually not very...
What was your preference?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, tear-offs. Yeah, tear-offs. It's a catch-22. You know, you got this pristine land out here that we're lucky to come and be able to have these events on. So we don't want tear-offs flying around either, do you? You know, you don't want... Basically, it is rubbish, you know, and I remember as kids we'd go around at the end of the day collecting tear-offs, and you'd take them home and wash them in the bathtub, and, you know, so it'd be great if we could do that and still be allowed to use tear-offs, but at the end of the day, you know, the rule is we're not allowed to leave rubbish laying around. We can't have tear-offs flying around. So I was always a fan of using tear-offs just because they're a little bit safer. And maybe I'm not experienced in this discipline of racing, but I could imagine a roll-off system when you're sitting, you know, absolutely flat out top gear like the pros are going to be doing. Maybe doing 150 kilometers. John, I'm not really sure the speeds, but it'd be somewhere around there at some points. The roll-off system might be fluttering around a little bit, you know, because it's not like a tear-off's really glued onto your lens and stuck tight, where the roll-offs are still a loose kind of film flapping around. So I don't know how that affects it. That could be the reason why they weren't real happy about it. But all in all, tear-offs are definitely probably a safer option. But over a 4-hour race tomorrow, I mean, you got to pack on a lot of tear-offs if you're running tear-offs. But obviously we're not allowed to here, so it's fair for everybody. You're going to have to take into consideration of your goggles and make sure that they last the duration of the event.
Yeah, no, some good points from you there, Matty. Gee, it's like the rumble in the jungle as they rumble right past our little comm box here. We're pretty close to the start line, and I guess you just never quite get sick of it, do you?
You never get old of that. They never
2 strokes,
old.
4 strokes, it doesn't matter, and then you get the odd electric motorcycle which are starting to come to the fore, and you sort of get some of them out there, and you can't hear a thing.
Sure.
You just see them whipping around the track almost like a remote control car.
It is. It's like your little electric RC cars. And remember, John, like when the 4 strokes first came out, I think it was the Yamaha 426 or 400 when they first kind of evolved, and you had that, there was 1 or 2 4 strokes out on the track, and it was like, wow, listen to that bike. And now it's just majority 4 strokes. And now it's like the electric bike. Every time you go to the track, there's one or two out there, and you're just like, wow, listen to that thing. In 10 or 20 years, are we going to see the evolution of motocross into electric bikes, or are these, petrol-driven bikes going to be sticking around? I sure hope so, because the noise is something special. Like, as soon as they come past here, you get that, like you say, that rumble in the jungle. We're going to miss that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there's one guy, probably Jeff Leask, who heads up Stark. That's he sings the praises of the silent stealth, as he calls it, Stark electric motorcycles, and a big shout out to Leask if he's watching. I know we had the pleasure of catching up with him at the Manjimup 15,000 recently, and how cool was that, by the way? On the Friday night, Wade was comparing it and doing a fine job, but to have Craig Dack, Glenn Bell and Jeff Leask up there at the same time, just three living legends of Australian motocross competition. You could hear a pin drop. Everybody was just glued to their every word. It was thoroughly entertaining and enjoyable. Yeah,
shout out to Wade too, because he does an amazing job. Obviously he's in America, you told me yesterday, so he normally is here doing this event, but It was. I mean, it'll be for you as well, John. Those three guys, I mean, Daka, Belly, and Leask, they're all our heroes. At one point, they were our motocross heroes, as they were for me. And so they're still relevant in our sport. They're all still giving back to our sport. Belly's here today as a Penrite ambassador, supporting the event and helping out the guys. And they're all just absolute legends.
Yeah, certainly are. I think we're going to throw to just a real quick ad break, and we'll be back as we see the junior big wheels lining up for their prologue. Sit tight, back with more in just a moment.
Through my experiences, one of the most simple and yet overlooked things on the bike is our chain care. Penrite have these amazing products, starting with their chain cleaner and their race chain lube. I personally use each of these products every time I go riding on my bikes. A well-oiled chain is less friction, less wear, and longer lasting on your chain and sprockets. So lube your chain and get in the game.
Looks like we are back and the prologue is underway. 3 kilometres of fast and frenetic action here, Matty.
Yep.
This is it's going to be interesting, isn't it? It probably hasn't really had much of a chance to form up yet. We've only had some of the junior small wheels out there. Oh, look at that.
As you say that, that's exactly what happens there. And the entry to the corner looks good. He got on the gas, and then it probably just fades out into 50 different lines, and boom, you lose the rear end. And that's, like you said, this is the prologue. They go head-to-head here. They take 2 at a time off the start, so their lap time will start at that exact moment. So it is kind of key to get that hole shot and get that clear track, as you can see now. And that first one, a little mistake makes by the lead rider here, and you also get stuck behind him.
Yeah, so it looks like riders already out on track. Harry Gilbertson now. Harry, he's a hard charger, that's for sure, and he's defending champ in the junior big wheels class, the 13 to 16s. Finishing behind him last year, Bjorn Cardenas, Dylan McDonald, Drew Kramer, Cam Shaw, Ollie Gear was 6, Marcus Nowell in 7, Jackson Rossi in 8th, Jed Avard in 9th, and Josh Whitehorn down in 10th place. So the Rossi boys were expecting some big things from them, because they just recently headed over to the United States, trained at Club MX, competed over there, and they've come back absolutely razor sharp.
I talked to them last night. I talked to Pete, the father there, and you could just sense that it's given them that little bit of confidence, like they've been there, they've done something that's quite unique and outstanding, really. And obviously Levi had some real success over there John. I mean, he was telling me the results and the events they did, and he's been a real standout. So you can tell, you know, Levi's got this little bit of extra swag than I've ever seen before. He kind of had his chest a bit puffed up, and we'll see how that translates onto the track. I mean, it's such a big event here, and it's a long race. You can't go out there too gung-ho, but you can definitely tell that, you know, the Rossi boys are putting in a good effort. This corner must be getting very hard pack on, like a bit of a hard base there. You see the rear ends really stepping out a little bit as they get on the gas.
Yeah, so riders away already by the look of this. Harry Gilbertson, one of the first away. Clyde Carey, Chad Woodbury, Kai Austin on the 359, Cooper Danaher, Mitch Ford, Chase Weston, Cooper Parks, Jack Wright, Liam Egan, Tom Condon, Jed Avard, Mitch House. Just see it, just obviously another 2 going. So, yeah, we'll work our way through them. This is going to be good. The boys have set us up with a direct feed to Race Monitor, so we'll be able to give you those times. We were just setting that up towards the end of the junior small wheels, so we apologise. We weren't quite ready, but we'll be good from this point on. So there's the 92 of RJ Penny. He's off at the moment. Is that the 95 there with him possibly? It's interesting. I did observe at the riders' briefing too. There were no hoodies permitted, even though it was quite cool. There were certainly a few concerns. They're more a safety issue with branches and things like that. Don't want to see anyone get snagged on the hoodie just trying to stay warm. It could be quite catastrophic.
A lot of trees. I mean, I can imagine. I mean, I had a bit of a practice track through the trees, and yeah, you definitely wouldn't want a hood on there getting snagged on a branch, you know, over a low hanging branch. That wouldn't end up very good for you. But yeah, I think even in motocross and supercross, I think that's a mandatory rule now. So I think it's a good thing. Nothing wrong with that. Get rid of the hoods.
So there, some of these riders already through the 3Ks by the look of this, Medi, and it looks like Marcus Nolan with a 3:18.7. Topping the sheets at the moment, Nate Munro, 2.7 seconds adrift with a 3:21. Harry Gilbertson, third place, a 3:23.0. So he was about 4.2 seconds adrift. Tom Condon was fourth. Then we've got Mitch Ford, Richie Lawler, Lockie Roach sitting down in seventh, followed by Billy Clark, Kai Austin, and Liam Egan currently rounding out the top 10. So that could change, obviously. We've got a lot of riders still flowing through. So
I mean, we're looking out the window here at the combine. I mean, there's still a lot of bikes to go through. I mean, I'm probably going to guess about at least 200 bikes still to come. So, yeah, it's exciting to watch every time, you know, there's 2 new riders that will eventually have a chance to take the top spot. And what is the best time now coming through? John was like 3 minutes.
3 minutes 18.
3 minutes 18, which is just over 1 minute per kilometre, which I don't know how to break it down, but that's moving. That's going pretty quick.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's letting it all hang out, isn't it? We know it's like chocolate cake out there at the moment, but some of these ruts not really formed up. I guess it's just a matter of you want to push hard, but the last thing you want to do is tuck the front or lose the back end to put yourself buried in the pack for that start. Could be very costly, particularly if you've got top 5 aspirations.
Look at this setup. You do not see a classic textbook pass. He swept out from the outside, cut through the inside, took the top spot. Obviously, that's how important this clear track is. And these riders know, and this, you know, they might have a good pit crew or a father and mother that really know. Once they hit that dusty section, John, you want to be in front, don't you? You do not want to be behind. So obviously the starts are key here to get that clear track position. We see the number 11 here off the back of the bike trying to drive that thing as much grip as he can get. Looks like he's going to be on a fly. He knows what he's doing out here. So
Fletcher Ryan just jumping into the top 5, Medi.
Yep.
5th position with a 3:23.949. So just reminding you, it's still Marcus Nolan from Nate Munro, Jed Avard in 3rd, Harry Gilbertson in 4th, and Fletcher Ryan, as we said, now rounding out the top 5.
And this corner is claimed another.
Yep.
Yeah, this corner, and I'm not sure out here if we have flag marshals on these points or not, but again, the next rider's coming around. This is going to hamper their overall speed here a little bit and drop them probably maybe a second as he almost drops it down again. They're going to have to cut tight, avoid the fallen rider.
Yeah, the number 147 down at the moment, just trying to knock that clutch lever up, and now we'll get back into the contest. I tell you what, I was the Alpine Stars airbag body armour test dummy last night, Matty. Have you trialled them yourself?
I have not. No, I have not actually seen one in person yet. But yeah, very, very good technology it looks like, and I'd be curious to know what your feedback was there.
Yeah,
I just saw a shout out to Declan. He's just come through, so hopefully he can put in a good lap.
Yeah, let's hope so. Look, I thought it was unbelievable when it got deployed. Obviously, Christian from Monza Imports was there, and we thank him because he gave one of those away worth $1,600 last night at sign-on.
Yeah,
I thought it was terrific. The amount of support it seemed to give the back of your neck, your spine, your ribs, your chest, just an all-in-one suit. And I tell you what, apparently the technology, it will deploy in a millisecond. So if it senses that you've been bucked off the motorcycle before you hit the ground, the thing's already going to be inflated and bang, just in a millisecond. And then, of course, gradually it starts to deflate. So if you get up and can get back in the contest, then you're not too restricted.
Yeah.
But
that's amazing technology.
Amazing
technology, and potentially eliminating, or really minimizing is a better word, minimizing the risk of injury for wearing something like that. Obviously, yes, it is expensive, but the risk of injury, the reward you get from that thing, I mean, it could really save a lot of injuries, and a lot of kids going through or adults too, going through a lot of grief that maybe didn't have to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we can see the category leaderboard. So we got Kramer leading the way from Gardner, Ryan, Farrell and Trigg. So that's just scrolling through our Penrite Hattah leaderboard at the moment. So we'll be able to pick that up, because at the moment, just through race Eva, is just showing us Marcus Nolan with the overall fastest time with a 3:18.789.
Wow, look how tight these times are, John. It's plus 19, plus 20.1, plus 20.2, plus 20.3. It's so close, isn't it? It's
yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, there's really nothing in it at all. So we see in that 100cc through 150cc two-stroke, 13 to under 16s. I think it's Middleton from O'Connor and Stone at the moment. Showing here on our live timing. But as far as the overall goes, as we said, Nolan from Munro, Avard, Gilbertson and Ryan. All right, someone just jumping into the top 9 there, Matty. Paddy Lewis, the number 66, just dropping in with a 3-minute 28.2.
Any top 10 action is pretty good out here, isn't it, John?
Oh, it certainly is. Yeah, so at the moment, you can see Marcus Nolan with that 3:18.7. No one's been able to trump that at the moment. Jet Avard sitting back. Nate Munro sitting back in second with that 2.7 seconds adrift, followed by Jet Avard, Harry Gilbertson in fourth, Fletcher Ryan in fifth, Tom Condon in sixth, followed by Mitch Ford, Richie Lawler, Paddy Lewis, Lockie Roach, Billy Clark, Oscar Thomas, Nate Waldy, Kai Austin, Liam Egan, Hayden Roach, Riley Delaney. Riley Howe just slips into 17th position, has just come through. Pushes Delaney down to 18th from Molesworth in 19th and Harrison Lees rounding out the top 20. So basically 16 seconds separating our quick timer from 20th position.
That's tight. That's not a big differential when you talk about that many bikes and still that many riders to come through as well.
A lot of different classes naturally as well. Our team will be doing their very best to try and break that down per category.
Yeah, a lot of riders and all going out at the same time. So it's a big job for the organisation here to keep everyone in the right groups going out at the right time. The organisation of this Penrite Hattah Desert Race is phenomenal, and it's. I'm glad I'm not involved in that and just sitting in the box with you, John, because that looks like a big confusing mess out there that they've got to be organised on. But like you mentioned earlier, the line's not really completely formed up yet as they go out on these prologue laps. So they're pushing extremely hard, I mean, basically to their limit as fast as they can go. But the track's not completely developed and formed up yet. So you can see as some of these riders come through to the finish line, the exit of the corners are a bit blown out and they're sweeping wide and missing some of the lines. So as the day, I actually think maybe the later you go out in the prologue lap right now, the better off, maybe the more advantage you have because those lines are going to be developed a little bit better too. So that could translate into maybe a little bit faster lap than the lead riders of this group that went out early. I do think the later riders are going to be a little bit quicker just because the lines and the tracks develop a little better.
Yeah, good point. I was definitely listening to you there, Matty, but I was just scrolling down through the order here on Race Monitor and just trying to pick up the first of the 85 through 150 big wheel riders, and as far as I could tell, it looks as though that could be Riley Mullen at the moment, although 35th.
Wow.
In the order.
On the big wheel 85.
Yep.
Riley Mullen sitting, what is it, 3:39.
Yep.
Wow, that's fast, John, when you're going up against a 250. Some of these times, obviously, at the top end here are on the 250F. So it appears as we're looking now, Riley Mullins could be the lead rider in the Big Wheel 85 group. Obviously, not everybody has come through yet, so we still got a lot of waiting to go. But that's pretty impressive for young Riley.
I think his old sparring partner Declan Smart, he's not too far behind, only a couple of seconds.
Yep, there
off Riley's time.
Wow, so that's both of these riders. Amazing effort on a Big Wheel 85. You see the 136 on the Kawasaki taking off here, and couldn't quite pick that up on the Yamaha. But yeah, this is cool when you, as a rider, as a youngster taking off, getting up into the trees. It's got to be a good feeling. Obviously, the reason why this event sells out in 10 minutes, I believe 600 to 800 entries sell out immediately, and obviously something special about this that every single rider wants to come and do it again the next year, and you can see why. You can see why, the excitement, going through trees, getting fast on your bike. There's nothing else like it.
No, that's for sure. I was just scanning back through the 100 through 150 two-stroke class as well, and looks as though Hayden Roach, although down in 16th on our timing sheet, could be leading those times at the moment with a 3:32.3. Riley Delaney not far behind him either, so he carted a 3:34.1. And Mitch House with Malachi Middleton not far behind them either. So as I said, we're just trying to break it down. We're just unofficially, it's not broken down on our screen at the moment. We're striving towards that, but that at least gives you a little bit of an idea.
It does. And we apologise if anyone else is at home looking at the results saying, oh, he's quicker than them guys on an 85. We actually can't tell who's on an 85 and a bigger bike. So our apologies, but we're doing our best here. But if we just have a look at the track, I'm curious, John, like how they're taking off here. Is it a green flag? Is there a penalty if you jump the green flag, in drags? Wade would know better than us in this area, but if you jump that green flag or green light in drag, you're disqualified. I mean, I wonder if there is a penalty here if they do kind of just creep off the line a little early.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but wow, we've still got
bit of a wheel stand here for 7:59.
A lot of entrants still being dispatched at the moment. This is just a massive field, isn't it?
It is a massive field, and when I said a couple of hundred earlier, I wasn't joking. I think the line goes a long way back into the trees here. The line up for riders to get their prologue in. It's massive. It's just to see a rider go down again this tricky corner. I do believe there is a bit of a hard pack base under there. It looks loamy. You get on the gas, but that front end or rear end wants to step out on you.
Yeah, looks like it was the 7:59 that dropped it a few moments ago.
So having a look on the screen at the moment, John, that what we believe is the 125 or up to 152 stroke class. So leader H.
Yep, Hayden Roach. I think as you and I mentioned, that he looked to be leading the way. It's just scrolling down on us now. We're just losing that, but it was pretty well. As we called it, we can see O'Connor down there in 8th position, Brown in 9th, Stone rounding out the top 10, followed by Glover, Cox, Cale, Kinsella and Harvey Julian in 15th place. So that is the two-stroke class. So the top three pretty well as we called it off Race Monitor a few moments ago.
As you called it, John. That was impressive. If anyone could actually see John Cobby sitting in here reading every entrant all piled into one big list, and you've picked out the top three as you call it. That's credit to you, John.
No, cheers, mate. No, we've got to do what we've got to do. So we can see the 85 through 150. So two-stroke and four-stroke. So Burgess leading from Trip Coney. Carafa down in 3rd. White in 4th position. Goyka in 5th, followed by Watt. Then we've got Wright, Britt, Clark and Lambing currently rounding out the top 10 in that class.
Young Lewis Carafa there in 5th. He's a motocross guy. I've known him. I raced against his family, his dad, as a junior. And young Lewis coming off injury. So he's just came back. He just got back on the bike, I believe, before the last Prime X round that they had up in Warwick for the 85 Cup. And Lewis out here, such a lovely kid, always smiling, happy to be just at a track riding his bike. He's just happy, and to put in a top 5 in this, I think this is the first time he's done this event, so that's quite impressive for Lewis to come out here and be competitive straight off the bat.
Yeah, it certainly is what I think anyone would be enjoying it out there at the moment. That is for sure. So we've run through some of those results in a couple of those classes. As we go back to the 4-stroke 13 to 16 class, we can still clearly see that 3-minute 18.7 from Marcus Noland. Nobody's been able to better that at the moment. Nitro Nate Munro sitting in second with a 3:21.5. Then Jed Avard in third, Harry Gilbertson fourth, and Fletcher Ryan in fifth position. So that is your top 5 there. It's not quite scrolling across our screen at the moment. We're getting that 150 class with Burgess, Stripconi, Carafa there in that third place, White fourth, and Peyton sitting in fifth.
As you can see, a lot of riders now funneling through. Obviously, some of the faster riders are able to catch up onto that group that takes off in front of them. So, you know, how desperately do they make a pass to try and get past, you know, by a rider? It's very important if you're going for a fast time, you've got to get past the rider, because as these corners develop, there could be just one good line there, and you really need to hit that one line. Well, as we see another spin out in this corner here up the top through the trees. Again, it's forming up. You can see the line start to form up. They got something to hook into and get some grip, but even still, some of the riders getting a little bit anxious and really getting on the gas hard and still breaking loose. I wonder what kind of tyre they're choosing, John. Are you going for a bit of a scoop? You know, everyone in motocross really now is going for the scoop tyre to get that grip off the start, and also just tracking through some of this sand. But I'd imagine there's some hard pack spots out the back here where you probably don't want it. But I'm curious. I actually didn't really pay attention to what kind of tyre selection the junior riders are picking.
You think it'd be the paddle?
I do. I think it would be almost look like he stored it there on the 254 stroke, but I believe it would be a paddle would be an advantage, especially through this tight, sandy stuff. You can see, look at the grip they're getting out of this start line. No one can keep the front end down. But yeah, look in the dirt through this section here. It's loose on top, but that hard base, that's where you really struggle. Let's say, for instance, through this right-hander here, as he tucks into this left-hander, which is where everyone's been getting caught out. If you get down to that hard base right there as he was exiting the corner, that's where the scoop or paddle tire, what we call it, that's where it really breaks loose. You lose traction when you're leaned over on the edge of your knobs. It just doesn't have the grip of a traditional motocross tire, and it really can wag around a lot, and you have to be prepared for that. Now, I think as you get older, you kind of learn like where the limit is on that tire. But you know, as a youngster, you don't want it. You just got to hold that throttle on and go for it, and that's why we're seeing a lot of young riders break traction there.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, we know that Eli Tomac over in the United States, he absolutely swears by that paddle tire, doesn't he? Even in the Supercrosses, you know, I guess he figures he just wants to try and nail that start, and if it's ripped a bit, if there's a bit of loam down that start straight, then he seems to be able to negotiate even through some of the harder packed sections, which is absolute credit to him. You know, the legend he is.
The legend he absolutely is, and he. I mean, in my opinion, I wish they would ban the thing. You know, the roost. If you had to sit, if anyone has experience of sitting behind a heavy scoop tire, the Pirelli is the worst. Right, the roost off of that Pirelli Scorpion, whatever they call it. Oh man, it hurts. And I've had to sit there for 30 minutes, a few motos, and just clay. It's like getting shot with a paintball gun every single straight and corner. And yeah, it is an advantage. Like Eli knows off the start, it has really helped his starting performance and averages creep up. He likes to get the grip. He needs that rear end to hook up as much as he can. But, you know, some tracks really favor it, and some tracks it's a bit of a hit and miss. And he always goes for the paddle no matter what. Other guys are going back to, the traditional one when it gets a bit of a hard base. But if you can adapt and really learn the tire and its limitations, you can really use it to your advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you've got that soft terrain tire that have been around forever and a day, which may be slightly better in some of those harder packed areas, but I think nowadays it's pretty well become a bit of a paddle tire or scoop tire revolution.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. It is a revolution. Yeah. And like you said, even Eli in Supercross is using it sometimes. That's just crazy to think that at this day and age that they're going to these types of tyres, but that's how much better that tyre has gotten now over the years.
Yeah, it certainly has. Just noticed Jade Menard's there sitting in about 23rd position.
Yeah.
Just scrolled through the screen on us. So he's a good young lad from back in South Australia, and they love their off-roading and motocross racing. They dabble in both. And he's sort of coming back from a bit of an injury a couple of months back, but he loves his racing and he'll charge hard.
Well, Aaron, obviously an amazing photographer too, you know,
and young, one of the best.
Yes, yeah, and Jay, he might be following in the footsteps. I mean, I've seen some of his photos. He's cruising around with a camera now and getting good pictures. So it's like, it's amazing that they're out here being able to ride and do the media side that they're doing as well. It's really cool, and they're getting to travel around the country and do things, and credit to them that it's they're doing really good stuff. But putting in the results out here is amazing too. We see the girls 12 to under 16. So apologies, I'm not sure on the first name. It looks like Sexton on top, which is obviously a lot of fans here across the world. Chase Sexton fan. I wonder if there's any relation there. They'll probably say yes. Who cares, man? You got a cool last name. It's a fast last name, and she's on top right now. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it certainly is. Lily Sexton and the 273, I think that was on the Husqvarna TC 125.
Right on.
So we'll get a clearer picture of that when it scrolls through onto the screen once again. But it's a pretty cool Total Tools Junior Encouragement Award. I was chatting about it earlier, Matty, and you know, it's great. Not necessarily rewarding the first junior home in any category, but it's more a great sportsmanship award, really. Someone that might stop to help a fallen rider, you know, almost at the expense of their own results. So I think it's a great initiative, and we thank Total Tools from Mildura for supporting it. That's
awesome. That the acknowledgement is there. You know, yes, we always want to credit and acknowledge the riders who do well, and that's a given in any sport. But sportsmanship, at the end of the day, is the key to a successful life. Just being a good sportsman, whether you win or lose, having a positive attitude, being happy, being here at the race. This is an absolute privilege for every single one of us to be at this event. And it's easy nowadays to lose sight of those things. You know, we've got a lot of crazy things going on all around the world, a lot of painful things around the world, and here we are out at Hattah enjoying a desert race, and all these kids, you know, getting kids on bikes, getting outdoors. I'm all about that. I love it, and yeah, it is a privilege to be here. So Total Tools acknowledging good sportsmanship. We love to see it, whether a young rider helps someone out or just you know, any parent can pat their kid on the back as if they did their best. Man, that's an acknowledgement on its own.
Oh, it certainly is. As we know, that there can only be one winner, but at the end of the day, it's what I've always tried to preach through my own son Tyson with his BMX racing, and he's even starting to get a bit of a taste for some off-road riding on his own Husqvarna.
Oh, cool.
Brett, but the little bugger was too quick for me through the sand up at Jams recently, but that's all right. I just need to get a bit fitter, get on the bike a bit more. But yeah, it's, you know, as long as I think your son or daughter is given...
going off-road. That was proper off-road there, was it? He's like, I'm going to make my own track here.
Just got back before clouding the branch of that tree. I think as long as your children have given 110% all the way to the finish, you can't ask for any more than that.
That's it, you know, and that's... You see so much talent around the world, and obviously with social media, you have exposure now to everything that's happening in the world. Any of MXGP, for instance, or you can watch F1, you can watch MotoGP, you can watch it all now. And, you know, we're all obviously massive fans of the Lawrence brothers and Jet Lawrence, and you see how talented he is, and he makes riding look easy. It's effortless. It's amazing. The only rider I can ever relate to on that level would be Stefan Evans. But Jet's doing it in supercross, in motocross. Everything he does is just effortless, and it's amazing. But that's like the pinnacle of the sport, and as a rider, that is the absolute elite and the pinnacle of it. And very, very, very few foreign people get to that level. I mean, it's so hard to obtain that style, the level of rider that he is. So I've always told everyone, and I told my own son, like, look, mate, it's a long shot. Everyone wants to be the Jet Lawrence and the next Hayden Deegan. It's very difficult to get to that. And, if, God-given talent or whatever it is, you've got to work hard for that. Nothing comes easy. You've got to work hard and apply yourself. And even if you do all the right things, you still might not be that guy. So enjoy it. Enjoy this process along the way. Have fun with it, because you don't want to look back and not enjoy this portion of your life right now. And try to promote as much of that as you can. Yes, you've got to work hard. You've got to be disciplined. You've got to take it seriously. Riding a bike has to be taken seriously. It's no joke. But you've got to enjoy it and have fun and make sure that there's a good balance to it.
Yeah, very well said. Speaking of Jet, that ride at Redbud last weekend when he dropped the bike came from 18th to pick up the win. But not only that, but to end up winning by about 10 seconds. That was an amazing performance. But one of the best rides, I think, almost of all time. And sometimes I know, Bubba Stewart and Weege, they often say, is he just doing enough to win? Well, I think we really saw Jet ride the wheels off that CRF 450 when he was down in 18th. The way he was picking off those riders, as you said, making it look effortless. His rhythm through that whooped out straight where he was launching over that little hip jump and then found a new line to the inside of that when he was passing all those riders. That was amazing stuff.
Whenever you can see a rider come through the field with speed that he was passing riders on different lines, that's what happens when you can get to that level and you can carry that kind of speed. You can find lines that make you go even faster because other people can't get there just because the inertia of the bike and the suspension is not getting the grip that he got. And it's just amazing to watch. And I think he silenced a lot of, hearsay stuff. Is that all he's got, or is he reserved? Or he was a little bit reserved in all those other races because you could tell that one when he went down, it was 100%. And to still get through to the front in that kind of depth of field, it's insane. Ricky Carmichael used to do it. I've seen him do it. I don't think the field is as deep back then as it is now, but the elite riders were still the same kind of guys.
Well, look at the guys. He's passed Chase Sexton. I know Chase kind of almost had Jet towing him along until he dropped the front end late in the race. But the likes of Tomac, Prado. Prado, a world motocross champion.
Multiple,
He's blown past him. He's gone past, Webb, Anderson. The list goes. His own brother, Hunter.
Yeah, it's a big list.
Very consistent. And he blew them away. There's no other. It must be quite demoralising, I think, for his opposition when he unleashes a performance like that.
Yeah, I think they all know they're giving 110%, and I think he's been giving about 90, and that was a glimpse of his 110. And, if he just stays at that 90 to 100 zone and doesn't have to override himself, he makes no mistakes. He's a good starter. I mean, it's just, he's the total package, and I think his body's obviously functioning well, the knee's good. But, don't want to focus on him. His brother is doing exceptional. Hunter is more like a realist, he's talented, but he doesn't have that Jet gift. His physicality isn't the same, his body mechanics aren't the same, and you can tell Hunter really has to work hard for what he's doing. And I appreciate that probably a lot more than what Jet does, because Jet does it probably a little bit easier. But what Hunter's doing so far this year is remarkable too. Look at this line on the outside, kicking up a little bit of like tree root or something there. I mean, that was a creative line right on the edge of the track here, just to get that last lap, get past that rider coming into the finish lap. Might have enhanced his lap by an extra half a second instead of being passed, as they just basically use these hay bales here as a berm, John. It's pretty cool to see him charging hard. These junior riders aren't messing around. This is what I say, this is serious stuff out here. They all know. A bit of head shake coming in. He's pushing hard under brakes.
Yep.
And what we talked about too, John, at the earlier stages of these prologues, the track not quite developed, the corners, the berms aren't developed, so they might not be able to carry the same kind of corner speed. But now we're seeing some braking bumps forming up. That will slow the track down. So, yes, the corner, the berms are more formed up, but now we're starting to see some braking bumps form, which slows the riders down a bit too.
Yeah, it certainly does. So no changes as far as the 250 or up to 250 4-stroke 13 to 16 class is concerned. Marcus Nolan, still fast time, set that early on a 3:18.789, followed by Nate Munro with a 3:21.5, Jed Avard with a 3:22.8, Harry Gilbertson a 3:23.054, and Fletcher Ryan with a 3:23.949.
Love this drone shot here. Love this drone shot following the riders through. I think this is kind of one of the final sections leading up to the finish line tower here. So pretty cool to see. I believe that's 60. Is it 61? Sorry, eyesight's a little bit off. But cool images as we get from these drones. You can see the drone shadow there as he chases him through. Probably getting 4th, 5th gear. This is the final straight leading into the final corner, so now hard on the brakes. Look at him shifting down about 3 or 4 gears there, so easily was in 6th gear there. T-dub gear, shout out to Todd Waters. He's starting to pick up some momentum on the pro scene back on the Husqvarna. Toddy doing well, and he's running the gear out here. How cool is that to see, one of the pro riders of Australia have a good career, Australian champion, gone overseas, got his own riding gear here. I mean, it's pretty cool to see a lot of young talent out here running the T-dub gear. Shout out to Todd.
Yeah, exactly. He's, I had the pleasure of chatting with him and managed him up recently. He's much like yourself. He's such a down-to-earth fella. He just lives and breathes motocross. He's so passionate.
Yeah.
And, he's a really good asset to the sport. He had a crack at this event a few years ago as well. And
he did.
I think a branch might have rung his bell a little
he
bit.
He might have had a hood on.
Yeah.
He might have had a hood on.
Yeah, he got a bit of a knock, and I think he was a DNF. He was not able to bring it home. So, but there's quite a few motocross. I see Levi Rogers who's been doing an exceptional job this year. He is entered, and there's always a good smattering of motocrossers that come in here and try and tame Hattah, perhaps with mixed success.
Yes, yeah. I think Todd might have done this twice. I think he's done it twice. One did not end successfully, but I think one he did have a good run. I can't, don't quote me on that. I could be wrong, but again, Maximus Purvis, another very talented motocross guy, loves his off-road scene. I believe he was supposed to be racing here, but he's not back up to health yet after his injury there about a month ago at Traralgon at the Pro MX series. But Levi Rogers here this weekend. That should be interesting to see how he goes. A fast rider. He's a bigger rider. He can handle these kind of high-speed off-road sections. I think he can be a little bit of a dark horse in this event for this weekend here.
Yep, absolutely. As we see the category leaderboards now just starting to scroll through our screen. We see Chad Woodbury 7th, Clancy O'Connor in 8th, Blake Brown in 9th, Hugh Stone in 10th, Ollie Glover down in 11th, Finley Cox in 12th, Will Cale in 13th, Kai Kinsella in 14th, Harvey Julian rounding out the top 15, followed by Xander Brown, Ruben Morse, Charlie Walder, Alex Beaton, Nate Gilmore, Coop Bryant, Jed Hitchcock, Jack Montgomery, Harrison Walters, James Norrie in 25th from Ryan Couch, Jaden Minards in 27th, Ryan Hunt 28th, Mac Dyson 29th, and Ned Castle down in 30th position. So we'll wait until that scrolls through to the next category. We'll try and jump on at the very top of that because initially we're only getting surnames whilst the prologue was on the go there, but a big field, a lot of riders, and prologue out of the way soon. It's not going to be too long, Brett, before we get stuck into the racing proper. And let's have a look at this 250cc 4-stroke 13 to 16 class we're mentioning. So Marcus Nolan, quick timer with a 3:18.79. We congratulate him. Nate Munro, 2.7 seconds back.
2.7 is from the top 10, that's the biggest gap over anybody. So well done to Marcus. That's amazing effort to get that time.
Sure was. Jed Avard in 3rd place, a 3:22.8. Harry Gilbertson in 4th with a 3:23.05. Followed by Fletcher Ryan, Mitch Ford, Richie Lawler, Paddy Lewis, Lockie Roach, Billy Clark in 10th, Oscar Thomas in 11th, Nate Waldy in 12th, Kai Austin in 13th, Liam Egan 14th, Riley Howe in 15th, Sam Molesworth in 16th, Harrison Lees in 17th, Jack Roberts 18th, Joel Kramer in 19th, and Trip Smith rounding out the top 20, followed by Lachlan Farrell, Clyde Carey, Harrison Finch, Albie Trigg, Lockie Gardner, Sid O'Brien, Cody Breen, Lockie Di Paolo, Noah Holton and Thomas Devlin rounding out the top 30 with a 3:42.5.
And I just noticed the top 20 under 20 seconds, under 20-second gap from 20th to 1st. I mean, I think it was 18.6 or something like that. Like, that is tight going, you know, for an off-road race, a big 3-kilometre loop, to see these riders that close. As we look at the 80, I believe this might be the
here we go again, the 85 through 154 straight 12 to 16. So Brock Wellington, quick timer with a 3:46.3. Felix Burgess with a 3:49.12. So almost 3 seconds separating those two. Leo Tripconi in 3rd place. Lewis J. Carafa in 4th with a 3:51.4. Mason White in 5th. Luke Payton in 6th place, followed by Harrison Goika in 7th. Banjo Watt in P8. Jack Wright in 9th. Talon Britt in 10th position. Cooper Clark down in 11th, followed by Angus Summers, Ryder Lambing, and Hutto Wilson.
Hattah.
Pretty happy with a 14th place with a 3:56.5.
Excellent work, Hattah. I know he's been really loving this off-road stuff. Come from more of the motocross scene. I believe my son actually was racing against him as well in the juniors, and then he's really stepped into this off-road and loves the challenge. Oh, looks like Nellie Fox has taken the top spot. She pipped off Lily Sexton. That's a 5-second gap, John. That's a fast lap she's laid down here. It's going to give her a little bit of a confidence boost going into the actual race.
Yeah, for sure. Nitro Nelly, a 3:54.71 from Lily Sexton, a 4-minute flat practically. Lorna Locke in P3 from Olivia Johnson, Jessie Harris, Talia Feltham, Matilda Ryan, and Sophie Midling. So that would be the female up to 250cc 4-stroke class, I reckon. And then we go into the next class in a few moments. I think that's pretty well a repeat of what we had above that, Brett, isn't it?
I believe that is the same group.
Yep.
So just making sure we got that one down. And this one's going to go really quick.
Brock Wellington, Felix Burgess, Leo Tripconi. I think we might have already run through this one as well, but it's scrolling through, so we'll be able to pick it up when we get to the next class. So, well, that's really just the Prologue circuit. It was only a 3-kilometre loop, so it's going to be a little different for them, even when they go racing that first lap of the big 4-lapper. It's still going to be sort of eyes wide open, I would say, for that first lap, just trying to get your bearings, and you know, it might take a good couple of laps for the extended track layout to actually start to bed in.
Sure. Do they do an extra? I don't actually know that, John, myself. So they do a little bit of an extended loop. Is that right?
Yeah, I think the Prologue's always that little bit shorter from what Shannon and the team were telling me. So a lot of racing to get through, but this is a big part of it, isn't it? Setting up your day.
Sure.
We've heard a lot of the pro riders telling us last night just how critical the Prologue is. You want to qualify up towards the front. If you want to run there and stay there, it's pretty hard to do it from mired mid-pack off the start.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I don't have experience really in doing a lot of these off-road events. I did do a couple while I lived in America. I did do the classic Lake Elsinore Grand Prix, which was, I believe that was 2 hours and 40 minutes. So that was the biggest race that I've done, and the blisters that I had on my hands were crazy. There's blood everywhere. But I'm quite proud. I finished second. I nearly won. I really wished I had won that now. But Robbie Bell, which is a phenomenal off-road guy, he rode on the factory Kawasaki team that year, and I chased him the whole way. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed it, but that's the most experience I have of doing these types of events. And definitely, like you said, the Prologue today, extremely important to set them up early on, because I think, I've known Callum Norton a little bit over the years, and and Jack Simpson also, and a few of the off-road guys, this event, they really have to sprint those first couple of laps, and then they tone it down a little bit. But when you say tone it down, they tone it down like 5 or 10%. It's not a lot. They got to keep pushing and hold that track position if you want to really stay up in the front and do well. So as you mentioned, Prologue today, getting that good time to get on that good selection of gate or up the front of the field is super important. So I believe this might be the small wheel, the junior small wheel class. Looks like 65s and small 85s. I see a Kawasaki 65, so it's definitely the small wheel group heading out. So they've already done their Prologue laps. They've already qualified. They've got their positions. They're obviously out on a sight lap now to have a look at the track. They're following the buggy. These kids will be ready to race, John. I'm sure they're pretty eager. They're tired of waiting in the pits. They want to get out there. Look at the pit area. Look at the cars. Again, this event growing and growing every year. I can actually see my van parked out the back, so I know it's still secure sitting there. But
always a good sign.
It's always a good sign when you see it there. But just cool, it's such a awesome spectacle. You got the little, you got the lake over here on the side. The cars are bellowing in. Spectators are pile up on the hill here. They love the Prologues. They love getting up there on the hill. We can see spectators crossing over the track now in front of us, heading up to the hill to watch this first race take off. And it's a pretty cool spectacle. I'd never seen anything like this, how they start these events, John, with the buggy kind of riding down the front and everyone funnels out one at a time behind it and you take off. It's kind of cool. I always thought, would that be interesting in a motocross event instead of all having the gate drop? You qualify first or 10th, and that just gives you your gate pick. And then you can still get a bad start and end up starting out in mid-pack or 20th. So I love that this here, the fastest qualifier gets rewarded. They go out first. I've always thought, man, I wonder what that would be like in motocross if you did a staggered start or something like where the MotoGP, where they do, 4 in a row on the start line. So if you do qualify first, you're guaranteed to be up front. And it'd be interesting to see a race unfold like that when you got all your fastest qualifiers all chasing each other instead of being spread out off the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at some of the YouTube vision, some of the pictures, from previous Hattah events, you just see how tore up the hands are. It's not just a few blood blisters, a few calluses on there, that they are absolutely red raw and bleeding. And I know you see in MotoGP the likes of Marc Marquez and all those guys, they have the hands all taped up almost like a boxer. I guess it's a little bit harder with motocross because the gloves are pretty tight fitting. You need to have that feel on the grips and on the handlebars, so it's very difficult to kind of tape the hands up like that MotoGP style, I would think.
I would think so, yeah. I've never really liked taping up. I've never had a blister problem, luckily, through motocross racing, but I do know that they came out with these really thin gloves, almost like a rubber glove, what you change your filters with, or a medical glove. They were cotton. So I remember a lot of guys used to run those in the off-roads, and that kind of absorbs a bit of the sweat and adds an extra layer of cushioning on the grip, so you're not wearing your skin through so quickly. So that might be something that these guys do. I'm not quite sure. I know that I have tried that as well, and it worked really well. So it could be something where, in the bigger events, longer racing, they might be doing something like that. But it's very difficult to tape layer and layer of tape up because we need that feeling, when the bike's bouncing around. I guess the MotoGP guys, they're just stuck on the road. There's no bumps and jumps, and they're probably not moving around with their hand position quite as much as maybe we might. Where motocross, you really have to be over the front, you're off the back, you continuously, your body position is changing so much. So I guess the MotoGP guys are doing that too. The way they ride those things now, hanging off the side. I mean, it's insane to watch them dragging elbows on the tarmac now. It's crazy. But
and even Marc Marquez and some of the other boys, when you think they're gone, sometimes seeing them actually use their knee to upright the motorcycle and actually stay on board is
it's
truly amazing.
Level. It has gone to a new level. Obviously these bikes have allowed them to get to that point where they can actually do that, but then the modern day rider, just like the modern day supercross guy, you know, if you're not scrubbing and doing these modern day tricks on the bike now, you're not competitive. So much as MotoGP, if you're not doing, you know, dragging your leg under brakes to help, you know, slow the airspeed down so it slows the bike down, like all these little things they're doing, and then to actually watch them, you know, use their elbow, use their knee, almost shoulder on the ground, it's crazy. And then if they are starting to lose grip, they kind of push down and pivot the bike up a little bit before they actually wash out. It's phenomenal to see, and the camera speeds of nowadays to actually capture that is crazy too.
Oh yeah, there's so many cameras, aren't there? I mean, the drone shots that we're going to get this weekend will be phenomenal. I think at any, you know, Australian off-road round now, starting to see a lot of drone stuff. Like it's giving such a great perspective of the racing, whether it's motocross or off-road racing, and you don't need to have, you know, 50 camera points set up out there. The drones really do just provide an added dimension, I think, to any coverage, any motorcycle coverage nowadays.
Oh, they're phenomenal, especially in Supercross, because they can literally follow the entire lap. It's such a small area, where here maybe it's a little bit challenging for the drone to do a 4-kilometer loop, but the aerial shots that you're getting, you can see the ruts, you can see how technical, and it always bothered me, you know, I might have like a Supercross race or an event anywhere, and it's such a gnarly, rutted out track, some technical sections, and you just, the camera is always at the end of this rhythm, so they're looking at you coming towards the camera. The camera never picks up how ruddy it is, you know, so you can never really tell. When you sit back home and watch it, you can never really tell, like, oh man, that track looks so technical, or did you see how he was doing this section? But now these drone shots, when they're following the riders, you can actually see what's in front of the riders coming up, and you're like, wow, look at what they're going through, this is crazy. And as a rider, you know, we all know, you can appreciate that. You can appreciate that more. So
I think there's a lot of study further to what you're saying there, Brett, as well, nowadays with the GPS. A lot of data, you know, motocross, supercross, off-road, I don't think it really matters. But there's a lot of data now that teams can analyze between qualifying, practice, and racing itself.
Sure.
Who's shortening things up? Is somebody apexing a turn here? Someone running a berm? And they can basically get the feed and analyze that against the overall lap time, so that I really do believe there's things have got a lot more technical now from you know, what they used to be.
But definitely, yeah, and it's available to nearly everybody now. That stuff, when I was my final year as a factory rider in Supercross was in 2012, and that technology was coming out. So where they overlay, you know, James was my teammate or something, so where they overlay his speed on camera to mine, and where he would gain time or other riders. So that was just kind of coming out, and I had that available to me in the last couple of years I raced. Plus the Lit Pros came out. Plus on top of that, the factory teams, they can, you know, extract the data out of the bike, so they knew what RPM I was riding at, what gear I was in. If I didn't shift early enough off the start, they were like, hey, you didn't shift quick enough. Or we made adjustments from Moto 1 to Moto 2 in outdoors because the bike labored a little bit off the start, so we reset the ignition or the mapping to something else, and you could see how much benefit I got from that. So the data now is a lot better helping the riders, but everybody's got it, so the edge isn't really, the edge only comes when you're the first team to have it, then everyone else catches up, and then you've got to find another way to go.
We'll see Kenny Reed, Mr. Hattah, heading on out in the buggy once again, Brett. Just on a siding lap for these competitors. Gee, this is where the tension just starts to build a little bit, doesn't it?
This is the excitement time.
Yep.
You know, the excitement time for the riders, and then the either the mum and dads or the mechanics sitting in the pits are like, oh, did I put petrol? Did I tighten the axle up? They're panicking right now, thinking, oh, have I done everything right? You know, they're probably having they're second guessing themselves a little bit. But the riders aren't. They're going out there. They don't care about that. We're just getting on it, getting on the gas. See a few of these kids out here popping wheelies. enjoying this, I guess what you call a sight lap. Have a look at the track, see how much it's changed, where the lines are forming up. You know, so this is kind of a relaxed moment. Get out on your bike, feel things out. Might have been a rider taking a little excursion there again, but
yeah, he's done a bit of soil sampling out there, Matty. It's not really what you want on the sighting lap, but anyway.
Look at early on up in this straight, right at the bottom right of our corner there. You can see a sneaky line coming up the outside of the track there, or the inside of the track, I guess. And you can see how the officials have put some big crosshairs across 2 pegs there to try and keep the riders on the track. But, you know, as riders, we always look for those sneaky lines. It's like, you just can't help. You want to carry that speed, and sometimes a little bit too much speed pushes you off the track, and you know, you either have a choice. You're in an off-road race. Come on, guys. You're in 5th gear, wide open. You're going to get off the throttle and brake a little bit. No, you're going to stay on it, and you're going to go around those markers. But I'm not promoting that, but interesting to see that the officials are trying hard to keep these riders on track and doing a great job. And they obviously, they also don't want lines and ruts going everywhere through this bushland. I mean, we're lucky enough to use this, so we want to stay on the track, and that's it.
See, a little more hard pack through this section. We're getting some really good shots from the drone here at the moment. So, you know, but that's the way it is. It's not going to be chocolate cake, full loam at every possible point on the circuit.
Sure, and that's what we talked about before, wasn't it? Was, do you, as we get a good look at where they've put these big crosshair X's across with some tape there to keep riders on the right-hand side. I love this shot. The drone shots are amazing. But like we talked about before, that paddle scoop tire would be really beneficial through the trees where it's really deep sand.
Look at one of the show-offs there up on the back wheel. He's popping a wheelie. He might have sensed the drone was hovering around somewhere and said, hey, look at this, one wheel, Mum and Dad.
Look at that. Look at that shot. This is what Hattah is about. How brilliant is this? Look at the buggy leading them away, but look how far back these riders are stretched. Look at the rider up in the lead here doing wheelies like you said, John.
Yeah, we got another Doug Demokis up on the rear wheel.
This is special. This is special. This is there's not a lot of events like this in Australia, in the world, where you know these riders can get to go through some pristine land here, sand, a little bit of hard pack. I mean, we don't have any dust problems here. This is amazing, but. Lucky, this year we had that little bit of rain come through last week, and it's just made it absolute superb. Maybe they've been out here watering as well. See a few people there watching on the hillside. That's pretty cool. But yeah, just this looks brilliant. This makes me, I'm sure you're feeling it too, John, makes me want to get on the bike and go and do a lap. Oh,
definitely, yeah. I had a great time a month or so ago when I got out onto my KTM for a bit of a run. I think it was the June long weekend. Managed to slip out, but yes, this gives us a great idea as well, as we see some of the small wheels just starting to come back. I think we got this is the big wheels out, obviously on their sighting lap at the moment. This is all just part of it. The tension's starting to build, the adrenaline. You know, right now they're probably a little relaxed, but when they come back and they go to the start line, that's where that extra adrenaline just starts to really kick in. It's hard to describe that to somebody if you've not ever competed in a motocross race or any sort of event. It's a great feeling, isn't it? You're on the line, the heart rate comes up a bit, you get that surge of adrenaline, and then you've just got to focus. You've just got to focus on the job at hand and go out there and try and put your best foot forward.
Just hearing you talk about that gets me a bit excited there. I think the word when you said focused, that is it. You know, when you go to the start line, and yeah, I remember as a kid, you're always a bit nervous and you're anxious and a lot of things going on. The adrenaline's pumping through the roof. You don't even know about it. And you have this hyper focus, you know, and that's, you know, some riders, and my son right now included, he's a little bit afraid of the start because everyone, you know, you got 40 riders on the start gate, or here everyone's bunched up, and you're still a little bit afraid. And then when you add in that adrenaline and excitement and you know, you have this hyper focus, and there's nothing like, I haven't experienced anything else like it in my life, and it's just incredible. Look at the couple of sneaky lines, John. these riders need to also know they're on camera.
Yeah, I reckon.
But we have a rider down here. Looks like maybe number 51 or something. But
they're making their own line there, just over that little camel hump.
Like I said before, I guess, when you're a fast, competitive rider, you try and find some sneaky stuff. But they also need to know that there's a drone up there following them around. Watch out, guys. We'll get you.
Geez, but, how fast and flowing are these sections going to be? As we said, it's going to be pretty well full noise. Not much of a sharp turn there, right out by the highway. But again, they're pretty well going to be in top gear, hanging off the back of these motorcycles, wringing the neck of it.
Yeah, 100%. And I stopped by, and obviously I've had a lot to do with little Declan Smart and the family, and Scotty Watts down there from Dirt Bike Services helping them out this weekend as well. And a big thing coming to this event, everyone's talked about gearing. And what you just mentioned there, you're wide open. Look how fast these straights are.
Would they be looking to go? I was reading something actually. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yep.
From AJ Roberts about going up a tooth on the counter shaft sprocket.
Yes, yeah.
It's
so
one of the big things.
I don't know if they did that, but I know they dropped the rear tooth something crazy. Like 4 or 5 teeth. So that really will open up that top speed of the bike when they're top gear down these straights. It's not wound out. You still got plenty of overall top speed to go, and that'll but I'm guessing you're going to have to start in first gear. It's such a tall gearing to run here. The ratio will be so tall. You need to start in first gear. So, the trade-off is through the tight sand sections, you're going to not have as much bottom end response. So the riders will have to be aware of what gear they're in. They probably have to drop an extra gear from what they would normally ride at a motocross track. But the off-road kind of more of a specialist in this area, they would run that gearing all the time. So these high-speed straights, they're going to be carrying some serious speed.
I think the strategy as far as the fuel stops for our juniors is interesting as well, because it's a 4-lap race. Do they just simply do it at lap 2? Do some of them try and stretch it if they can, maybe to lap 3? So that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, to see? We know at some point that they're going to have to come in. There's no doubt about it. They're going to need more motion lotion to be able to get to the finish.
Bike and rider. I think rider definitely, 30 minutes on a bike here for a young rider is a long time. And, have a stop, a quick drink break, maybe, a gel sack or something. I don't know what the kids use.
But I was thinking that last night, that maybe those cycling gel packs might be just the quick thing that some of these riders, when they jump off for that fuel stop, can maybe just quickly get some sort of sustenance in, just to try and give them a quick pick up with their energy levels for the dying stages of the race.
Yeah, we all know kids. I mean, I've got 2 kids of my own, and it's like they're energized bunnies. They just keep going and going, but then all of a sudden the tank hits empty and it's over.
Off the cliff.
You got to keep the kids out here. Some sugar. You got to put some energy into the body. It's a 2-hour race. I mean, it's a long time to be on a bike, and so they're going to have to keep the kids re-energized and hydrated as well. And we got perfect weather here today for it, so it's not overly hot, but still, you're going to have to keep the energy level up. And man, when you're 5th gear wide open on a bike, you don't want to start getting tired. You got to stay on top of things.
Well, the other thing too is a lot of them will be wearing the camelback, I would suspect, for the race, and I guess it's a matter of even the strategy of working out where are you going to take those sips of water, because you're concentrating. You're not going to be doing it, but you're going to have to work out some points on the track where you are, I would suspect, going to be taking some sips of water, because even though it's not overly warm, you're still going to sweat a lot in your riding gear. We know it's very physically demanding. The last thing you want to do is end up dehydrated, which is going to affect your thought process too.
No, exactly. That's exactly what happens when you get a little bit sugar level, blood sugar level gets low, hydration gets low. The first thing to go is your mind. You just miss that reaction time, and the reaction time here you need out here when you're traveling at these speeds. The human body was not designed to go these speeds. We're allowing it to do it on a machine, so your mind has to be super focused and sharp. An interesting point you said there, like I ran a camelback, or whatever you call it, like a hydration pack when I did the off-road events in the States. And I'm wondering on these high-speed sections, I don't recall it, but can you take a sip? Can you even take your hand off the handlebar, put the thing in your mouth, the tube, and then have a sip on these high speed, or do you do it more in the slow speed, kind of through the trees? That'd be a good question to ask one of the pro guys later today. You kind of get that, because that's kind of little inside tips that I don't really know, John. You know, so it'd be interesting to know. I know when I did it, I had every lap I come past the mechanics section, I made up just like a normal water bottle with a bottle of water with a tube stuck in the top cap, and he'd just hang it there and dangle it. And as I came past him, we were about, I think, only third gear. We'd come out of a corner, then go down a straight, and I would just reach out. He'd hang it over the edge of the pit board area, and I'd just grab it with one hand and just put it in my teeth, and then just, basically like a big straw. And even if it was just 2 mouthfuls, and then I'd just drop the bottle out of my hand. So I never had to reach for a Camelback or anything. And then in some of the sections where it was a bit slower, I took a sip out of my Camelback. But the high-speed stuff, I don't think I was confident to really take the hand off the bars and take a drink. So anyway, we'll find that out and get back to you on that one.
Yeah, we will for sure, as we can see Ken out there in the buggy, and a little bit of dust there. The pack sitting in behind. Let's hope they're really taking this in on the circuit. Of course, some of those that are quite experienced. We heard from a lot of the pro riders last night. Many of them have come through and won junior classes on multiple occasions, that they've been here year in, year out. But Shannon was also telling me that every couple of years they go in the opposite direction on the track as well. So not only is this a track where you really cannot come in and practice and try and test and dial in, but every couple of years they'll switch it back. Yeah.
But that's good too, because it doesn't become the same old monotonous track that someone knows and can just come in and dominate. So normally they're going to slightly put variations in the tree sections that might make it a different U-turn and just change it up, and that's cool because it's not the same. So it keeps them guessing, and it's not like your traditional motocross track, which kind of has small adjustments every few years. Where here they have the luxury of doing that every year, just changing through the big roads where they're going along the farmland. They probably can't do anything there. They've got to stay on that same stuff. But through the trees and the bushland, I'm sure they can really make changes each year.
I think that's all part of the mystique, isn't it, of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. It's to keep everyone on their toes, just keep mixing it up a little bit. They'll be starting to get a little impatient there, but behind Ken in the buggy, but they won't be bothering him. He'll just want to make sure they can take it all in. The critical part, I think, is that everyone gets that siding lap just to try and prepare themselves, and then they can head back, get a quick drink, and start to visualise the big one, the 4-lap race itself.
I think it would be really key just to visualise the high-speed sections, and then remember when you got to get off the throttle onto the brakes. I think because if you can be confident and really visualize and memorize the high-speed stuff, and you can stay on the gas through there, you can make up a lot of time. But as we saw before, when they were going along the farmlands there on the open road, the buggy would all of a sudden come into the trees and slow down really quick, and you could see all the bikes just bunch up behind him. So those are the areas where if you can memorize and be confident to know exactly where you're at, and it's like, this is this section, I know this section, when you get on the brakes, where your braking point is. There's a lot of time to be made up there, and I think that's the key points. I think through all these tree stuff, you can kind of follow that main line, and once the line forms up, you can kind of read if the berm's big, it's probably slowing down, so you need to slow down with it. If it's just a thin berm, it means it's probably going to be more of a high-speed corner. So you can kind of read that over time with experience, but memorizing your braking points on that high-speed stuff, I think, will be key to this event. Yeah,
absolutely. We can see them just starting to wind their way through, and You know, Mr. Hattah can read at the wheel of the buggy out there, just making sure we can see. It's pretty hard packed.
Yeah.
Through that area, as we were chatting about earlier.
They've done an amazing job. I mean, not a lot of dust. A couple of spots there popped up with some dust, but all of this stuff looks fantastic.
Yeah, it sure does. They're working their way back here. You see them all tucked in behind him. So, yeah, and now you can see them just sweeping past perhaps where maybe the Prologue track may have been. But
so that's probably the bits where they've added on what we were talking about before, John, where the Prologue kind of cuts short and then this is the bigger loop.
Yep.
Or potentially because this is the big bike class, they obviously might do a longer loop as well that we're not quite sure about. But pretty cool. I mean, it's amazing to think that this site lap is probably the same length as a Pro MX National. You know, as these riders do so much time on the bike, that is a pretty special thing. Yeah, you can see there the lines, how the exit of the corner, the lines, you know, they're coming off of a high-speed straight. The lines really push wide. So if you're smart, you can kind of stay tight and be creative here and find some new lines that might still be smooth at the end of their race duration and save some energy and still be strong on that last lap.
Yeah, again, we see a few of them just easily popping it up. We see, look at this section here, nice and loamy, really in stark contrast to the hard pack we saw from some of the faster sections. The buggy coming in there, and they're all still tucked in behind. They must be getting a little closer to the start and the pit area, you would think, at the moment, although it is a little difficult to pick it, isn't it? But we want to say a huge shout out to GBM Consulting and Miller Quarries. You see those two companies' logos popping up on our screen, and we certainly like to welcome you all along. If you're tuned in on the live streaming, you've missed the prologues at the moment. If you were not watching earlier for our small wheel, we've had the junior big wheels out there, and this is the closing stages of the sighting lap here for our junior big wheel for the big one. So we are not too far away from getting the race itself underway here, Matty. I'm starting to get a little bit excited too, even for the riders. It's going to be busy out there. We're going to be glued to the timing screen and our drone shot from our production team here, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic. So a huge warm welcome to everybody from all across Australia, for those here watching live and for those on the live stream. Shame you can't be here. It really is just a super atmosphere, but you're going to enjoy it because our production team's got a lot of experience. And we thank A-Line Trading as well for supporting, and they are going to try and bring you the colour and one of the most comprehensive coverages of one of the best events in Australian motorcycling.
So let me tell you a great Australian story from a truly great Australian business, Penrite Oil. Started making automotive lubricant right here in Melbourne, Australia, nearly 100 years ago. So with the increasing demand for high quality lubrication made in Australia for Australian conditions, Penrite have stepped up to meet that demand. Penrite are really proud to show off this. multi-million-dollar investment in a modernisation, upgrade and complete redesign of their primary blending and packaging facility. To meet the high-quality expectations of its customers across automotive, commercial, transport, agriculture, motorcycle, marine and more, for an ever-widening range of specifications called for in a very dynamic automotive world. So let me tell you a great Australian story from a truly great Australian business, Penrite Oil. Started making automotive lubricant right here in Melbourne, Australia, nearly 100 years ago. So with the increasing demand for high quality lubrication made in Australia for Australian conditions, Penrite have stepped up to meet that demand. Penrite are really proud to show off this. A multi-million-dollar investment in a modernisation, upgrade and complete redesign of their primary blending and packaging facility. To meet the high-quality expectations of its customers across automotive, commercial, transport, agriculture, motorcycle, marine and more, for an ever-widening range of specifications called for in a very dynamic automotive world, making this the most state-of-the-art oil facility in the country. Penrite Oil, who are they? What do they stand for? One thing I can tell you, they've been around a long, long time. Founded right here in Melbourne, nearly 100 years ago. Who are they? They're a lubricants company that has always stayed true to its values. And those values always were, and still are, to make the best quality lubrication for your entire automotive world. They've come so far in that time and achieved so much. I call them the big Aussie lubricants manufacturer. You know what I love most about this business? After all of that time, this is still a 100% Aussie family-owned business. You've got to love them.
forgot to turn the power on the thingo. I've turned it on now, I plugged it in, but I don't know whether those chargers are charging or not. So. That text, baby. Hey, Ronnie. I think we need Rob, the feedback from this line, Nathan saying he's like way over hot, like as in the signal's unusable from the send that Rob sending us, so maybe back it off half.
Yeah, that's the hard bit. Right now, I need to make sure that we vacate anybody in those areas that should not be there other than official pit crews. That's the only people that should be in that area right now. And those people are now in control of making sure that these bikes, junior small wheel bikes, are wheeled out into the starting area. You can start moving out now. Dead engines, no bikes running. So move your bikes out into the areas by your Prologue numbers. Okay, and there will be people out here ready to accept you and put you in your rows. Vacate the area for non-essential people. Non-essential people, it's your call now to vacate that area. All we want to see is pit crews with wristbands, 3 per rider, no more in that area. And we'll make sure that we have a safe race, guys. So you start wheeling your bikes out and getting them set up in Prologue order, ready to roll. Rightio. From 48, rider in position 48. Okay, for every rider from 48 onwards, you need to be 1 spot further down. So that's pretty simple. 48 becomes 49. 47 becomes 48. 48 becomes 49, and so on. So it's position 47 onwards. We'll have people waiting in that area for you, but the rest of the field from 47 onwards will be 1 number down further. All right? So each row contains 40 competitors. So if you're 80 onwards, you're in the second row. Into the third row for 81, and so on and so forth, guys.
I think you have to go through the pits. Oh, really? That's what we were just discussing. What's going on? If you're not, and you're going like 6 or 9, you've got to make it different now. Yeah.
Rightio, Olivia, if you can hear me. Olivia, can I get you down near the start area, please? Olivia, our national anthem girl. Thank you. Right, riders, for clarity. Everybody goes through the pit lane. No one bypasses the pit lane. Even though there is a lane marked out here, you do not go down that lane. You travel through the pits. Every rider through the pit lane. Slow down. 25 kilometres through the pit lane. Do not get on the gas before you hit the green flags. You get on the gas after the green flags, all right? For clarity. Thank you. Rightio, guys, just be aware, remember on the entry, there are 2 yellow flags. At the yellow flags, you must be single file. Single file only, still race pace. When you get to that guy in the orange there, that can't hear me talk, just give your arms a wave, dude. See that guy there? That's where your 25 is, all right? Make sure you're 25 from there onwards, as it's signposted. Single file from the double yellows. 25 from the signs. 25 until you hit the green flags, then you get on the gas. All right? Really simple. All right, thank you very much.
Jackson, Jamie, are you aware that there's a plane overhead?
Rightio, guys, we are about to do our national anthem. Can I please all have you upstanding and hats removed? Helmets can stay. All right? Hats removed for the singing of our national anthem this morning. And we do thank Olivia for coming out and doing that for us this morning. All yours, Olivia.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Round of applause for Olivia. Okay, before any engines start, I need this area clear. I only want bikes and competitors. If you are here helping, thank you for doing that. Now is your time to remove yourself, and then we'll start and we'll get into it, okay? Thank you again for being involved, and thank you also for understanding what we put forward. This is about running a race that you get enjoyment out of and keeping you safe, okay? Don't start yet, guys. Don't start. Stop your engines. Cut your engines, guys. Cut your engines. Cut your engines, guys. Stop. No engines. Stop, guys. Engines off. Engines off, guys. Engines off. Right, all engines off. Thanks, guys. The reason your engines are off, I want to clear everyone out of that pit area. I also want to make sure the clearance car comes back, or the clearance buggy's back, guys. And that's the reason why I need your engines off. I'll let you know when you can start, but just sit tight, please.
Can you get DT to go to the other side of the track? He's in a horrible spot. Over towards the gate.
Last call in that pit area to make sure only essential people are in that area. This will become part of the racetrack now. We want to make sure that we only have people with wristbands that are parts of those teams in that area only.
DT needs to turn left and go 100 metres across the track. He's going away, the wrong place.
You can start your engines, guys.
And off we go as the buggy leads out. Bodie Austin, 62, will lead them. Will lead the pack up the hill for the first time here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2025. Through the trees we go. This is exciting, John, as we're just coming back into the booth now. Look at the speeds they're going. Look at the fans along the side. This is pretty cool. Awesome way to start an event.
Oh, it certainly is. How about it, folks, as we absolutely ignite this pumped up field into action. Sensational stuff. Look at the buggy. This is unique to the Hattah Desert Race, isn't it? Based on the Prologue times. You can't go, you cannot dump the clutch until that buggy passes by.
Don't go too early. Don't go too early.
It's pretty well every man and young lady for themselves, Matty, after that point, isn't it?
It is. It surely is. And rider versus riders. We've got a couple of riders down up in turn 3. Looks like they're refiring up, so they'll be back on track as soon as they get those bikes going again. Look at the speed. Look at the drive out of these corners. The dirt is absolutely perfect here today. 2025 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We're treated to some beautiful weather.
Yeah, that looks like all competitors. Now we've unleashed them and they are off into battle. It was interesting, I noticed a lot of them must have pre-hydrated. Let's have a look at the replay here. The Blonde Bomber,
62.
Bodie Austin on the 62.
The Blonde Bomber, 62, Bodie Austin, Banks Race Development. Got the Camelback on.
But not a lot of his fellow competitors have. It sort of seems to be a 50-50 split, Brett, which is interesting.
I think he literally missed the back of that buggy by about 2 centimetres. That was perfect timing. Excellent work by these young riders as they take off. They got to remember they're probably in first gear. That gearing that we talked about earlier, running really tall gearing, they'd have to remember to start in first, start in second, probably run the risk of stalling it. I remember last year about 2 kids actually stalled it as they took off the line. So no one did that this year. Pretty impressive as we get a look out the back section now. entering into the fast sections of the track. Most riders spread out about like a 5 to 10 meter gap on each other, giving themselves a little bit of room, but you can guarantee that lap 2, I reckon, John, you'll be seeing some of these riders really pushing forward, trying to make some moves.
Yeah, exactly. I think, it's not possible to win this race on the first lap, but you can certainly throw it away if you just go in a little bit too hot somewhere, and perhaps a section that you thought, went a certain way, or maybe you miscued, you didn't think there was going to be a rut or a braking bump or a square edge bump somewhere, and it can unglue you.
Even when that image that we just had on screen then, they come up over a rise. How many of those do they have out here? I mean, it's so easy to mistake one for the other. Like you say, it could be a big braking bump or an immediate corner after that and overshoot it. Or so they got to be so focused. And that word before focus, that's what they need right now, is that hyper focus on exactly what they're doing, what part of the track they're on. And, man, look at this straight. That makes me want to ride right now. I love seeing these kids get out here. Look at the back end, swirling around, stays on the throttle. The only way you can pull through that, John, stay on the gas.
Yeah, precisely. And we see that little bit of a dog leg here. It's almost like a chicane, isn't it?
Look at
the drone shots.
Look at the speed of that rider. We cannot pick him up, but it actually looked like Bodie Austin. So I'm probably mistaken there, but he is a rider on the move.
Man, he is carving through him like a hot knife through butter at the moment, isn't he? Just scything his way through the field. We can't get a close enough shot here, pick up exactly who that is, but we'll get a really good feel for it, won't we? Once we get through to, that completed first lap, then we'll have a really good idea, I think, in each class exactly who's running where, and we'll be just running through that throughout.
Sure, it is really hard to pick up, and if it was him, he's quite a long way back, which would mean he's obviously gone down on that first lap somewhere. As we pick that rider up there again, once again making moves, and he's riding fast. But getting a look at the starting procedure here. This is, like you said, it's very unique. I've never seen this in the 35 years of racing I've been involved. This is pretty cool. I love seeing this, how they do this, and it really staggers the riders out. And you can see some of the riders are smart. Look at this rider on the Kawasaki, turn nice and tight and make his move up the run there. So that's legal. If you drift too wide and too far out of the buggy's line, you can run the risk of getting someone past you up the inside there. So shout out to the Kawasaki rider there. It was a very sneaky and clever move.
Yeah, it certainly was, but you're right. It's all about just perhaps carrying a little more in the RPM range there with that taller gearing. Just make sure, maybe just ride that clutch a little bit. Just make sure that you do not stall it. And as you said, all of these young shredders, they're showing they're pretty savvy, and that none of them stalled it.
Yeah. Penrite offer a range of full and semi-synthetic two-stroke engine oils. The range includes a semi-synthetic two-stroke engine oil, which is great for your everyday motorcycle riding, or if you've got that old two-stroke sitting in your shed, this is the perfect gear. Or for your modern day racer, Penrite offer a full synthetic, racing grade, high performance engine oil, offering better protection for your racing engine. It's a low smoke, clean burning, high efficiency racing oil. So to get your two-stroke to sing, make sure you check out Penrite's two-stroke motorcycle range.
Gee, that fella looked a little familiar, Brett.
I think I've seen him a few times in the mirror. I don't know. But yeah, like we said, this track, very unique. The start procedure, it's fun to watch. The kids have to have a lot of skill taking off in the right gear, running that tall gearing. But like you mentioned, having to slip the clutch a little bit just to make sure they don't stall. Because imagine stalling on that start and you've got 200 other kids behind you ready to take off.
Man, you would just
panic stations, and you would basically just ruin everything you did good in qualifying to get a good gate pick or a good position on this start. You just throw it all away.
Yeah, that's for sure. Maybe we can have a bit of a look through even some of our female categories. The 7 to under 12 class, Asher Wilson on the number 52, Nova Pilkington on the 100, Priya Kinsella on the 119, Stella Harding, as we said, part of the very impressive GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing outfit.
Yep.
And Annie Rickhus on the 514, doing it for MX 111, the Nicholson Hotel and Ginny's Place. So just a few of those riders that we can run through. Of course, the 85 through 150s is a small and a big wheel class there, so we're just going to have to pick them up as they come through. But look at the 9 to 12s. I think I already started running through some of these names a little bit earlier. Maybe the 65s we can have a look at. The 65 9 through under 13. Logan Chapman, he's on the number 12 plate. Levi Campbell on the 14. Declan Thinney on the 25. Job Howard on the 35. Riley McGregor on the 42. Joe Borg on the 49. Jackson Davies be out there gassing it up on his 87 plated machine. Reese Thompson on the 88. Archer Van Middeldijk on the 92. Carter Branford on the 104. Jack Derwent on the 118. And then another couple of pages in this very popular 65cc 9 to under 13 class as we see some live footage. Is that Bodie?
Looks like Bodie Austin is still in the lead, but he's got someone just hanging on the back wheel there. I can't quite pick up the number. It looks like 263 might be Nico Marchant. So it looks like Bodie Austin leads in, and it will be the 282, of Ollie Kale. So there's your two in the front of the pack right now, really marching away. They've actually pulled a little bit of a gap. As you look out the window, Bodie Austin takes a look back to see who's behind him. The awareness of these young riders is pretty phenomenal. So remember, they have to slow down as they come through pit lane. I believe the speed limit is like 25 Ks. Tell a kid to do that after they've just gone 50 wide open down the straights, man. This is pretty cool to see these youngsters have the discipline to slow themselves down, don't risk getting the fine, creep through. What a feeling this would be right now. Bodie Austin leading the pack. Look at little Kale there, just creeping up a little bit. You know, he might be sneaking up, but it'll all be fair play once they get out of there again.
Yeah, sure will. They'll once they get to that green flag zone, they'll be back on the gas. So as you said, the blonde bomber, Bodie Austin, leading the way, had a 2.4 second advantage over Ollie Kale. And how about Stella Harding in the girls 7 to 12 class, running third against the boys, if you don't mind. Cruz Ebden there in fourth, Zach Kellett in fifth position, Parker Gibson tucked in behind them. So we'll start to get the breakdown of the classes shortly. Just everyone needs to cycle through for one lap first, but all we can sort of give you is the independent running order for the moment, which shows us with Zach Mays sitting in 7th, Parker Gibson 6th, Ryder Plum in 8th position, Kobe Munro 9th, Max Morley in 10th. Then it's back to Cameron White, Banjo Sutherland, Cooper McCulley, and then it might be one of the first of the 65s, Maxwell Leghieri on the 125, I reckon, having a look at the overall timing.
And look at them approaching here as the green flag. Bodie Austin on the creep up. Ollie Kale sitting in the second spot.
Look at some of his fans just giving a big G up.
Off we go again. They're back into it. Shifted gears. And look at Stella Harding sitting in the 3. This is impressive by the young girl. Amazing effort. First lap to hold down a top 3 position is incredible.
Oh, yeah, it's a good saying I like. Erasing fears and clicking gears. That's exactly what it's all about.
That's exactly what goes down here. All them kids have to back the adrenaline down, creep through as they go through pit lane, check in with the mechanics, the mums and dads, the family support. This is what this sport is about, is the families, the support you can get. And everyone anxiously waiting as their rider comes back through, see if they made lap 1.
Maybe have a look. Possibly a bit of an opportunity as well. You know, if you're just starting to get a little bit of lactic acid building up in the forearms as well, you get to cycle through here, maybe just shake it out a little bit, just sort of relax, because it's quite a distance, this pit lane that everybody has to ride through on every single lap.
Yep, and it does give you a chance to have a breather. Look at this pack of 5 taking off up here. They must be absolutely loving this section here. You're coming through, you see your friends and fans and get back on the gas. But you're right, you know, just creeping through that pit lane, just a chance to, you know, maybe lap 1 you got a bit tight and you're a bit nervous, and this just gives you a chance to, all right, hey, just back down the first gear, creep through, take some deep breaths, relax, and then think about how you will want to approach that next lap. You know, normally in a motocross, you don't really get a chance to take this breath and relax and regroup. So these kids do, as we see, looks like the left-hand side hand guard is dangling there, so it looks like a bolt, or either he's hit a tree and knocked it down. So it looks like it's hanging there, but still didn't look like it was phasing him at all.
So let's have a bit of a look at the order here. I think we ran through pretty well the top 15 or so. We mentioned that Maxwell Legieri looked to be the first of the 65cc brigade, down in 14th position. If we just scroll down a little bit further, we might be able to see that Chad Warland, he was sitting second in that 65-9 to under 13 class, and Archie Van Middeldijk was tucked in behind him, followed by Nico Marchant. So he'd be fourth on the 65. Layla Myers down in 5th position. Rolly Lister tucked in behind them, followed by Parks Cranett. And Troy de Groot, I reckon, on the 352, with Mitchell McConaughey not all that far behind. So at least that just gives us an opportunity to break down at least a couple of the classes. I know there's more than 2 classes out there, but I think we're starting to get a bit of an update on our screen now, on our Penrite screen. So we can see that in the... so we're just having a look now. We can see those results just disappearing for a moment, but live pictures once again coming at us, and we see a bit of a passing move there, their side, nice and wide through that section.
Yeah, good line, and use that outside berm as a bank, and he just stayed on it, whether it worked or not. But cool to see the kids getting creative. Big group of riders taking off out of the pit lane here. See Kawasaki running up the inside there. I like that line, staying on the smooth stuff. That's pretty cool. I love this event. This is, you know, for anyone just joining us, this is race 1, the small wheel junior class, 85cc small wheel, 65cc. And you've missed the prologues, but this is the exciting part. We've got to ride it down. Look at him fighting to pick it up. Good job, little fella. That is, it's not an easy thing to do. he's
popped it down again. The 588 by the look of it.
Good work. He's got it up. He's and just laying it down again. I think he enjoys just he's training right now. This is just picking it up, putting it down. Hopefully he knows to just put that bike in neutral, kick it over a few times, and he'll be back rolling again. And this is a good thing about having that pit lane. I believe he's only 2 corners away from pit lane, so he gets to have a regroup. He might even stop in, say good day to mum and dad, have a regroup, and get back going again. And there we go, 588, got it started. This is pretty cool. I mean, that's the amazing thing I love to see with kids, you know, the struggle to pick the bike up, the frustration, you know, starting to panic, and then all of a sudden they get it started on their own, and off he goes. So here he comes into the final corner. He'll cross through the finish line, log in his first lap. Got Pro Taper bars on, 588 on the bike.
Yeah, Sonny Glenn aboard the KTM, but for Bigfoot Civil and RJN Cure Farms and OTP. So yeah, a couple of little challenges there on the first lap, but he'll push on. That's what it's all about.
That's right. It's a proud moment for the parents to be able to look back, watch this video, and see their little fella like and giving high fives down the pit lane as he goes. What a dude! That is the coolest thing ever. You know, he's just dumped the bike, had a tough time, and he's still having fun out there. You know, that's what it's about. That's so cool.
Yeah, it certainly is. You see him just coming through here. It looks like it's going to be a shot of the high five. We just see him cycling his way through there, just having a bit of a breather, probably taking a couple of deep breaths after picking that motorcycle up twice.
I think he'll give a high five to anyone who puts his hand down. What a cool little guy. And good work, mate, good work. So we love to see it. But look how wide the track is there, John, like what we talked about, the exit of those corners, how you're carrying so much speed here at this Penrite Hattah Desert Race. All the exits of corners really blow wide here. So if these youngsters can be smart and keep a tight line, they'll cut off a lot of track that's not really necessary and keep a nice tight line.
Yeah, sometimes just shortening up the circuit, it's you know, it could save you a tenth here, 0.5 of a second there, and all of that adds up come the end of the lap. For sure, it all adds up. And look at that nice tight line there. It looks like a 514 on the plate. I believe that might have been one of our girl riders. Doing an amazing job out here today in this track. This finish line corner we're getting to get a shot of now. It's quite smooth, and
it's looking like a good corner to just hug that tight inside line.
Yeah, that 5:14 was indeed Annie Rickhus on the Yamaha YZ65 for MX111 in the Nicholson Hotel. We see a couple of other competitors on camera at the moment blasting their way back out for lap number 2 around this demanding layout. No doubt it's just going to start to get that little bit rougher. Some of those ruts you'd think should be starting to form now, but be interesting to see our leading pack, see whether or not Ollie Kale has been able to do anything in his pursuit of the blonde bomber, Bodie Austin.
Yep.
So yeah, Bodie's had a pretty good kickoff to the SA Motocross Championships. He's predominantly a motocrosser for Banks Race Development. He did have a few challenges on his hands, I reckon, at the Gilman State title round, but he bounced back with a vengeance at Robe, seemed to really enjoy the sand and as well and truly put himself back in the mix on 2 classes.
He's a strong little sand rider. I do believe he loves the sand, and yeah, I've got to watch him from progress through his 50s onto the 60s, now on a small 85. I think right now he's one of the best riders in the country, John. He really is, and obviously he's been chasing Mason Isagalis. Mason has been overseas. He's proven to be very competitive overseas in the World Cup. And Bodie has been chipping away at Mason and getting closer. It seems like every time they go racing, he's getting a bit closer and more confident. So it's really paying off their strategy to race the Victorian State titles. They've been doing a lot of work, and you know, even coming out here today, this is just confidence building for Bodie, and he's really riding well, and he's a strong young kid.
He sure is. Big thanks to our sponsors, Monaghan Logistics as well. We see some of those. For those of you watching on the live streaming, pastoral panels as well, we would like to say a big thanks to them also. And of course, GBM Consulting, Miller Quarries, Mototech, the list goes on and on. Penrite, there's not an oil or lubricant that Penrite do not have for the motorcycling industry. They cater for it all, and celebrating 100 years. That is absolutely awesome.
Yeah, you think we're such a small part of that 100 years, but it is so cool to be at this stage and be able to share this journey with them as they go into 100 years. I believe it starts next year, and it's going to be a pretty amazing year for them. But we look at the front two. The gap has not changed at all. Bodie Austin, 282. Ollie Kale sitting 1-2 in this race. Still a long way to go, but amazing job by these two young riders. Breaking away a little bit. I believe Stella is dropped back, so it looks like Cruz Ebden has snuck up on the 167, so he will take into 3rd position now. Stella Harding just relegated back to 4th, but still an incredible effort. Long way to go. She might be able to, combat a bit of a move. She might have made a mistake. We don't know, but she might be able to put on a bit of a charge and see if we can run for that top 3.
We're still leading in class though, Maddie.
Yeah.
So still an astounding performance from her at this point. So that is your top 4. Zach Mays sitting 5th across the transponder loop, but would be 4th in class. And then we've got Zach Kellett, so he's in the 85 through 150 class. Likewise for Ryder Plum, so he'd be sitting in about 6th. Parker Gibson in 7th position. Max Morley in 8th in class. Kobe Munro would be 9th. Cameron White in 10th. Banjo Sutherland in 11th position. William Rickhouse will be sitting in about 12th. Cooper McCulley. In fact, Angelo Vilma, the transponder loop just updating, sitting in that 13th position. Then we got the first of the 65cc, Mad Maxwell Leghieri.
Well, here they go again.
On that 125, yeah, they get back on the gas here. So the 2 laps in, interesting. Obviously didn't need any fuel on this occasion, so perhaps after lap number 3 we're going to see them come in, and that's where it's going to be interesting, isn't it? The strategy, who's going to be able to nail that fast pit stop and get back out onto the motorcycle. That's going to be the challenge for the mums and the dads and the crew.
It is, and that's it's an exciting part of this race. The pit stops gets the involvement into the family and the team. So it is an important piece and can really change the outcome of the race if it goes well or if it doesn't. So see the 125 here pulling in for a pit stop. Nice exit of the pits here. A little look over the shoulder there just to make sure no one's coming, and good job for a little fella.
That was Mad Max.
Mad
He's
Max.
the leader on the 65, Brett.
Excellent. So he's pulled in. So that's 2 laps on the 65. Quick pit stop to fill up.
Probably a smaller tank on the 65, we should add.
It definitely will be. So the 85 is sneaking in for 3 laps. They're going for 3 laps. 65 riders looks like they're going to be pulling in every 2 laps. So it's probably good too for the kids. They're a little bit younger on the 65. They might just need a little sip, even just to stop for a second and have a breather. Looks like we've got a rider just kicking his bike over. Might have tipped it over or stalled it into that last corner, but his competitors, they ain't slowing down for him. They're just going to stay on the gas and get out the way.
So that might give us a chance to go a little bit deeper in the field. I think we went down as far as Maxwell, the leaders of the 65. So Ollie Bromble sitting down in about 14th position in class. He would have been hoping to be a little bit higher, but that's where he runs at the moment. Brock Farrow behind him. They're in the same class. Then we've got Cooper McCulley. So he dropped down a few positions when he came through to complete lap number 2. Ryder Stafford sitting in behind them. Then we've got Layla Myers, looks to be the next of the 65cc runners. And he's got the better of Archer Van Middeldijk on that circulation. So that would be the top 3. Chad Warland back in 4th position on the 65. Then it's back into the 85 runners. Hugo Hyde, Elijah Newton. Then more 65cc runners. Mitch McConaughey with Seth Brooks, Nico Marchant. And the next 65 runner would be Trey de Groot, followed by Rolly Lister. So so we see 10 minutes 27.6 last lap around. So it's basically taking our leaders around that 10.5 minute mark, Brett, to execute a lap here. And look at this, the fast flowing section in through this right-hander. Probably down 1 gear, or maybe at least on the clutch, and then pretty well just flat out at this point in time. There'd be no backing off here. You'd want to be absolutely ringing the neck of it. Then you just got to be a little careful of that sort of little switchback. And then just back on that throttle.
Those little switchbacks do create those kind of like a bit of a acceleration chop, and normally to be a little bit on a diagonal. So you do have to watch those switchbacks, and you know when that bump starts to form up, you got to be on your toes, up on your legs, use your body to absorb those, and stay on the throttle will help you drive through that. Lines forming up here as the rider there. Look at the entrance there, starting to get some real braking bumps develop. So, you know, the riders that can start to be creative, cutting in and out of those braking bumps or avoiding them, will use a little bit less energy, especially for the young fellas on the 65s. Those braking bumps feel like supercross whoops. I mean, they're no joke. So they definitely want to try and avoid those at all costs, and that'll help them get through this hour-long race that they've got to endure here. So using as much or as little energy as possible will be good for these young fellas, but very difficult to do, to think about those things in the middle of a race when you're trying to go as fast as you can and you're in a battle, and really difficult to do.
So I'm just trying to analyse a little bit further here. We know there's multiple classes out here, Brett, and in the 65cc 7 to 9s, it looks as though Parker Matthews could be leading the way, even though sitting 35th outright in this small wheel class. He is the leader as far as I can tell in the 7 to 9 category. So Parker's another one we've seen a bit of this year in the SA Motocross Championships, a very accomplished rider. So that's unofficially leading the way in that class. And Ash McPherson, I reckon, sitting in 2nd position, even though 42nd on track.
That's incredible effort for a 9 to under 12 rider on a 65. To be sitting 35th, that outright is amazing. So the talent in these youngsters is really high at the moment, as we see 699 and 286 and 237 on the plate, getting back onto the track, wide open. John, you had a better term there. What was it? Shifting gears.
Raising fears and clicking gears.
Raising fears, clicking gears. I like that one. I've not heard that. That's good.
No, thanks, mate. You've been around a long time, so yeah, I'll take that one. Yeah, we can't just plagiarise everyone else's cliches. We've got to be a little original.
Oh, a nice pass here by 237. Will it pay off the outside? So he held a tight line coming out of that left-hander, and then was able to get around those braking bumps, carry a little bit more speed, and just crept around the outside there. So nice move, and that's what I was talking about. If you can, on these little 65 bikes, if you can start to avoid these braking bumps coming into the corners, it'll really help you, because, you know, they have small wheels, not as much suspension travel as well. Another outside move, so he's really on the gas as we look at, it's like 466 on the Yamaha 65 here. 465 on the plate, Yamaha 65. Looks like they are moving and grooving here.
Yeah, they certainly are. As we have a look a little further down the order, we can see the likes of Joby Howard in 75th outright, Jack Van Hooft in behind him, Jackson Davies, Alex Selwood, Freddie Malloy, Milton Michalak, Lawson Ryan, Brodie Robertson, Will Harvey, Benjamin Leckel, and Kai Bodel rounding out the top 85. But obviously there's a lot of different classes out here, as we can see even a little further down some of our female competitors as well.
Yeah, I just saw Asher Wilson in the list there sitting 91st, number 52 on the plate. So Asher up there in the mix. Amazing effort by the girls getting out here, just tackling this track, let alone against a field of over 100 bikes. So amazing job.
It is. I was just looking for the girls 7 through under 12 category to see if there was anyone running a little bit higher in the order, but may not be at the moment. So it's a shame we haven't quite got the breakdown. We're just having to manually sift through the overall at the moment. I'm trying to bring that to you. But as you mentioned, we've got Priya Kinsella in the girls 7 to under 12 class sitting in 89th position at the moment.
And I just saw another 65 in the pits getting petrol, so it does look like that lap 2 pulling the field after lap 2 for the 65s. And looks like the 85s, well, we haven't seen him come back around yet, but it looks like they've gone for 3 laps before they're going to pull in. But interesting, I'm pretty confident they won't do 4 laps, so surely this next lap we'll see the leaders pulling in for petrol, maybe a quick sip of fluids, maybe a quick Powerade or Gatorade. I don't know what these kids are doing. And then back out. So what the pit stop is going to look like may deter who exits the pits leading. As we look at, this is Bodie Austin here, 62.
Yep.
So he is just coming around now. Look at feet on the pegs, the leaning back, shifting gears. Look at the drone following him, John. This is awesome. Second place, still nipping away at the heels of Bodie Austin. And I believe Ollie Kale, he is not letting our leader get away at all.
But this is going to be crunch time here, because we suspect it's got to be a fuel stop here for both of them. So
yes,
that this is going to be terrific. Intense stuff. We can follow this. We've got our drone just chasing them at 25 kilometres an hour. Coming into the pits. Here he comes, the blonde bomber for Banks Race Development.
I love it.
Aspect Construction, Stack Signs, DD Mechanical, Maxwell Built, Aberfoyle Excavations, Georgeson Earth Moving, Robertson Brothers Transport, Bridor Civil, and MM Electrical.
I just saw him shaking his hand out there. I don't know if Bodie's taking a rock, or I don't know what. He's just shaking his hand out there on the left side. So whether he's pumped up, I don't think these kids get arm pumped, but he's doing something there, whether it was a rock or it was something. But this would be interesting. Where is his pits? I haven't seen where any of these guys are parked up at. But look at Kale right on the back wheel. So interesting. This is going to be. He cannot pass him. Technically, you're not supposed to gain ground on the rider in front of you either. But where is third place? 167 Cruz Erden. How far is the gap there? If we can see the gap, I can't quite tell. It looks like it might be 20 seconds. So he's dropped back a little bit further on this lap. So maybe that lead two have really stretched out and pushed hard on that lap.
Gee, it's a long stretch. There's so many competitors.
Yep.
It seems like it's a couple of Ks long. That cycle through the pit area, and even go through a hard right-hander, and it doubles back on itself.
Here we are here. So that's our leading two riders. They have not pulled in, John.
It's interesting.
This is going to be very interesting. They obviously know what they're doing. This is not the first time that
he's
they've
still
run.
shaking that hand out, though.
And he doesn't have it on there. It looks like he's I'm just wondering if there's a rock or something that he's taken off of, or hit
Got a bit of circulation maybe, just with the fingers.
Yeah,
Because he's about to light it up again now.
Yeah.
Bodie Austin, he gets back on it. Is this an opportunity? If you're sitting back in second, if you were in Ollie Carl's shoes and you see the guy in front of you just continuing to shake his left hand out, has that got to give you some sort of motivation?
It would for me. You know, if you're a kid and you're smart enough to see, like, is he in pain? Is he shaking off an injury? You don't know what he's actually doing there. It looks like, I don't see any restriction on the throttle side. He's definitely on the gas. But if you are KO right now, I do believe you'd want to try and strike a little bit and maybe just say, hey, I'm here. I'm as fast as you right now, Mr. Austin. I want to take the lead. I want you to eat my roost now. So whether or not he can make that happen, we'll have to wait and see. But he's definitely running the pace of Bodie Austin. He's running the pace to take the lead and maintain it. So it's going to be a very cool outcome here. We don't know what's going to happen, but like we talked about, John, that pit stop might determine a little bit who gets a better pit stop on this next lap.
Yeah, well, they're wide open at the moment. Absolutely flat, Chad, here. The pictures from the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for our junior small wheel competitors. Absolutely on point. How good is this? These guys they've dropped the drone. They've said, see you later, son. Right. We're hard on the gas. You can catch us when we double back.
Yeah, the drone guy needs to update his engine capacity there. It's not keeping up with these boys on the 85s, but that's so cool to see. We love it. It's that's what's spectacle about being out here in the desert. Amazing track and amazing views. We look like one rider, looks like maybe a mechanical. We hate to see it. We hope the rider is okay and it's just a bike problem. I'll take that any day. But one rider getting his bike taken back into the pits, and it looks like got some more riders as they work their way down to the finish line. You can definitely see now, look at the bikes jumping around. Look at that front wheel bouncing around as he comes through the braking bumps. The track is roughing up, and that's what happens. As soon as you put the intensity of a race out there, everyone's maxing their potential out. The track will deteriorate quickly. Braking bumps, square edge, the berms will blow out. So the track, as we go on now, moving forward for the rest of the day, it's just going to get rougher and rougher. That's where those lines are going to be key for the young lads on the 65. We see the 65 rider pulling in. Looks like he gets off the back of the bike. The petrol goes straight in. Look at this, three mechanics there helping out. Pretty cool. I love to see it. We don't get that in motocross, but it is a cool feature here at this Penrite Hattah Desert Race. It's just such an awesome feature to have your family or a mechanic or a friend helping out. It just brings everyone together and enjoy the day.
Yeah, sure does. So let's see if we can recap the order here as we saw. It may not be the case right now, but when they came around to complete lap number 3, Bodie Austin was your leader. He held a narrow leading margin of 0.9 of a second over Ollie Kale on the 282. Cruz Ebden, he was back a further 20 seconds or so in third place in class on the 167. Stella Harding continuing to fly the flag for the female competitors.
Incredible.
Outstanding in fourth place, but of course leading class in that girls 7 to under 12 category. Then it was Zach Mays, the Zach Attack, sitting back there in position number 4 at the moment on the 13 plate. Ryder Plum in behind him in 5th. Then it's Zach Kellett sitting in 6th place. Max Morley in 7th. Parker Gibson in 8th position. Kobe Munro back in 9th. Cameron White in 10th. William Rickhus in 11th position. Then it's Banjo Sutherland in 12th. Angelo Vilma in 13th. Cooper McCulley in 14th. Ollie Bromble in 15th. And then it's the first of our 65cc shredders, Mad Max Leghieri in the 125, doing a mighty job. Brock Farrow behind him, he's on an 85, so he'd be running in about 16th. Elijah Newton likewise in the 85 through 150 class, he's next, followed by Wade O'Meara, Parks Cranett, he's the next on the 65cc 9 to under 13 class. They're back to the 85 through 150s with Ryder Stafford. And then it's Chad Warland. So I'd say Chad should be rounding out the top 3 in that 65cc 9 to under 13 class. Then it's back to Chase Bamford on the 85 through 150 class and Nico Marchant on his 65. So Nico sitting in around that top 5 mark at the moment. We can scroll down a little bit further, see if we can pick up It looks like Parker Matthews still sitting in a pretty good spot down in that number 1 position in the 7 to 9 65cc class. So he'd quite possibly be outpacing some of the older 65cc runners.
Phenomenal job here by young Parker. I mean, that's you know, at his age to be up even in the top 40 and even running around some of the riders he is. I mean, obviously he's got the experience out here in the off-road scene. As we see the rider take off, he's got a piece of paper or something stuck in his rear wheel. Hopefully that doesn't get wrapped up in his rear brake, but I can't quite tell what he's got stuck in his rear wheel there. He's taken off from, and look at it, look, that's the acknowledgement from his fellow competitor telling him he's got something in the wheel there. You should take a look at that, mate. And whether or not he pulls over to pull it out or not, I don't think he can quite tell that he has something jammed in there.
What would you do? Just pull up? But the last thing you want to do is have the thing, you know, get wrapped up in the rear sprocket or the chain. It's on that side.
Sure. I really hope he pulls up. I don't think he's actually seen that he had something in there. I don't think he has any idea. I can't tell. It looked like maybe a piece of cardboard or something. I don't know.
Almost like a serviette or something.
Yeah.
Or part of his, it could be part of that enviro
All right, they
match.
pulled him over here. Here we go. So maybe your dad's run across there. It looks like it is broken free from the bike at least. So, I mean, he's lost maybe 5-6 seconds there. That's not a big deal. If that had got wrapped up in the chain, John, or even in his rear brake, lost the rear brake. So awesome work there by whoever stepped out and helped that, whether it was from his own pit crew or someone else. That's fantastic to see. And he will get back on his way and enjoy the rest of the race.
That could have easily got caught in the chain guide there.
Yeah, sure.
So we see more of our 65cc runners just traversing their way through the pit lane.
I believe this is one of the final corners as you come out from the back section and then you head down towards the finish line. So look at the change in the track. As every clip that we kind of get back to see this is getting rougher and rougher. Bikes are bouncing around more. People are starting to get tired too. We're seeing a lot more riders maybe sit down, trying to save some energy. Still a long way to go in this race for these youngsters.
Yeah, we had Billy Tetamanti on the 637. He was on screen there a few moments ago.
There he is there. So it's like the 417 and then the coming up and 118. Yep, so 118 coming through. So we pick up the last name there. I can't quite see. It's hard to find in a sea of riders out here, but nonetheless doing well out here.
Yeah, Jack Derwin on the 118, Brett.
Yep.
So we're just up ahead of him. William Michalak on the 417. Billy, as we mentioned, on the 637. Ryder Davies just up ahead of them. So that's 65th through 68th on the overall at the moment. Jack Rust down in behind them is 69th. Will McGinty has just come through on the 843. So he rounds out the top 70 as far as the overall is concerned. But this is going to be interesting when we hopefully get some shots of the leaders as they get back a little closer to base here. Has Bodie Austin been able to see off the challenge? Ollie Carr, as you said, he's been eating a fair bit of roost. He's sitting back there behind. There's sometimes sitting in, that second place can often be a bonus, almost the catbird seat, as they like to say over in the United States. You can use someone, you see where they're braking, maybe you can just brake a little bit later. You can see their lines, maybe you can kind of tell where they're gapping you a little bit, where you're gaining. And sometimes, it is a bit of an advantage.
Sure. You can definitely, you have freedom to explore. So if the leader's going, inside and drifting out, you have that freedom to kind of just check up a little bit and turn tight, and you might find a line that catches up, makes up time easily, or you lose time, and you just have that freedom where the leader, you kind of have to continue. As we speak of the leader, here we are, Bodie Austin, number 62. What a cool shot that is, creeping alongside of him as he strolls down pit lane. Quite tricky here. Is he allowed to pass? He look at him, he's not sure what to do, but he is the leader, really. He should set the tone, and he should be able to go past these riders sitting a little bit further back in the field. Bodie, the Camelback is on. I'd love to know how much petrol he's holding in that tank. We have not. We obviously, he might have pulled in this lap. We don't know. We didn't see it. I'm guessing Ollie.
He's extended the lead to 5 seconds now.
So he's out 5 seconds. So Bodie's put down a heater. I wonder if he's picked his pace up a little bit now, or if Ollie made a mistake there. We're not sure, but a 5 second gap is just enough to lose the wheel of Ollie. And then what we were just talking about, how you're in second, you can kind of follow and learn. That is now gone. He's too far behind to be able to follow Bodie and know what he's doing. So Bodie in a good position now. If he really pushes this lap, he can kind of break off Ollie and really extend his lead out.
You know, I like to muck around with my nicknames, as you know. I've got the blonde bomber for Bodie. I might have even dropped something about Stone Cold Steve Austin. And then his granddad came up to me at presentation. He said, "Oh, it's hilarious. You didn't even know, but my name's Steve Austin."
Yeah. No,
and they call me Stone Cold.
I was actually thought his grandpa actually looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah. So
that's the real deal.
So
Bodie Austin, man, he's got plenty of nicknames to draw from right now. The only one he needs to know is he's leading this race. He is the leader of this Penrite Hattah Desert race right now in the small wheel class for the juniors. Looking strong, but I think that is Ollie Kale trailing him. So that 5 second gap is probably more like a 2 to 3 second gap. The race is not over, John. There's still a long way to go.
No, you keep an eye on the screen there, mate. I'll go through the order. So we've got Cruz Ebden. So he's sitting about... was it 25 or so seconds back from our race leader? In fact, 32 seconds behind our race leader. It'd be a little less, obviously, to Ollie Kale sitting in second. Ryder Plum runs in fourth position. Zach Mays is rounding out the top 5. Then we got Max Morley in sixth position. Then Stella Harding just slipping down to 7th overall, but leading the girls 7 to under 12 class. So in 7th position in the 85 through 150 brigade, it's William Rickhus. On the 11, Parker Gibson. He's next in 8th position. Zach Kellett's in 9th. Cameron White in 10th position. Kobe Munro in 11th. Then we've got Banjo Sutherland in 12th place. He's just come through now, I think. And then we got Cooper McCulley and Ollie Bromble. So those results just popping up on the screen. As we see them coming through. So, as I said, Ollie Bromble down at about 14th, and Maxwell Legieri, we're looking to bring it home for the 65cc 9 to under 13 class.
So I'm just looking at the overall result as they stand right now. It looks like Stella Harding has dropped from that 4th spot down to the 7th.
Yep.
Did she pull in for a pit? Maybe she has pulled in, refilled, lost some positions. You know, we don't actually know that for sure. So this could be picking up our leaders here. Hard to pick up. The riding gear looks very similar to Bodie Austin, but hard to pick up, sorry, to our viewers. Looks like we might have lost picture there as we come back in 588 and the 800, a classic number made famous more so by Michael Lessie back in America. I raced against Michael Lessie for many, many years. And whenever I see 800 on the plate, I always think of Mike. And
he was a whole shot artist, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolute whole shot king. That guy was amazing off the starts. But looks like number 800 coming through the finish here. Log in another lap. So congrats to any of the kid that makes a lap around here. Is no joke. So it's always an amazing effort.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see various riders getting some live stream coverage here. Let's go a little bit further down through the order. I think we might have got up to around about Cooper McCulley, 14th overall. Ollie Bromble was behind him. Max Legieri we covered, leading the way in the 65 through 9 to 13 class. Then we see a few of those other riders now just coming through, the likes of Brock Farrow in 16th, Elijah Newton in 18th outright, Parks Cronett in 19th, Harrison Davies in 20th, Chad. Then we go into Chad Warland, the second of the 65cc runners, 21st outright. Nico Marchant, not all that far behind him either. So he was only a couple of seconds back. Then Wade Omega in 23rd outright. Chase Bamford, Mitchell McConaughey, Angelo Vilma to come around as well. So we'll be able to fully update that once all of the riders have come through. We see it obviously we get a flicker of green on our timing screens when they come through to complete another lap, and really just helps us just keep an eye on exactly where everybody's running. They must surely be just starting to get a little bit fatigued by now, you would think.
I would think so, yeah. I think some of these younger riders, especially in the 9 to 12 group, they've got to be getting a little bit fatigued. They don't feel it until it really hits them, you know, and the kids, you know, they keep going and going until the tank's empty. And so hopefully, you know, they're having pit stops on the 65s every 2 laps or so, so at least they're have an opportunity to maybe get, if they're hungry, they could have something quick to eat, a quick snack, quick drink, or just keep going with a bit of petrol in the bike. But hopefully this next lap, when our leaders come through, hopefully we can get a good visual of them coming through the pits, potentially getting a clip of them during their pit stop, just to see how that goes, and if they get away clean or not, and if that, you know, even affects the race, the running order.
Yes, a few more of the riders coming through, the likes of Stafford in 28th overall, Dean Henry in 29th, Seth Brooks in 30th, Archer Van Middeldijk in 31st, Trey de Groot, Hugo Hyde, Parker Matthews heading up the 65cc 7 to 9 class down in 34th outright, but that is a stunning result for him to be running so high in the order. Dylan Poole in 35th outright, Bentley Clark in 36th, Tate Murrell in 37th, Bailey Poole's come through as well in 38th overall, and more riders continuing to cycle through. It looked like it was the 237 there a few moments ago, which is Bailey.
He absolutely ripped that final corner, banked off of the hay bale on the gas, sideways, coming down to the pit lane here. That was pretty cool to see. Not afraid to let it hang out as he chases. Look at the 24 on the side. I like that one. That's a cool number. And looking good, in good position there. I can't quite pick up the name there, but looks like Morrell. So nice work by something. He is not a very tall rider either, so he's doing a heck of a job to swing around that 85.
Yeah, that's Tate Murrell on the 24.
Awesome work, mate. I'll be watching you.
Bentley Clark on the 813, just up ahead of them as well. So it's all starting to shake down at the moment. So they're out there on their second to last lap, according to our live timing here at the moment, Medi. So you think if the fuel stop has not been taken yet by our leaders, then you would expect it will definitely need to be done after this lap.
Yeah, I would think so. But, you know, again, I don't have the experience in this off-road stuff. I don't know. I did see on Bodie's bike, and I believe on Ollie's bike also, it looked like a bigger fuel tank. Obviously, they're running a bigger tank, so I don't know what kind of, you know, if motocross you can get maybe 25, 30 minutes out of an 85 on a normal tank. Obviously, you can go a lot longer with a bigger fuel tank, so they might be able to push it out for another lap. I really don't have the experience in it, so they will. So obviously, they're going to lead the way here. But it'll be interesting. I hope, like I said, I hope we can pick them up on this lap and see. That might be one of our leaders here on screen now.
Oh, look at that.
That was great.
Over that whoop. Like he was hanging off the bike there. I'm not sure whether he even would have seen that little bump coming, but...
I'm going to guess that's got to be our leader, Bodie Austin. I mean, he is absolutely flying down that straight. Used the backside of that berm from the Prologue as a jump, launches it front wheel high, not afraid on the gas as he comes up where he goes around the outside, now ducks to the inside, shifts down the gears into the berm. Look at that berm formed up nice. And I just saw in the background there, it looks like Ollie K also that the lead has stretched out. I'm going to guess about 5-6 seconds. So Bodie Austin really putting the hammer down. He knew it. He had a little bit of gap exiting pit lane on that last lap, and now he's really extended it. So look how rough the track is up on the pegs. Bodie doing an exceptional job. I like the line choice he has also. Bodie is a smart rider.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good there. I thought that was a decisive move there with some of the back markers back to some live vision here at the moment. Our leader's just in behind this, I reckon. Yep, there he is, right on cue. He roosts his way through that turn, and he is just full noise. As we see, there's a little bit of a gap. You see him again hanging off the back of the bike. Of course, he's trying to carry on that winning streak, isn't he? We know last year in the small wheel class it was Riley Mullen for Banks Race Development. And if Bodie can go on and do it, obviously Daniel Banks would be one very happy man along with the Austin crew.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. That'll be, I believe that'll be 2 in a row for the Banks Race Development crew. If he's just getting a bit of a message there, looking down at the bike.
He's having a look at the fuel tank there, wasn't he?
I think he might be, so he might be aware. He might be able to make it through this next lap. This will be very interesting to see. I think I did see maybe his pit is at the end of this lane here. I hope we can stick with him. I don't think we can. Where is Cale? There he is, 282. Ollie Cale. And there is Bodie Austin pulling into the pits now.
Oh,
no,
hang
you're
on.
telling him to go.
He didn't pull into the wrong marquee, did he?
It might be. I can't tell. I don't know. This is too exciting now. So
the challenges of Hattah Ahmedi.
Yes, yes.
Was he going to go in and did they wave him on?
So this...
It looked like he was.
There's the other Banks tent. So he has gone through. So I believe he's going to commit to running this last lap without a fuel stop. They obviously know how long they can push the bike and the fuel. And I believe that's Ollie Cale right next to him. Is that correct, John?
Just trying to... it's a little tough to tell from the drone shot.
I think it is. All right, so he's throwing his hand out like, should I pass? He doesn't really know what he's doing. Is he? Yeah, look at him. He's pulled in. So Ollie Cale has pulled in.
Into the pits, and the blonde bomber.
And they've sent him back out. They've sent him straight back out. So obviously they're quite confident there's enough fuel in the tank. They've sent him. They did not refuel.
Oh, the indecision.
And here is Ollie Cale. So he will come into screen right there, 282. This is the final lap. Here we go. The excitement is high. They come through the green flag. Bodie Austin will lead us up the hill. Ollie Cale in the 2 spot, challenging. Can he do anything on this last lap? The last 2 laps, I believe Bodie's been a little bit quick. He's kind of stretched that lead out to about 4 or 5 seconds. I don't know if Ollie has the pace, but the lap riders could play a part here. Look, he's forced him off the main line there. So we're going to have to wait and see. I'd love to be able to follow this last lap. It's pretty intense.
Oh, yeah.
It's cool.
There we go. Our production team, they'll be working hard, won't they, here, trying to follow our leaders. You can see the gap visually. That was interesting, the indecision. They must have had a strategy coming into this, but I guess until you actually start racing and getting a bit of a look at that petrol tank, if you're a little bit close to the mark, you really kind of have to gauge it on the fly, but they definitely sent Bodie back out there. It looked like Ollie, maybe the pre-race plan was to come in with 1 lap to go.
I guess,
but then they saw what our leader had done. If they've got the same size tank and it was completely full, well, maybe they just decided it was best to carry on.
Yeah, well, it's made it interesting for us because I think if Ollie had pulled in and they lost 15, 20 seconds, I mean, the race is a little bit over at that point. So they've obviously seen Bodie Austin and his team say, look, go for it. We've got enough fuel in the tank, and they followed suit. So we have a good race on our hands. The battle for the lead is not over. So this is exciting stuff for us, and we have a race on our hands, which is great.
So we gave Bodie sponsors a good plug, didn't we, a little bit earlier? What about Ollie Cale doing it for Cale Contracting, Dubbo City Motorcycles, Chris Woods Performance, Fox Racing Australia, A1 Accessory Imports, Macquarie Clothing, LH Tiling, Mumble Peg Juice, and Macquarie Ground Spray. So we want to give a quick mention to all of those people that support this young man and his quest for Hattah glory.
Sure. Yeah, and that's a serious lineup of sponsors. You got Chris Woods. I'm sure tuning his bike. He's very familiar in the off-road and the motocross and supercross scene. So he's that bike obviously working well for him out here, just as well as Bodie's did. So 2 riders, 2 exceptional bikes, good teams, good support. And the riders are delivering the goods right now, and we just have to sit and wait as we see him on the gas. Here we go. So this is our leader right here, Bodie Austin. There is Ollie Cale now coming in the street. Look how rough it is. Look at the speed is carrying. Look at Ollie's line, just creeping the outside. This is what we talked about, John. Can he pick up on some different lines? He sees exactly where Bodie's going. Can he use different lines to pick up some time, close this gap? He is giving us one show. He's not backing down. The speed that they're hitting right now, wide open, heading into this. And I don't see any lappers up ahead, so it's going to give these 2 right. Oh, sorry, I take that back. There's one there, but it's going to be a fairly clear run up for this next few fast straights, so they're not going to have too much traffic in the way. As Bodie's, look at the speed. They're closing up so fast, these young riders. They're not afraid to stay on the gas.
Oh, yeah, they are pushing hard, aren't they? That is for sure.
Bodie Austin up on the outside, makes a clean pass. Can Kale get to him before the corner? He will also go through. Ollie Kale not giving up.
No, so let's go a little bit deeper in the field. Ryder Plum was still running in third position. Zach Mays back behind them in fourth. Cruz Ebden rounding out the top five. Stella Harding back in sixth overall, but leading her class. Max Morley, 7th overall. Parker Gibson in 8th. William Rickus in 9th. Zach Kellett in 10th. Kobe Munro in 11th position. Cam White down in 12th. Banjo Sutherland in 13th position, followed by Cooper McCulley, Ollie Bromble, and then it's Maxwell Legieri still in 16th overall, if you don't mind, in the 65cc 9 to under 13 class. Brock Farrow in behind them in 17th, and Elijah Newton has just come through the transponder loop in 18th, followed by Parks Cranach in 19th position.
We're just jumping back on the screen here. Ollie Kale has not given up. Bodie Austin still leading the way. The gap has stayed about the same. Quite dusty through this back section now, so Ollie's going to have to be careful if he has vision problems. We see just one back marker here they're coming up on, and this might really help Bodie now coming through the tree section as it gets narrow and funnels through. He might just lose a little bit of time trying to work his way past that rider there, but nonetheless, Bodie Austin leading the way. No mistakes, John. Not one mistake that we've seen on camera yet. Riding solid, riding like he wants to win this championship here today and bring it home for the team.
It's been very impressive, just hitting his marks, corner after corner, lap after lap. As we see those results for those tuned in on the live streaming, we can go a little bit further. I think we went down as far as about Parks Cranach in 19th. In fact, that's as far as we're scrolling down at the moment. I might be able to go a little bit further for you because Chad Warland, I reckon, is the second of the 65cc runners in 20th overall. Then we've got Harrison Davies on the 85 through 150 class, 21st overall. Wade Omega in 22nd. Nico Marchant next to the 65s in 23rd overall. Chase Bamford 24th. Then we got Mitch McConaughey in 25th with Rowley Lister down in 26th. And I think Layla Myers on the 65cc along with Rowley down in 27th overall.
Just taking a look at Stella Harding, still sitting in 6th overall. She is leading the girls' class for sure, but I know for sure she is looking at where she can place overall amongst the boys, and that's I know they're a competitive family, so they're pushing hard, but amazing effort. I do think they had a pit stop somewhere in the middle there, so that might have lost them a little bit more time than they would have liked, but still they had to do it. Obviously, maybe they don't have the size capacity fuel tank to get them through. Looking down here at 11, Kobe Munro sitting, looks like 2 minutes behind the lead group. As we see a group of riders coming out of pit lane here. This will be their last lap as they head out back on track, up the hill, hit the gas, and get into their last lap of racing for the day.
It's a nice little stoush there. I'd say possibly the likes of Hugo Hyde, Seth Brooks, Layla Myers and Tate Murrell in amongst that. And we're hoping this is our leading duo at the moment. First and second, flat chat, full noise down this straight. Look at them go. They're asking for more from their motorcycles. We're not 100% sure, but we'll try and zoom in a little bit.
Either way, they're going fast. Either way, these guys are going fast. So we love to see these shots on the drone. It's just incredible. The speeds that these little bikes and these young riders are going is just insane. It's so cool to see.
Oh, it is up
that looks like a 65 right here on the front of the screen here. I believe that's one of our 65 riders. So
must be getting awfully close to getting back to the base here. I reckon our race leaders. Remember, it's taking them around about 10 or 11 minutes per lap. So we'll definitely be looking to try and pick them up soon.
That's not our leaders, but either way, that fluorescent yellow gear is looking pretty cool.
The blonde bomber. Could he get it done? Could he follow in the footsteps of his teammate from last year in claiming the victory in this small wheel 85 through 150 class? We're about to find out. We'll be trying to pick them up shortly.
They should be coming around very, very soon. We're eagerly waiting to see what the result is going to be. Either way, we've got 144 coming through, look like a 65. So this
That's
could
Curtis
be
Sanders.
This could be us. I think. Again, it's very difficult to see. I'm just trying to look at the body position, the body language of the riders. I don't think that's our lead riders, but either way, they are absolutely on the gas. You can see the acceleration bumps coming out of that corner. They are absolutely flying. Look at the speed they're coming through. Up on the back wheel. This is amazing work. This could be Bodie Austin. This could be Bodie Austin, the way he's riding on the back wheel, looking down, head down, tucked behind the handlebars, trying to keep the wind out of his head, keeping it aerodynamic, just like he must be watching the Tour de France or something, John. It's he's learning.
Yeah, just looking out the
from
window,
the pros.
it looks as though our finisher may have even waved the checkered flag. In fact, here he comes. He's not on camera. But the 62, the blonde bomber, Bodie Austin, looks to have got the job done over Ollie Kale on the 282. There's the fist pump. Shannon's down there. We'll get him on camera shortly. Have a look at him. We can see him out the window, Matty. He is absolutely pumped.
Yeah, that is a bit of a stone cold Steve Austin moment. Congratulations to these two riders. Neck and neck the whole way. I believe that gap across the finish line is probably looking at 1.6 seconds. 1.6 seconds, the difference between first and second over a 1 hour period for these youngsters. That is an amazing effort by these guys, and we're still waiting to see third and fourth come through as we see 39 on the plate. So Ryder Plum.
Yep.
So that's our top three. Ryder Plum will take third position. That is our podium rounding out there. That is a fantastic job by these guys as the battle does not end. Here comes Stella Harding. Stella Harding throwing her hands up on the. That's an amazing effort. I believe that's seventh. She's up to sixth place.
Six overall.
That's 6 overall. Can you believe that? So she has pushed hard on the last lap. She's made one position up. Congratulations. That is an amazing effort as we see Zach Mays taking out fourth, Cruz Ebden taking fifth, Stella in the sixth position. Then we got Rickas in seventh, Morley in eighth, Gibson, Kellett rounding out the top 10. Amazing job as all these riders, they've got to be tired. Their hands will be hurting. The machines, we did not see too many machines have to get taken away on the trailer, so that's always good to see that the riders are able to complete their event without any mistakes. Here we look at the podium, first place outright Small Wheel Juniors, Bodie Austin throwing up the shackers. He's loving it. Congratulations to little Bodie, that's awesome.
Oh, it sure is. You can just tell how pumped he is. Be interesting for a bit of a close-up on the petrol tank there to just see how much juice was
Look at the
left in
size
there.
of this tank here on Ollie's bike. It's so big. So they obviously there it is. There he's got heaps left. He's got another lap at least.
He
John,
has.
huh?
He's got about it looks like just less than half a tank.
They should next year. They'll have a little bit less fuel in the tank. I think to save a bit of weight there. Awesome effort. Look at as we have a look at. Oh, man, Bodie's got enough for another 30 minutes, I think. So
No wonder they waved him on.
yeah, no wonder they kept him going. Stuff that we did not know, I could not see at the time. Or the Yamaha. I wonder if that fuel tank's a little bit less. Yeah, it looks like it'll hold a little less than the Bodie and Ollie's tanks there. A little less in the 39 of Plum's bike, but nonetheless, they had enough to get through the entire race without having to pull in for a pit stop. So it kind of takes the fun out of it a little bit, doesn't it? You don't need a pit stop anymore. You can just build a bigger tank.
Yeah, and it is. It is a real big tank on the gas or KTMs.
Yeah.
They seem to be able to fit a larger tank in them.
Well, I'm going to guess now when we look back through the race, third and fourth, when they drop back to about seventh and eighth, they must have pulled in for a fuel stop, so they might not have the size tank that those podium riders do. And if that is the difference between staying in the fight to get on the podium or not, you really need to look at getting that fuel size, the size of the tank big enough to run for an hour without having to pull in.
Absolutely. Let's see how many more riders have come through as yet. I'd say that Zach Mays should have come through into fourth position, just missing out on the podium, with Cruz Ebden into fifth, as we said. Stella Harding sixth overall, but first in class. William Rickhus in 7th position, Max Morley in 8th, Parker Gibson 9th, and Zach Kellett rounding out the top 10. Yeah, whenever he's ready to go, we can throw to him. That's not a problem.
Yep. Should we? So looks like as our final riders will finish off on their last lap. I believe we're going to cut down to the podium with the top 3 for their interviews. So we'll hand it over to John. Head down to the podium.
Well, ladies and gents, first part of Hattah run and done this morning. Our small wheel class is completed, and we've got some sizzling guys and kids to talk to. So let's just plough into it for our winners in class today. Let's move on to our first place winner on bike number 62, Bodie Austin. Hey, Bodie, how are you?
Good.
Mate, great day's riding for you this morning.
Yeah, the track's pretty rough and just had heaps of fun.
Bodie, for you, this is not your first Hattah?
No, this is my second. Last year I rode 65s with Ollie and got 3rd.
And of course, you like this style of racing. It's pretty solid, and it takes a lot out of you, but it's really rewarding, huh?
Yeah, it's such a great race. You're going so quick on the straights and just so fun.
Mate, is there anyone you want to thank for your exploits today?
I'd like to thank Banks Race Development, Sophie, Dad, Nana and Granddad, Slim and Helen, Peter Lion Oils, and everyone else that helped out to make this possible.
Good on you, mate. Well done. And you're coming back next year to defend it?
Yeah, definitely.
Good work. Let's gather knuckles, eh? Good job. Rightio, move into second now for bike number 282, Ollie Kale. Hey, Ollie, how are you?
Good.
Mate, good day's riding for you this morning as well?
Yeah.
What did you think about the fog this morning? What was that about?
I couldn't really see much, but I just had to hold it.
Yeah, good work. Hey, you hailing out of New South Wales?
Yeah.
Anyone you want to shout out to back home?
No.
Home here. What about the boys and girls here that help you out today?
My mum and dad for bringing me here, and Uncle Luke and Mum and Auntie Kes for cheering me on, and Uncle Luke for the pit stops.
And Ollie, if you want to give the Hattah Desert Race a score out of 10, what are you going to give it?
10.
10 out of 10. Good boy. Well done. Knuckles, well done. Rightio, move down the field to third now. Here it is, third outright, small wheel juniors for the Hattah Desert Race here this weekend. And we're going to talk to bike number 39, Ryder Plum. Hey, Ryder, how are you?
Good.
Mate, you had a solid day out there today, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Mate, you were on the get-go from the start, right? You got out of the gate and just kept going and really just kept charging forward. Couldn't quite catch these guys, but you know what? I think you've had a pretty good day all around, huh?
Yeah, pretty fun.
The bike went well?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah? What's your favourite part about Hattah? What do you like the most about this place?
On the speed.
You love the speed, huh?
Yeah, very good.
Who do you like to thank?
My parents, the Begbies, my grandparents, Nunchuck Pooley. Yeah. The Farrells and yeah, everyone for supporting me.
A lot of help out of Geelong for you. That's where you hail out of, right? A lot of people there that get behind you and help you out, huh? You want a big shout out for them?
Yeah, just like to say thanks to them.
Good work, rightio. Thank you for coming down. Coming back again next year?
Yeah, it's not very hard.
What's your out of 10 score for Hattah?
Out of 10, I've done 4 races.
But you're going to give it a score out of 10, 1 to 10.
I would say 9.9.
9.9. Look at you, Rock. Okay, good work. Here they are, top 3 for our first event today. And they're all really good guys. They're going to become juniors that move into seniors. No doubt we'll see a lot more of these kids as the years roll by. First part of juniors done this morning. Second part coming up in the big wheels class very, very shortly. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Johnny Contract, doing a top job down there. We might even have the vision now of the blonde bomber, Bodie Austin, when he did cross the line. I just happened to catch the checkered flags waving just out the window of our comm box here, but I reckon our crew are ready to roll with that. What a performance. He looked pretty relieved, didn't he? It's second time he's attempted the Hattah Desert Race, and, for Dan Banks, Here it is here.
Here he
Have
is.
a look at this.
Pin, look, he is happy, giving it a big panic rev. Ollie Kale in the background. He's a little bit upset. He felt like he could have. Yeah, 282 Ollie Kale there. That was second place. So
1.6 second winning margin.
Like we said, it was a 1.6. So he really pushed hard because that last couple of laps, Bodie did stretch out that lead to 5-6 seconds. But that last lap, I would love to. I'm curious to see what kind of lap time. I'm guessing the 10-minute 40 is his lap time for the last lap where Bodie turned a 10:40 war. So that is amazing. After 1 hour of complete hard racing, and he's able to drop his lap time and really turn things around and push hard. Congrats to both of these riders. And who would have thought, John, potentially when you look back over a 1 hour span of racing, that the qualifying position this morning in the prologue might have been the difference in this race.
Quite possibly.
Could have. Ollie, if he had qualified a little bit better and got that pole position and took it off first, would have he have held the lead down for 1 hour? We don't know. That's how it goes, but it's amazing. Every piece of racing is so important, and it, when you really look at it all, everything's important.
So a 10-minute 27 was Bodie's fastest time. I reckon that may have been on lap 1 or 2.
Yes.
So we were just singing the praises of Ollie there, dropping it to a 10-minute 40 on the last lap. So Ollie's best time almost mirrored Bodie's. It was a 10-minute 27.8. Bodie's was a 10:27.6.
Wow.
But it just shows you that naturally as a bit of fatigue sets in, the track starts to get a bit rougher, as you mentioned.
Yep.
They're not going to be able to maintain the pace even as much as they would like to of lap 1 and 2 throughout the whole 6-lap journey.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have to figure that these kids are going to fatigue a little bit, but not so much even that, just the track deteriorates and the lines start blowing off the track, as we've seen a few riders do, and the track sometimes slows down as well and gets rougher. So, congratulations to all these kids as we see their names strolling through the leaderboard now. Still have some riders out on track as well, but amazing effort. This track is just going to continue to get rough as they finish out their 6-lap race of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2025. As we see Chase Muldoon here in 66th position. I just saw him come through. So a lot of these guys. There's Joe Howard, 35 from SA, doing well. So both of those lads have done well today. Declan Tyne, Jack Van Hoof, Brodie Robertson, Jonathan Moon, Alex Selwood, Freddie Molly, Lawson Ryan, Jackson Davies, Will Harvey, Milton Michalak, and Kai Bodle in the top 80. I mean, isn't it amazing how many riders we have here? Over 100 bikes in this class. Asher Wilson in the 90th position, so congrats to Asher. She is in the girls class. I'd love to get a breakdown of all these classes. Keep in mind, this is scored separately, so Asher might be up there in the mix of in the girls class. We just don't know the overall results yet, but
I think she might be second. I think Priya Kinsella may have been the first female 7 to 12 rider home. We just have to scroll a little bit higher in the field to see if we can spot any others, but pretty sure unofficially, obviously we're just picking through the overall to work that out. But
yeah, this is unofficial.
Yep.
But we're having a go here, what we're working with, and congrats if that is the case. She might be sitting in the top 3 position. So the podium awards for each class will go out on Sunday night. Again, this is Junior Racing Day here on Saturday. As we look out the window of the ComBox, obviously you can't see this on screen right now, but we can see the next class lining up. They're bringing their bikes down to the start line. I'm looking forward to watching that happen again as the start procedure unfolds. But this is the big wheel class of the juniors. So we're looking at big wheel 85s, 125cc 2-strokes, up to 150cc 2-stroke, and the 250F 4-stroke class, all in juniors. This is the kind of the bigger end of the junior group. Speeds are higher. The fitness level's higher. Everything's going to be up here for these kids out here on the senior group of the juniors.
Well, as we have a look back, the have a look at the 65cc. Of course, there was the 9 to 13 class in the 65s. Let's scroll back down here and see what we can find here. I'd say Maxwell Legghieri, as we call throughout the race. Matty, I reckon he was the first 65 home in 15th.
Wow.
Overall, congratulations to Mad Maxwell.
That is amazing. Mad Max pulling in. We saw his pit stop there, Mad Max. Excellent work on the 65.
So the next 65 rider home, I reckon, was Parks Cranit on the 146, with Chad Warland on the 246 entry.
And that's top
rounding
20.
Up the top 3.
2 riders inside the top 20 is incredible. And then third place going, what was it, 21st overall. So, wow, the 65 riders. I mean, it just goes to show sometimes the capacity of the bike isn't everything. You know, you always think, oh, I've got to go faster, I've got to get a bigger bike or this or that. But it's not the case. It's really how confident you feel on that machine. Can you handle it? Is it handling good? You know, that's I'm always a bigger fan of, like, focus on the handling of the bike before the engine power, you know. So it is the key out here, especially on running these speeds. You know, you've got to be able to handle the bike. The chassis needs to work well. The suspension needs to be tuned just right for the rider, and then you worry about the power.
And just before we go to a quick break, Matty, I would say that Parker Matthews, in 33rd position overall, I'm pretty confident, unofficially, is the first of the 65cc 7 to 9 riders home.
Yeah.
That is a magic performance
Incredible.
from Parker. That really is. And as we scroll down...
Well done to Parker. That's amazing.
Yeah, we've got to try and find the next. It might have been Ash McPherson, possibly, in 44th position, outright in the 7 to 9. So, great effort. Maybe Hudson Hitch might have been there or thereabouts inside that top 5 in that 65cc class on the 342. So, well done to Hattah.
Excellent work. I'm just looking at 38th place. Dean Henry reminds me of Doug Henry. Remember from our days in America, Doug Henry. Henry, a famous name in the motocross scene. But looks like we're going to cut to a break here, John.
Yeah, we certainly will. We'll be back in just a few moments.
We all know that Penrite have high quality oils. They also have a full range of extensive motorcycle products. From premium and mineral oils, chain care, filter cleaner and oil, fork oil, and cleaning products. Everything you need to keep your bike at its best on and off the track.
Mildura is an art lover's paradise, so you can wander around and enjoy the art in the heart of the city. No big pineapples, just big art. You can basically immerse yourself in arts and culture. Your next Mildura adventure awaits. Mildura, the capital of tropical North Victoria.
So the start line, an absolute hive of activity at the moment. The junior big wheels getting lined up. We want to say a huge thanks, of course, to Penrite as naming rights sponsor of the Hattah Desert Race for 10 consecutive years. What an effort. Penrite Oil proudly continues its commitment to Australian motorsport, from supercars and off-road racing to speedboating and motocross. Penrite supports teams and events nationwide, proving the performance and reliability of its products in the toughest conditions. We want to say a huge thanks to the entire team. They absolutely live and breathe this stuff. And they keep coming back because they know it is a sensational event, just getting bigger every single year. Absolutely blown me away. Just the number of competitors and spectators alike. This place absolutely filling up. This one should be a cracking contest. And just a little bit later on, it's going to be a siding lap, a prologue, and a top 10 shootout for our seniors. How good is that going to be as well? The pace is going to be absolutely electric. We heard it from the pro riders last night. The prologue is important in that top 10 shootout. Plenty of prize money up for grabs as well, so it's not only prestige. There's a bit of money there, just an added incentive. Maximus Purvis, I think, may have taken out that top 10 shootout last year, but it's a shame due to injury that he cannot be here competing this year. Subbing in for Aaron Tanti in the CDR Yamaha outfit in Ozpro MX, the New Zealand motocross champ. And if you're tuned in, Maximus, we want to wish you a speedy recovery. Hope to see you here next year, mate. We'd also like to pay special tribute to the folk at Mototech. You can find out more at www.mototech.com.au or go and check out their store in Mildura. They got them all covered. KTM, Husqvarna, Triumph and Kawasaki, one of the biggest dealerships in Australia. And their support of this event has certainly been appreciated. Long-term supporters, that is for sure. Some live pictures here. There's the cow horns from some of these riders just preparing themselves for battle. There'll be a few nerves, no doubt. Be expecting the 250cc 4-strokes be on that front line of this one. Harry Gilbertson on the 49, the KTM, we can see him there. The 17 of Fletcher Ryan. Doing it for Deacon Motorcycles and CTP. And it looks like Lightning Levi Rossi on the 138 doing it for Kesner Motorcycles.
I was just down on the line now. I just ran out there and got a little inside goss because we were a little bit unsure of the duration of this event. So it's going to be 6 laps.
Okay.
So these are the small wheel 85s. Look at the number 40 on the plate here throwing up the shackers.
Mitch Ford.
Mitch Ford getting ready to go. Exciting times. The intensity is high down there. I just walked up and down the start straight. And the intensity is high, John. I love it. You know, you hit the bikes revving up. Everyone's excited. The dads, the mechanics are down there. The riders have got that look on their face like...
You were missing it, weren't you? You were just thinking, man, get me a motorcycle.
They're locked in. I just love seeing it. You know, it's so cool with the... Like we talked about this morning, you know, if you're just joining us, we talked about the word focused. And you get that hyper-focused when it's go time in that race. And... you know, this is what these kids and families are experiencing right now. It's a cool thing, and I love this start, the procedure of this start race. It's so cool when they, you know, qualifying position. Prologue went off this morning. They've all got their qualifying spots. I believe number 118, Riley Mullins from Banks Race Development. There he is on screen right now. He is the first Big Wheel 85 rider. Amazing effort. Look at 211 on the plate. Declan Smart with Dirt Bike Services. He is sitting second in Prologue from the 85 group. So they're going to take off in the middle of all these 250s and all these fast horsepower bikes. 12A on the plate, 85 there. So it's going to be exciting to see if they can hold their position on that first lap, because you know they're going to get out dragged down the straight. When they hit these fast, you know, big long straight sections, are they going to be able to hold their position or get kind of drop back a little bit? So it's going to be interesting to see on that first lap where they come around. But we're getting ready. We can hear the bikes from here. We can't see the lead group up front right now as we see some of Some of the officials still walking through, getting everyone in position. The bikes are warming up, they're revved up.
Out. Just rider and competitor now. If you're a non-essential, can I have you out of the arena, please? Thank you.
Well, Marcus Nolan, he took out the Prologue, Matty. We're about to find out if he's got the fire and desire to take it wire to wire here. 6 laps for the junior big wheel. And they are ready. We're just clearing this start straight.
Look at the riders down, and we cannot see them. Look, you can see on screen there, waving their arms, banging their helmets, pulling their best Jet Lawrence impersonation. But they're getting pumped up, John. They're fired up. They're ready to go.
Oh, what a picture that is from our drone shot. How cool does that look?
This is awesome. This is what Hattah is about. The sun's shining. There isn't a cloud in the sky. The sand is loamy. It's beautiful. It's ready to go. Look at the riders. Look at the bikes. Look at the smoke. We love this. This is where it's at.
Oh, yeah, it's the calm before the 2 and 4 stroke storm. We're ready to unleash them. They are pumped up. They would have pre-hydrated to the best of their ability. The crew now stepping aside. It's all down to the rider and the motorcycle. As we said, Marcus Nolan for the GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing outfit. Can they catch him? He nailed the Prologue. The likes of Harry Gilbertson and company, they will be after him. So we're just waiting now. The buggy.
As soon as that buggy starts to creep forward, John, they're going to be shifting gear. Clutch in, shift gear. They'll be ready to go. Any moment now as we wait patiently. The officials just like us to, get all revved up, and then they're keeping us waiting here.
Just building a little more suspense.
Building the suspense.
Nate Munro in that 762. Had him on screen there a few moments ago. Look at him, just relaxed at the moment. The 744. Jet Avard for Cox Auto. So Jet looks pretty relaxed there. He's got the Camelback on, the leading 2, not opting to go with that.
Yeah, that's an interesting. They're going to be out there for about an hour and a half, I believe. I talked to a few of the riders last year. It's going to be about an hour and a half to 2 hours of riding. 6 laps. They have a longer course. Lights are on. Door is closed.
Oh,
Revs are picking up.
It's time to get after it.
First gear are in, and off we go.
We're racing in the junior big wheels here at Hattah on a Saturday morning. A sensational Saturday here at Hattah. We are away. Look at them blasting wide open down into this turn. They'll drop it down a gear or 2, and they start to sort themselves out. Look at Ken in the buggy, one by one, just saying, go for it. Gentlemen, I'm sure we've got the odd female competitor out in this one as well. What a sight it is, and just how long so many riders down there on that start grid. Our leaders are already well and truly off and into this one, and for the rest, they've got to sit and wait their opportunity.
They got to wait. They got to be patient at the start line, and it's be so anxious to get going out there. You just want to go. You want to go. Everyone's getting away, but this is how this event works. The Prologue is so important to get a good time in on your Prologue, so you get a good gate position. You get out on that track early, but hey, that's how it goes. That's racing, and it serves the fastest riders get out there first.
Yeah, they certainly do. We see the next line now, getting the big send-off, just having to wait for that buggy to clear their path before they can launch. And then you are off. So now it's almost too late if you haven't pre-hydrated. If you're not feeling good, ready to go, you're going to be on Struggle Street for the next hour and a half.
It's going to be a long hour and a half cramping up. But hopefully, most of these guys now are there at a senior level in the junior competition. I mean, everyone would be, a minimum of 12 and upwards in age. So they should know by now, hey, I've got to take care of my body. I've got to prepare my body. I've got to get everything I need ready and right to do this event. Because out there, if you start crashing out at, that 50 to an hour minute mark, man, you still got a long way to go.
Yeah, you sure have. So
the key with this one, John, again, 6 laps, but they are running an extended track, so they run a little bit longer track than the small wheel junior group. So that's the difference. So even though the small wheel junior group did 6 laps, this older, bigger group will do also 6 laps, but it's going to be a longer lap, maybe an extra kilometre, maybe an extra 2 kilometres, I'm not sure, but it is a longer lap, so the duration of this event will go for quite a lot longer.
Can you believe there's still at least one more row out here at the moment?
That is a lot of bikes. And a lot of the 85s, these are all 85 riders here taking off now, so there's a couple of 125s and 250s still to come, but majority, this is where the 85s are lined up. Obviously the capacity of the engine a little bit smaller, not carrying as much speed down the straights here at this Hattah track, which is extremely fast, especially out in the back on the farmlands. They're just flat out, absolute flat out long straights. So, you know, the little 85s, you know, I actually talked to someone this morning from the Empire Kawasaki team, said they were drilling out the main jets to get them bigger. So when they were flat out, your bike's not going to nip up. So you got as much fuel as you can pump it through just to keep that thing running as our last competitor takes to the track. So good luck to everybody out there. Well, sorry, I take that back. We still got a few more. We've got a third row taking off here.
Now we've finally cleared a Medi. I can see now there is
unbelievable.
There's one bike left on the start line. Gee, that is a shame. Looks like the motorcycle just failing to fire, or maybe stalled it and just can't get it going again. Gee, you'd be absolutely shattered, wouldn't you, if you...
We all hate to see that, and hopefully this machine will fire. They're going to bump start. Here we go. We're going to bump start him. So what I think is happening here, the bikes are cold. It is cold outside. The ambient temperature is not very high.
They're struggling to even get they need a bit more momentum, but because it's sandy out there as well, they're struggling to even bump it.
And I'm guessing...
with the compression.
I'm guessing it's my vision isn't good enough here. I can't tell if it's a 250F or an 85, I don't know, but it looks like it's got a lot of compression, so they just can't get that rear wheel to turn over. Unfortunate situation here for one of our competitors not being able to get out there, but it is cold outside, and then if you haven't warmed the bike up sufficiently enough in the pit area before you get out of here, it can foul a plug really easy on the two-stroke. So unfortunate for him as they push the bike off. Hopefully they'll get that back up and running by the time the leader comes around. He'll still be able to join the race, but getting back to the action, here we go. This is those fast straights we talked about, running right alongside the main highway. Look at the dust up ahead. This is why Prologue, your qualifying time, so important to try and avoid all this dust section.
Yeah, I noticed a couple of the competitors were over to the far right, almost ploughing a new field in the farmer's land there.
And trying to pick up some potatoes as they go through.
Yep. Yeah, they were indeed. So but that's interesting, but you're dead right. I mean, look at that dust there now. You're coming through there like pretty well in top gear before you brake for that 90-degree right-hander, and clear visibility is, you know, of paramount importance if you can get it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely it is. And the promoters, the officials, this club have done an amazing job getting this track prepped, and as good as it is, I mean, it looks absolutely phenomenal. And we only have a couple of sections like this one that we're looking at here, which is a bit dusty. Obviously, that would be the further you are back in the field, the harder it is to kind of navigate this section here. But we're only looking at maybe 2 or 3 sections on this track where it's a little bit dusty. So all in all, it's still an amazing circuit to ride. And look, as you mentioned there, John, right on the edge of the track there, plowing up a new fresh line. And that dirt's probably a little bit more moist as well, so it's probably getting a bit more traction through that stuff too. And here's some of the crosshairs where they've put some tape there, so they want to avoid, looks like a rock there, so they're telling the riders, hey, don't swing out wide here because there's a danger up ahead. Looks like a couple of people have gone down. That's that section this morning, John, where we said, looks like there's going to be a few sneaky lines here, a little bit inside of the inside marker, but we're not seeing anything here. We're just commentating, right? But looks like a couple of riders have gone down. We see one go down right here.
Right on cue.
Right on cue. Thanks, mate. So...
yeah, it was interesting how that's sort of developing, and a little bit of a kick even further along. So, is that shrub, is that going to be the mark, or before we know it, is it going to be even shortened up even further, Brad? That's going to be interesting.
Well, we'll give the riders the benefit of the doubt and just say we didn't see anything, right? We didn't see anything, but you're probably right. As this race progresses and the line starts to push further and further wide, the inside might creep a little bit further inside of that as well. But it looks like someone's been having a little bit of fun down here in this section, having a little bit of a ride time. This looks pretty cool out here.
It does.
Looks like a good place to have some fun on your bike. But nonetheless, as we let the riders take to the course out here on this fast backland section, we're going to cut to a little clip from last year with our champ, Cal Norton.
Come away with P1 at the 2024 Hattah Desert Race. First ever win here, been trying for a few years and had some bad luck here and there, but no, stoked. Zimo was riding awesome, Gussie, all the boys, but yeah, I'm absolutely pumped and I'm rooted, so it'll be good for a nice night tonight and then chill out all week, I reckon.
Yeah, Cal Norton at his very best there, Brett, wasn't he? Like, what a moment for him last year after many years of trying, finally taking it out. And obviously last night when I was chatting with him about it, a career highlight, but he doesn't take anything for granted. He knows how much this event can throw at you, and you've just got to come in eyes wide open. Just try and get all the preparation in place, do everything right, but then you still need just that little bit of luck, don't you, to bring it home and get it done.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And at the end of the day, we've got a lot of top guys here in this event, and you look at the Fink Desert Race up there, and everyone prepares well. They all know how to do it. But sometimes, you got to. I always think you got to prepare well, and then the luck might come your way. And generally when you don't prepare well, the luck doesn't go your way. So you got to put in the work to start with, and then I think just that little bit of, luck or fairy dust or whatever you want to call it, it kind of like you need a little bit of that to go your way to kind of come out on top. And I think, Callum's definitely had his share of things not going his way, and it was just awesome to see last year. He got it done. Scotty Watts, one of my mates, and was his right-hand man there last year to get it done for those guys after they had tried the year before and had a mechanical. It was cool to see them, and then as I talk about, having a little bit of luck and being prepared, like I know Callum went into the Fink race this year really well prepared and then gets sick the week leading up and just finished him. Yeah, that was it. So, one of the best off-road riders in the country and elite rider around the world. I mean, let's face it, he's that good. And, things still happen out of your control, and he got sick, and that was the end of his Fink outing for 2025. But here we are. He's got another opportunity to go back-to-back. Penrite Hattah Desert champ. So what will it be this year? We'll see. I know Daniel Milner is here. Last year, he came back from Europe. And I know he wasn't inside the top 40 because he was away in Europe, so that makes it very difficult to get a good prologue time in, and then it really upsets your performance the next day. So I know Milner was just here last year basically saying, look, I just want to be inside the top 40, so next year I'll have a really good opportunity to prologue well, which is today, and that'll set him up well to try and win this thing. So he's on a 2-year plan. He's on his second year. He wants to nail this thing this year. So the competition, Jack Simpson's here. So the competition is going to be high. I can't wait to see the big pro class hit to the track this afternoon on their prologue and see what happens. But cutting back to the action, looks like we may have picked up the first rider coming through. Very, very difficult to tell or pick up who it is. But nonetheless, absolutely wide open, coming in hot into the corner. He's pitched it in on the gas, full speedway style. John, what do you know about that?
Oh, it's I love to see it. Love to see it right into the sprint cars and the speedway. And I guess that's all part of it, isn't it? That seat of the pants feel. We see it a lot of motocrossers actually transfer nicely into speedway because they've already got that seat of the pants feel, and they can generally adapt that to four wheels, and perhaps they're a little bit safer on four wheels than two at times.
I've seen those things go end for end too, though. But nonetheless, our leader here, whoever this is that we can pick up as soon as we get a number.
Looks like the Yamaha to me of Marcus Nolan, the 191. Of course, he was first away.
Yes.
And we'd need a bit of a wider shot to just see what sort of a gap he has developed here. But you see him there up on the pegs, just going through that slight little switchback section. And now continuing hard on the gas. He now brakes hard into this turn for the left-hander.
Yep. Nonetheless, I reckon what you just said there, he can't make it a good speedway rider or anything. The way you pitched that thing in there and it's just got on the gas.
He's got a big break.
Stretched her out. So this part of the track now, they're going to be very, very familiar with. They know it well. They kind of know where the lines form up generally from years past. So he's going to have he's going to know exactly where he is on the track now. We surely do. And look at he's cut up nice and tight. He's keeping it tight, so he knows what to do out here on this track. When it's starting to blow out in these corners, he knows to keep it tight. He's very smart. He's obviously, as we look back there, we can see second just coming into the distance. 191 on the plate.
Yep, Marcus Nolan, as we said, first out. So he is... He's about to slip past our commentary point and be straight into pit lane. He's about straight through now as he looks over his shoulder just to see what sort of a gap he's got. And we'll be able to tell you in a few moments. It looks like it's 9.8 seconds.
Wow.
Harry Gilbertson, so he has moved up from the prologue, up into second place.
Wow, excellent first lap.
Jet Avard on the 744 sitting in third position. So he was another 8 seconds or so back from Harry. So they've already kind of stretched it out a little bit between 1, 2 and 3.
And I'm wondering if that high-speed section where there's a bit of dust, if they have to back off a little bit just to give themselves some room. It's kind of appearing like everyone's spread out a little bit. But, Levi Rossi coming through in 6th place here. So he is now 50 seconds back from the leader, but still in contention, a long way to go. 6 laps of this course. It's a long duration of event. Again, we are going to have to see pit stops by every rider here. I don't think anyone's going for, approximately, well, what was the lap time? We don't really have a good, accurate lap time yet coming off the start. But again, it's 12 minutes. I'm going to guess it's about a 12 to 11 and a half minute lap for these guys, so 6 laps. So be very close, John, if they can actually go for about 4 or 5 laps without having to do a pit stop and then just a quick splash in at the end of fuel and off they go. So it will be interesting to see what kind of strategy the teams use here to get their riders back out on track as quick as they can.
Well, we see our leader there getting on the gas, so that concertina effect, I reckon Harry Gilbertson most definitely closed in there, because when they came into the pits, it was 9.8 seconds between them, and there's barely a couple of seconds in it now.
Well, I guess that's rider etiquette, and it's you don't really like to see that. I would like to see a little bit more rule enforcement. As we see him look over the shoulder, because he's probably like, who is that right behind me?
Yeah, because he can hear. He knows when he came into the pits and he looked over his shoulder, he had that massive gap. And now he can hear a thumper tucked in behind him.
Yeah, and you can hear a thumper when it's on the go. You know someone's there. So will he be able to now? This is a very important part of the race for him now, is can Marcus just focus on himself? He knows, man, I just had a big lead, then someone caught up to me in the pit area. That's not right. He's got to let that go. He's got to let it go and focus on the track now, because this is where a mistake happens, because you're not focused on what you're doing and what actually got you that 9-second lead. You're focused on kind of being shortchanged a little bit. So he's got to refocus now and stay ahead. And if he does that, I think he will stretch it back out on this lap. If it was true and he really can go the speed that he did on that first lap.
So some of these guys that are running up front were in the top 10 last year. Harry Gilbertson is the defending champ.
There we go.
So he definitely wants to be up there.
So he's going to know this circuit very well.
And Marcus Nolan was 7th last year. Jet Avard was 9th. So that just gives you a little bit of an idea of some of our front runners, those that have stayed in this class So maybe we can just skim down through the order here. So Marcus Nolan from Harry Gilbertson, as we've told you. Jed Avard sitting in 3rd. Nate Munro in 4th overall. Fletcher Ryan in 5th. Lightning Levi Rossi up to 6th position. Doing it well on the in that 100 through 150 cc class. So he would actually be leading in class and sitting at 6th overall. Mitch Ford in behind him, 7th overall. Paddy Lewis sitting in 8th. Lockie Roach sitting in 9th position. Richie Lawler in 10th. Liam Egan in 11th. Kai Austin in 12th position. Nate Waldy in 13th. Oscar Thomas in 14th. Riley Delaney in 15th position. And then it's back to Billy Clark, Harrison Lees, Riley Howe, Tripp Smith, Hayden Roach, Joel Kramer, Clyde Carey, Mitch House, Lachlan Farrell, Lachlan Vincent, Malachi Middleton, and Noah Holton and Harrison Finch, with Albie Trigg and Cody Breen rounding out the top 30.
Looking at the first 85 big wheel rider, it looks to be Declan Smart in 32nd. So, and then Riley Mullen in 35. So those two riders have swapped positions on the first lap. Nonetheless, still right up in the thick of this senior group of the juniors class.
Well, it's not surprising because Declan Smart currently leading the 85cc big wheel class in the South Australian motocross titles.
Yep.
He's been flying. You know, last year he was kind of in the shadows of Dylan Gromble in that particular state title, but now he has got a commanding points lead after some misfortune to Dylan at Robe. So to me, coming in here, I thought Declan Smart was a very good chance of taking out his class if everything went well.
And we just see on camera, right on cue, there's a bit of a pile-up. I saw one rider go down, the next rider just straight into the bike, nowhere to go. Looks like a 3-rider pile-up right in. If they're not, there we go. And almost takes himself out again.
He almost did the big killer python.
The eagerness to get going again, a handful of throttle, it can sometimes bite you. So nonetheless, everyone's back up and running there, so that's good to see. But yeah, Declan Smart really having a solid year. He started off nice and steady, and we did a little bit of work with Declan throughout the year, and he's just getting stronger and stronger, and the mental side for him is probably the biggest piece he needed to connect. And now he's been running the Victorian state titles as well, and I believe he's leading, or he's up in the front run of that point series as well, and just having a good all-round year. And I think he just finished either 5th or 6th outright. Oh, sorry, no, 4th or 5th outright in the Penrite Pro MX 85 Championship. So really showing that he's starting to put everything together and ride to his potential. So it's good to see. But the younger rider right behind him, Riley Mullins, nibbling at his heels the whole way. So it's pretty cool to see. You know, South Australia is starting to get some talent and do some good things out there in the Australian Championships.
Yeah, it certainly is. I remember back in the day that there were a couple of brothers with their mum and dad that used to shoot over to the Vic rounds quite regularly. You and your brother Shane, and I'm not sure if your mum always used to go. I remember Steve-O used to take you guys over in the van.
Yeah.
The white van that you guys had. And
yeah, the Bedford van's still parked at home.
Is it really?
Yeah, the Bedford van. So yeah, we would go away a lot, you know, chasing the competition really. You know, the Victorian Championships back in the day where I was a junior were really strong, and South Australia wasn't as strong. You know, we didn't have as many events going on either, and so you know, we kind of had to, if we want to get more support, we needed to really travel interstate and get more racing under our belt, and obviously results too, but just get the brand out there, get the name out there, and you know, the more support followed on from that, and then we got better as riders, and you know, that's how it goes. I mean, you want more support, you got to kind of put more into it, and that's what we did as a family, and it was pretty cool. And obviously me and my dad still share a lot of those things today. You know, he still was, I mean, I retired last year, but he was right there along with me for the whole journey. So it was pretty special. But we still have the Bedford van parked at home, and it hasn't been driven. I think it's still got chain oil and everything from when I last left it there. It's like it's been a piece of history that's just stuck there, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it is. It's some good times, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, back in the the junior days. I remember racing for 10 years as a junior myself, and a couple of years in seniors. That, you know, you actually generate friendships. You know, there's mates that you make through motocross or off-road racing, whatever it might be, that stick with you pretty well for life.
For sure. And what's been really cool since I've returned back to Australia is those people that I grew up with as kids, they're doing it with their kids, or they're still connected in the sport and riding a VMX or riding vets, or they're still like, the connection never really goes away. I think once this sport kind of gets in your blood, it's hard to get it out. You know, we just love it. And, you know, same as anyone that's passionate about that sport, you kind of stay in it and always have a following with it. So I've definitely experienced that, and a lot of kids that I grew up with are friends now, and, you know, share a lot of cool memories.
I know you you know, put the gear back on and put in a cameo at Manjimup recently, but in general, how are you enjoying the whole team manager experience now with the Go24 Team Green Kawasaki outfit?
Yeah, we ducked across to do Manjimup. That was my first race or event since Melbourne Supercross last year, which was my last professional race. I said that was it for me. You know, that was my announcement of retirement from the professional scene. And but I want to keep doing some events for sure, and Manjimup is pretty special for me. It's my first ever junior nationals when I was 5. So it's like a big trip to go. I can't even believe that I was there at 5. So it kind of feels cool. I love going back there each year, and we kind of want to make it an annual thing. The promoter there, Willie Thompson's an amazing guy. And I just love going over to WA, the riders, the families. It's really connected to the roots of the sport. That track, you know yourself, is so connected here, hosting Motocross of Nations in 91 or 92. So it's an iconic track. Love going there. It's a cool event. It's one of the best events for motocross in the country. So I just like being a part of it. This year for me wasn't about trying to go and compete to do well. It was just being there and being my first one back I hadn't ridden a bike, to be honest, in about 6 months. So it was just nice to get back out there and experience it all again. And I want to kind of make it an annual thing with my son and take my kids across there and visit. And it's just good. But this event too is on parallel with that. You know, this is iconic now. It's got history behind it. Past champions show up here. The legacy of this event is just growing and growing, and it's really cool to not be riding, but at least be a part of this event too.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I know you must be thoroughly enjoying the team manager side of it as well. It's sort of a different perspective, but with the young crew and the young female rider that you've got in your team as well, I know one or two of them have been out injured.
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's part and parcel of it. I'm sure you've been through a few over the years yourself, but you must be seeing some a lot of improvement from Cooper Rowe in particular. I thought the way he raced at Robe recently was very impressive, and also young Little in your team didn't even know he was injured at Robe. He managed to keep racing, and then
remarkable.
Discovered that he had a fracture post-race.
Yeah, that was a remarkable effort, and unfortunate. You know, he had an incomplete fracture in his wrist, in his scaphoid, which is a bad injury. So, you know, Kai's been off for the last 8 weeks, which was a shame, but he's been back on the bike for a week and a half now. He's feeling good. He will make Renmark the next state title round next weekend for us, so that's really cool. But to your question, like for me, retiring and then picking, basically just jumping straight into the team manager, team owner slash everything else, like for the Penrite Go24 Kawasaki team, it's been awesome. I absolutely love it, and working with the kids has been great for me. It's a position that I wanted to be in, and it comes with ups and downs for sure. Like injuries are a big thing, and just working with the families and just trying to take a step forward all the time. Sometimes it goes forwards and backwards. You just got to roll with it and do the best you can. And for the most part, this whole season has been exceeding my expectations. We've had 2 riders on the podium with Cooper Rowe and Karatiana Horn from New Zealand. She's the current Australian and New Zealand champion, so we're doing well. So I think it's we're putting our best foot forward. But you know, I'm really enjoying it and love the role I'm in. So I'm very excited about the future as well. But I believe once again pitching it into that corner and getting sideways on the gas, Marcus Nolan. I reckon that will be him coming through in the lead position. Absolutely flat out, hard on the brakes, hard on the front end there. Look at the back end, John, bouncing around a little bit. Off-road suspension, a little bit freer in the rebound, a little bit looser, so it tracks well. Big look back over his shoulder. How does that go when you're like 15? Just look back over your shoulder, fifth gear, wide open. Look at the back end dancing around. You got to stay on the throttle. So plenty of experience rolled into this young man here. He knows how to approach these events, how to handle these conditions. You just see staying just off the edge of the race line there. That's a nice line. He's being really smart and patient with his line choice, coming in high there, apex in the turn, not pushing wide there. Absolutely perfect. I love seeing that. That's what gets me excited there, when a young rider can execute corners perfect, approach nice, not mess it up or rush in. That was perfection right there.
Yeah, it certainly was. So we're thinking Marcus, still your race leader out there at the moment for the GYTR Yamaha Junior Racing outfit. Also supported by Yamaha Motor Australia, Yamalube, Shop Yamaha, Ride Dunlop, ANZ, Unifielder, Custom MX, Fox Racing Australia, NGK, Promo Shack, and Akrapovic Exhaust. Good on you, Shan. Jeez, looking after us with some chocolate bars and some more H2O here, Matty.
That keep us going all day, John.
I reckon.
We're going good.
Yeah.
Here we go, coming through the finish line. 191 on the plate, Marcus Nolan. A nice little lead. He has stretched it out again, John. So that after that first lap with a 9-second differential, I reckon he's put it to about the same again. Looking at Harry Gilbertson coming through, 49 on the plate, sitting in second.
I think he's extended it. Looks like it's 13 seconds.
Here comes second now, so we're at 13 seconds. Absolutely flying around. Look at him backing off. I don't know if he's adjusting or backing that out. The steering stabilizer. Something very unique in these off-road events. Most of the riders do alike, because on that high-speed section, the chatter in the front end, that steering damper just helps the front end stay relaxed and straight, so you don't have to grip tight. I noticed there he was stretching out his left hand, stretching out his left forearm. Did he get a little bit tight? I did notice, man. He was pushing really, really hard coming into that finish line section there. So it's not like they know they got 6 laps, maybe looking at an hour and a half duration. They're like looking like they're racing like they've got 2 laps to go. Like they're just absolutely on the hammer. So impressive riding. He's got to stay loose and relaxed. It's still a long way to go in this event. And once again, we see, it looks like 49.
Harry Gilbertson.
Harry Gilbertson sitting in second there. And that might be our third place rider back there as well. Jet Abar. So has he crept out, John, into third?
Yeah, looks like Jet's there. So
that's a 19-second gap. So I think he's definitely running a good pace. What was checking the lap times?
15 minutes 12, I think, from Marcus.
Okay, so
last time around against a 15 minutes 16 for Gilbertson.
Wow, and then Jet Avar turned a 15-14. So all 3 of these riders within 4 seconds of a lap time. John, this could get very interesting as this race unfolds into that, about the 1 hour mark. Who has the fitness and the stamina? And you just see there how he slowed up and took his time through that corner to get on the inside and open this next corner up. So riding very smart is Marcus. I like his chances of staying fit and strong for the end of this race by just watching his line. Look at him up there, hard up on the smooth line. Excellent line choice there. He's avoiding as much bumps as he can. He knows he's got to save that energy. That'll allow him on those last couple of laps. If they are to close up and put some pressure on him, he might still have a bit of reserve left in the tank. But line choice out here is key. We see the rest of the field coming through. 27, looks like a 250 KTM rolling through the pits here.
Richie Lawler.
So, and there's a drink. So it looks like a quick drink bottle handed off to the rider there, and he will have a sip, which is interesting. He's got a Camelback on there as well. So I wonder if he just needs a little bit of extra, maybe some sort of
like a sports drink?
Like a sports drink, perhaps. Yeah, maybe like some sort of Endura or something like that. Electrolyte replenishment, just to keep you can't just drink water all day. You got to have a little bit of electrolytes and some sugars to replace stuff. Levi Rossi, I believe, taking off up the hill.
Yeah, Fletcher Ryan on the 17 I reckon he was just sitting in front of him, but yeah, you're right. It'd be interesting for those that are opting not to go with the Camelback setup. You think surely they would have popped a couple of hydrolytes this morning in their water and would have absolutely pre-hydrated until they couldn't drink anymore, basically, just to make sure they were good to go.
Yeah, you do. You also do have to be aware, drinking too much water will strip you of your minerals in your body, and it can actually deplete you and dehydrate you as well. So there's not a fine line, but you definitely don't want to over drink the day of in the morning too much water, because it will actually strip you and give you a bit of a bellyache too. So it's you definitely got the week leading up to an event like this, you've got to be very structured and prepared.
So we can scroll down through the results a little bit further for you now. So at the moment, it is all Marcus Noland, as we mentioned, with a 13-second advantage over Harry Gilbertson, the defending champ. Jed Avard in behind them in third place. So he was a further 6.8 seconds back from Harry, but rounding out the top three. And then it's Nitro Nate Munro in fourth position. Fletcher Ryan sitting in fifth. Then it's back to Levi Rossi in sixth overall, but leading as far as the 100cc through the 150cc two-strokes are concerned. So Levi having a good run. Paddy Lewis back up onto the four-strokes. He's in seventh overall. Lockie Roach in eighth position. Richie Lawler in ninth. Mitch Ford in 10th. Liam Egan in 11th. Kai Austin in 12th position. Nate Waldy in 13th.
Oh, we have a very fair competitor here. This is the section where we were looking at before, John. Is that inside going to keep getting further inside and go inside of this bush that we're looking at now? The rider just coming through the screen there. We can see the white marker there, which is technically the inside of the track. He actually went up and around that cone, used the berm there. A very honourable rider there. We'd like to see that.
He could be a candidate for the Total Tools
there we go.
Sportsman of the Day award.
He could be a very strong candidate for that, because I don't know how many other riders can say they went up around that cone there, but I don't actually think it's not much of an advantage, actually, because you got to go over that hump, and like we saw before, there's about 3 riders crashed because that, going over the top of that little hump sand mound with ruts in it, it's quite technical, so I don't think it's much of an advantage, to be honest. But either way, we're keeping an eye on the riders, make sure they're all doing the right thing. Looks like these riders just letting their legs dangle a little bit, trying to relax, get some blood flow going as they cruise through, stretching it out. Yep, so he's stretching it out, letting his legs hang, just trying to get that blood flow going and get a bit of relaxation time as they creep through the pits. And they, it's very important that they don't go too fast and get a penalty here in the pit area.
So just looking at the first of the 85 big wheel, and it looks like it is still Declan Smart, currently running in 28th position overall.
Well, he's creeping up each lap here, so
he's got quite an advantage over his nearest rival in class, and that's Riley Mullen, who sits down in 35th. So he's absolutely flexing his muscles here and trying to pick his way through the order. It's very impressive from Smart. I think you'd have to be impressed with that as we...
Sure, yeah. No, that's awesome to see. And just as much for Riley, he's still sitting in 35th. He's not lost any positions. So that is just incredible. But Declan, to be moving forward in this type of field on an 85 is definitely saying that, hey, I'm feeling fit, my bike's good, and I'm fast. Get out the way. I'm coming through. There's a screaming two-stroke 85 coming through. Watch out. So pretty impressive, Declan. We'll see how far he can go up the field, and it'll be interesting. But nonetheless, he's leading the current 85 standings.
I think we saw him cruise through the pits a few moments ago, so we'll see if we can go a little bit further down. I reckon I got up to around about Riley Delaney in 15th for overall, but he too is in that two-stroke 100 through 150cc class, so could well be sitting inside the top 3 in that class at the moment. So Billy Clark's behind him in 16th. Riley Howe runs in 17th overall. Trip Smith in 18th. Harrison Lee's in 19th. Mitch House in 20th. Clyde Carey's 21st. Hayden Roach is 22nd. Lachlan Farrell is 23rd. Noah Holton is 24th. Lockie Vincent is 25th. Cade Green is 26th. Cody Breen 27th. Then down to Declan Smart, as we mentioned, in 28th. Joel Kramer's 29th. Harrison Finch in 30th. Chase Weston in 31st, followed by Albie Trigg, Lockie Gardner, Blake Brown, Riley Mullen in 35th overall, Chad Woodbury, Kai Kinsella in 37th, Xander Guka in 38th, Sid O'Brien in 39th, Bradley Gerety in 40th, Lockie Di Paolo 41st, followed by Will Cale, Jack Roberts, Finley Cox, and Jesse Diffie rounds out the top 45. As we said, a couple of different classes out there. You've got a bit of a mixture. We've got our 4-stroke class. You've got the 2 strokes, the 100 through the 150. Then you've got the big wheel 85. So there's pretty well the 3 different categories. Sort of the battle within the battle here for us to keep an eye on.
Yep, plenty of action, plenty of action to review, and even for the teams and the families out here thinking, oh, he's sitting in 60th, but he might not be in his actual category. Someone might be up there in the top 10, which is an amazing effort. And you just saw some of the 85 riders coming through, getting a bit of head shake. The tracks are getting rough. They're pushing as hard as they can. The fatigue's going to set in here soon. Make sure they control their motorcycle, use the proper technique will really help their longevity here in this race. Using good technique and the right muscle groups will really help in an event like this.
So wide open on the 250cc. You think they'd be guzzling a fair bit of fuel, that's for sure. So you'd be thinking by halfway distance approximately. I know we weren't quite across this in the small wheel race, but you'd be thinking by the completion of lap 3 or 4, we could expect to see majority of this field in for a bit of a top up.
I would have thought so. Definitely think that after that 3, maybe lap 4, they're going to pop in, just have a quick splash of fuel, and then have a drink and go again. But we were severely wrong in the small wheel group, so we're going to have to wait and see. They may choose to push as far as they can, maybe even up to the last lap or 2, and then just put a quick bit of fuel in and go. So it's a shorter pit stop, perhaps. We're going to have to wait and see. It's going to be interesting to see what team or what rider chooses and when they come in and what they do. So we might start to learn that here in the next lap.
We can really see it starting to cut up, can't we? It's just starting to get rough. The suspension really starting to work hard on these motorcycles, and that's where it's really going to start to take its toll a little bit. It's where the training comes in.
Wow, look at that.
The physical fitness.
You see the bike just jumping around underneath him. He probably didn't even think anything of it. We watched it on TV and go, wow, look at that. And then you ask the rider, did you feel that? Or how was that? And he's like, well, I don't know. I've been there before where it's you're just so focused on the race and just going that nothing bothers you.
Actually, it was almost remiss of us, Maddie, not to mention the female class here as well, the 12 to under 16 class, and Nellie Fox down in 88th position. Yes, we've got so many riders out on track at the moment, but I suspect would most likely be leading the way. She did win the Prologue earlier on this morning, so you think she would be the first of the ladies out in this one. We'll just see if we can scroll down a little bit further to find some of her fellow competitors. Have to be just a little further down in the order. Yep, there's Lily Sexton sitting in 131st position overall. So we can see a few more of them a little bit lower down the pecking order, and Olivia Johnson as well in 151st. So we certainly...
So that could be the top 3 running order in the women's class.
Yep.
So that's fantastic effort that they're even out there. Big field in this one. We had 3 rows of bikes all lined up taking off. So
there's 261 riders if we scroll right to the very bottom of the
there it is,
the timing.
260 bikes on track at once. I mean, that could really change the race outcome as well. There's going to be a lot of back markers, a lot of people to pass as the leaders are coming through. Their pace is a lot faster than some of the riders that are back there that obviously potentially got a late start in the sport, maybe don't do a lot of riding. So the speed of Marcus right now coming through this group of riders here out on the track, it's really going to be tricky because the speed he's going is amazing. I mean, he's probably running similar times as the pro riders this afternoon. And he's going to have to be very careful with the line choice and how quick he comes up on somebody, and you know, just really pay attention to that. But that could really change the outcome if he starts getting back marker problems, and slowing him down a little bit. The second and third may have an opportunity to catch up that gap.
So we just, for those watching on the live streaming there, those results were up there. It didn't seem to include Harry Gilbertson in second place, so the live timing was just showing that on the screen. So we'll have another look at that. And we know last time around there was a 13-second differential between Marcus and Harry.
I'm going to guess this may be Marcus on screen now as he punches it up the inside, just checks up, smart move, and then ducks up the inside again. So if this is Marcus on screen now, riding very smart as he has this entire race so far. So it would not surprise me if this is him as he comes up on another lapper here. So swinging out wide, making a nice easy pass, giving plenty of room as he goes past these competitors here. This is where you need to be very cautious and looking ahead, John. Hey, you got to really take your time to just look ahead and see what's coming up, and kind of almost plan an attack on when you're going to make a pass. Sometimes you might be better off just to be patient and sit behind someone and you know, quickly duck out of the inside and make a pass down the next straight, and just sometimes you're better off to wait. That was a perfect example. He was patient, tucked up the inside, made a nice, safe, easy pass. So yeah, this Marcus Nolan is very impressive. He's impressing me right now, just in the way he's going about his race, the timing that he's doing everything. Cuts out again wide there, ducks out to the outside line here, nice and easy, shifting gears. Perfect execution so far.
Yeah, he's really carrying the momentum, just flowing through the outside of that turn. Didn't worry about looking for the apex. And now we can see him coming right back towards us.
And sometimes you got to thread the needle. Big panic rev there, letting the back markers know, hey, someone fast is coming through. Just hold your line. I'll come up the inside. Logging another lap. So that will be lap 3. Marcus Nolan leading the way here. And once again, left hand off, just letting it air out a little bit, shaking it off. The thing we need to watch here is who's going to come through in second and what is the gap.
So what was his last time? A 15-minute 22.651. Gee, he has absolutely put the hammer down. It's 22.5 seconds.
Wow.
Between first and second now. And he's going to take the opportunity to stop and get some fuel. Look at these fuel churns nowadays with that quick release. They can probably get that done quicker than he can have a quick drink. Looks like a little bit of gel there, just something very quick, very light.
Yep.
Fuel cap's back on, and he will rejoin the fray. We didn't actually see whether Harry had gone past or not. That was
Looks
interesting.
like he might have just...
What was that came off the motorcycle?
I think it was on the Yamahas, they have that cover that goes over the top of the fuel cap. I think he may have just pulled that off. I couldn't quite tell, but I did see something kind of come off. I don't think it's anything major. He doesn't look stressed at all. I'm sure the fuel cap's done up. I think it was just the cover that sits over the top.
Not that air filter cover?
I hope it's not.
Because that sits just there at the
does.
end of the seat too, doesn't it?
It does. I surely hope it's not the air filter cover. I don't think it will be. He doesn't look stressed. He was missing a part of his seat up the front there, so he won't want to sit too far forward in his corners. But on this high-speed track, you're more sitting towards the rear, center to the rear of the seat anyway. But we'll have to keep close eye on that if we can get a close-up of his bike there and just see, what that was. But I don't think it's anything of a problem. I don't see anyone rushing out there to fix it. So he should be fine here as he gets back under green flag, and off he goes for lap 4 is underway. 22-second lead he has coming into the pits. So we'll see what the gap is and who is pulled into the pits. It may have extended or it may have shortened up. We won't find out till they cross the line again.
No, that's right. So some more live footage here, and not saying
look at that pass there, creeping across the inside. That was a brilliant move.
Yeah, it was. It does look like the Yamaha, so that's most likely still Marcus we're thinking at the moment.
That's Marcus Nolan there, our leader. So far, absolutely impressing me. Just the racecraft. Look at him ducking back across and then crisscrossing the track on those smooth lines. It's almost like he's been here for a week just practicing as the track is rough. And I know that's not allowed. It's not been happening at all. But this this young rider that has so much experience in his racecraft is really shining through, and that's what I'm seeing the most, John, is just the line choices he's got and picking up some really crafty moves here.
Yeah, he's absolutely...
he's waving his arm around there, so not sure what was happening there.
He's attacking this track, isn't he, with reckless abandon, but he just seems to be hitting his marks, almost as if he's been practicing on the Xbox or PS5 or whatever they're up to nowadays, but he seems to almost have a photographic memory of all the different lines, all the entry points. The apex is just exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, he's really been nailing that. It's like he's designed the track on the PlayStation or something, been running it, and he knows every bump and line. And that's that focusedness where when that happens and you're so locked in, you're in the zone. You're in the zone and you're just hitting everything perfect and can kind of predict when and where you can pass a lapper or, where there's an open gap. So he seems to be in that zone right now, that's for sure. And it's cool to watch. It's cool. You got to respect that. And as we see another rider coming into pit lane, always slowing down, creeping through. Look at the pits. The vans all parked up. Such a cool sight. Such a cool event here at the Hattah Desert Race. And we are very lucky as a sport to have this event, be allowed to be out here, carving up the wetlands here in the back of Mildura is pretty awesome.
Yeah, it certainly is. So I reckon the top 16 have already come through to complete lap number 3. So Marcus Nolan, as we've told you, with a 20-plus second lead over Harry Gilbertson. Jedivard sitting back in 3rd place. Nate Munro in 4th. Fletcher Ryan in 5th. Levi Rossi continues to fly the flag for the Two Smokers. Out there in 6th, but first in class. Paddy Lewis in 7th. Liam Egan in 8th position. Kai Austin in 9th. Nate Waldy in 10th position. He's being chased by Lockie Roach, Oscar Thomas, Riley Delaney, Richie Lawler, Mitch Ford, Riley Howe, Billy Clark, Trip Smith, Mitch House, Clyde Carey, Harrison Lees. Then it's down to Hayden Roach from Lachlan Farrell, Noah Holton, Lachlan Vincent, Cade Green, Cody Breen, Declan Smart. Smarty through... I think his best lap time is 16:57, sitting in 28th position and still leading the way for the 85 big wheels.
Yeah, that appears like he hasn't gained any position. He hasn't lost any in that last lap, so looks like he's going to be holding it. I was kind of looking at the lap times of the riders around him, and I think everyone's going to be a little bit similar pace there, so it's going to be hard to move forward from here. Looks like Riley Mullen and the 85 still sitting second in group, so amazing effort there for both of these riders.
Yeah, it certainly is. So it's actually only the top 26 that have just come around at half race distance. So Cody Breen, his name just illuminating momentarily there. So Declan Smart through now. We probably just jumped the gun a fraction, but he's actually moved up to 27th.
So that's another position he's picked off. That's he's definitely on the move. And I'm just seeing a rider down here in 42nd, Will Kale. I'm wondering if that's Ollie Kale's brother. Ollie Kale finishing second in the small wheel division this morning. So I'd be interested to know if, the big brothers out there, if they are related. A competitive family, brothers going at it. Pretty amazing, and sitting in 42nd in this group here, riding strong. So obviously the family's doing something pretty special, pretty good there to get these kids going. Yeah,
they certainly are. Of course, they'd love their racing, and that's what it's all about. I think it's having the passion. Once you jump on a motorcycle, start getting into racing or riding, whatever it might be, a bit of an excursion there from one of our competitors.
That's the point where you got to stay concentrated and try not to, because that might have cost him, 1 or 2 seconds right there. So just trying to pick up a little extra speed going into the corner kind of bit him there, and that's why you just have to tone it down, and your braking points need to be so precise on a track like this where it's high speed. You see the 84 just drop the hammer there on the throttle, get back up the hill. Here we go.
Yeah, he does indeed. So let's see if we can go a little bit further back through the field here. I think we went up to about the top 30 or so. In fact, Holton was in 28th, Weston in 29th, Harrison Finch in 30th, Albie Trigg, he should be there somewhere in about 31st, Xander Goiker in 32nd, Lockie Gardner in 33rd, Riley Mullen still racing his heart out there on the 85 big wheel, possibly second in class, we're thinking. Unofficially, Blake Brown there in 35th, Jack Roberts 36th, Will Cale in 37th, Kai Kinsella in 38th, Bradley Geraghty in 39th, Sid O'Brien 40th, Jesse Diffie in 41st, Hayden Detling in 42nd, Jack Wilson's 43rd, Joel Kramer just comes around in 45th, and in fact Jack Wilson 43rd, Chad Woodbury's 44th. I think it may have been the 38 of Harley Julin who sits in 45th. Lockie Di Paolo not far behind him in 46th, followed by Joel Kramer, Finley Cox, Malachi Middleton. In fact, Sam Dixon's 49th, and RJ Penny has now moved up into 50th position.
And just looking at Nellie Fox sitting in 88th position right now, so that's one of our female riders out here. So she could be up in the running for in the women's group, maybe sitting top 3 right now.
Yeah, it's difficult to see any other of the female riders above her in the live timing at the moment. So we suspect unofficially that she would be leading in class. And as you said, we'll be able to recap whether she's moved up any positions against the boys in a few moments when she comes through. Of course, constantly updating until they click off another lap. Can anybody catch Marcus the way he is riding here, Matty? It's very impressive. His best lap time of a 15:12.9, and you know the closest to that I think is Gilbertson with a 15:16 lap time, but it's not that. I think we're not seeing much of a drop away in his lap times either, and that's probably the most impressive part, isn't it? That he's just maintaining the rage.
It is. I think that's the way he's going about the race, and you know how he's positioning himself, not just technique-wise, but passing the riders, how he's kind of connecting the track right now. I mean, I think that is the strong point for him, where it's going to get him across to the end of this race. Bar any mechanical, I just think the way he's approached it and riding the track is a little bit superior to the competition right now. As we see a rider just tuck the front end in on the exit of the corner there. We just saw him go down, but I'm sure that was a very low-speed crash. He'll be back up and running again, no problem, in the soft sand here today. But yeah, you're right. Marcus just riding exceptional right now. The racecraft he's demonstrating is kind of what's really impressing me, and I think it'll really give him some energy at the end of this race. As we look at Declan Smart, here is our first 85 rider on screen right now, and a rider I've got to know over the years growing up in South Australia. We've watched Declan come through from 50s up to the 60 and now in the 80s, and an exceptional rider up on the pegs. That's what you like to see in the last sandy rolling whoops here at Mildura. We want to see him up on the pegs, and then off the back here making the rear end drive, getting the most power he can out of this 85 machine. I just actually had a message from Scotty Watts down there from part of Declan's team in the pit stop there, and they said that he will be pitting this lap, so he will be coming in for fuel at the end of this lap. So looks like Declan's got a pretty solid lead. Obviously they're aiming at the the overall for the 85 place, but I know Declan, he just wants to ride. Yeah, he just wants to ride his bike. He doesn't care. He's just going for it. So anyway, their game plan is to pull in for fuel this lap. So that'll be end of lap 4. That'll give him 2 more laps remaining. So obviously that fuel tank, John, what we were talking about from the junior 85s to the big wheel 85, we don't have enough fuel in the tank to just go all the way through in this class. So they do have to pull in. I think that's good. It makes it interesting. It's cool for us to talk about and see some pit stops.
Absolutely. So it looks like the top 100 or so have just come through here. We just see the timing updating, so we might be able to have a closer look a little bit further down in the field. As we said, Nellie Fox has come through in that 97th position, has she? No, not perhaps not quite. We just see that changing slightly. So Ryan Hunt's come through in 98th. Harrison Walters.
There goes Riley Mullins on screen there. So that'll be the second place 85 rider. See the Kawasaki going through. So here we got one.
Getting even tighter through that turn.
We got one truly honest to the core rider there on the Yamaha 85. Hats off to you, my young man. But hey, it's not really gaining much time, John, so I don't think there's any implications there. It's just how it goes.
You were seeing Nellie Fox just slide down through the order here, so let's hope nothing as serious has happened to the young lady out there, because we can see now Tom Mitchell's through in 102nd, Henry Jack 103, Banjo Watt in 104th, Alex Beaton 105, Jimmy Chennell in 106, Campbell Porter is 107th, Liam Schiller is 108th, Safford Clark running in 109th, Henry Vines in 110th, James Norrie down in 111th, from Austin Clissold on the 174 in 112th, Finn Westbrook in 113th, Diesel Timon in 114th, Kai Glover in 115th, Ryan Couch in 116th, Hudson Wilson in 117th position, Malachi Middleton in 118th, followed by Mac Dyson, Tanner Eames, and Nellie Fox continuing to slide down through the timing. So
let's hope that it's not a mechanical or a crash or something, and she is still out there circulating. We won't really know until I think this is the leader on track now, I believe, by the look of that speed that he's coming through the straights. I think Marcus Nolan coming through, and yes, I believe that is him. I can tell by the body position, the way he's pivoting the bike. Once again, Marcus, you can see the speed that he's coming through this. Look how rough that is getting there. So absolutely not backing down at all when the track's starting to get rough. He just knows he's got to stay on the throttle, keep his weight to the rear end, and let the bike do its thing. Coming up to some back markers here. So this is where we've been really impressed, isn't it, John? How he's just kind of sifting his way through, picking his point. He's backed off a little bit there so he can set himself up to the outside. He's just been very crafty and smart with his lines and how he's passing these riders. It's cool to see. He's not in a massive rush to make silly passes and put himself or the other riders at risk.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what you were saying earlier, Brett. And it's not by just riding by your front fender.
Yeah.
It's trying to look up the track. Like, yeah, every now and then you might get a slight surprise from a back marker, just like there.
Yes.
He had to back off for a moment there because you sort of expect him to do one thing. If they happen to get a little bit untidy or squirrely in front of you, sometimes maybe you got to have a plan B or C.
Yep.
But yeah, it's trying to preempt, I guess, what they're doing and trying to catch them at the right opportunities as well.
That's right. It's almost like you have to plan ahead and have timing to it, because if you go in too hot sometimes, you might get stuck there and you can't move around the track and make a pass. So sometimes you do have to back down a little bit, like we've seen him do just before when you pointed that out. He just hit the brakes, checked up, got onto a nice easy part of the track where he can make a pass, and off he goes. So really demonstrating he's got what it takes to bring this thing home so far. The machine is looking very good. Obviously in the Fox Racing gear, Yamaha bike, looking strong right now.
Did you see the roost as well when he was just before he got into the pit lane? That the amount of roost that presumes a scoop tyre, might be a soft terrain tyre, but
yeah,
it was hooking up, and
yeah,
it doesn't really look like a scoop tyre from here. But
yeah, from here I was going to guess that that's just like a mid-soft kind of intermediate terrain tyre. Something in the Bridgestone tyre range would be like an X20 intermediate tyre. I think that's probably a good choice, because it's not going to break down as much either. So those knobbies on the scoop tyres will break down, and you have more surface area on the actual carcass of the tyre that could possibly get a puncture. So the more knobs you got down on the ground, you kind of keep the actual tyre up off the ground a bit more. So if that made any sense, I don't know. But
no, it does. It makes sense, mate.
Yeah.
We see Harry Gilbertson on screen there a few moments ago on the 49. So he's come around 33.3 seconds in arrears of our race leader.
Wow. And then sitting third is Jet Avard. So is that 30 seconds behind second?
I reckon he was
that
only
total?
point
Oh, so we
three.
got a battle.
Yeah, only 0.3 of a second behind Harry.
So here we go. So this is, and this should possibly be a pit stop lap for those guys. So I believe Marcus is going to do that one pit stop in the middle of the race, and then that should take him to the end of the moto, I believe.
He may have pitted then. We didn't actually see it, but he may have.
Okay.
We just keep a bit of an eye here. Remember, he had 33 seconds up his sleeve, so there was easily enough time for him to do that and probably still come out. Oh, here's a fallen rider. Gee, that could be a bit hairy, but he manages to go past him okay on the left-hand side. He'll be trying to make light work of some of these 85s, and he does just that there with a blip of the throttle. He clears two of them on the one straight through this sort of snaky section. He'll now just flow that speed and be looking to go up through the gears through this straight section. He's got that little bit of a switchback happening here and now into this left-hander, and then it starts to straighten out shortly where he can really just run it wide open.
Just hitting his marks, isn't he? You know, he didn't overshoot any of those corners, just executing everything nice and steady, and he's in a good position where he doesn't have immediate pressure right behind him. He can kind of manage that 30-second lead. I'm sure when he came into that pit stop the lap before, they would have said, hey, you've got a gap, you know, maybe 20 or 30 seconds it was at that point. You know, just continuously just, you know, stay at that pace. You don't have to rush anything. So he's kind of in a nice spot to be right now.
Wonder whether Oscar Smythe may have got a flat tyre or something, but I see them just changing the rear wheel on the rider of the 788.
Yeah, that's always... It's where you appreciate as a rider, you're having your family or your pit crew there to help out, and looks like he's, like you say, he might have had a flat tyre, just swapping out a wheel. Looked like the chain might have been a bit loose too, so you know, I don't think they'll probably take the time to tighten that up, but they'll just run it, and good to see them be able to get their rider back out on track and try and finish this event, which is just, you know, one task in itself is hard enough.
Yeah, the suspension on the modern day enduro bike in particular, it sort of surprising me just how loose, how much slack you actually need to have in the chain. It's certainly not what it used to be back in my days racing in the junior ranks.
Yeah, you have to be aware of that. You know, if you're not aware of it and you're running your chain too tight, it really binds up the handling of your bike and your chassis, and it doesn't work correctly, and then you put in a major risk of breaking the chain or snapping the chain. You know, the amount of torque force that these four-strokes produce now, and especially in Supercross when you land and the chain's tight and then you're hard on the gas and pulling the chain forward with the acceleration, it puts the chains under forces I don't even want to know about, because it's pretty gnarly. So you're better off just to know that you got to really learn your bike and examine, you know, where your chain's at and what you need, if it needs to be loose or tight.
You look at some of the racing going on just a few moments ago whilst you were chatting there, that they were four abreast coming out of the pits. It's, you know, it's the race within the race. It
is. It's almost like from that finish line to the entrance of the pit, they want to get in front because they don't want to have to sit behind somebody. So it really is a bit of a last-ditch battle, and that's something I used to do with the water bottle and the straw. You just grab it as you go by and then just kind of drop it here, and you probably have another team member somewhere down here where they'll grab that bottle and take it back to their pit. So quite a clever move there. And I just saw number 11 coming through as we got number 41 pulled in for a pit stop. It's number 11 on the plate. Waldy's come through. So we're looking at now maybe the top 20 is starting to roll through here, completing their fourth lap of the event. And so far, everyone is looking really, really strong.
So it was 16 minutes 18 from Harry Gilbertson last time around, and it was 16 minutes and 7 seconds from your leader Marcus Noland. So that just shows you, and as we have a look at Jedavad, a 16-minute 10 from him last time around, so some 8 seconds quicker. No doubt that's what really shrunk that gap between Gilbertson and himself.
Yep, and that's... we're going to have to keep an eye on that battle as it unfolds here, because I think, you know, they're going to really push each other to the end of this race. Will Marcus Noland kind of start to just take it easy and manage his lead and back it down a little bit as those two are pushing forward? And, you know, can they close that gap up? I don't think so, but we'll have to wait and see. But definitely the battle for second is going to be on. And look at that, they get 0.6 of a second dividing each other. So it's going to be cool to see.
Yeah, it is. But what would you do if you were in Marcus's shoes here? Would if the team are telling you that you've got a pretty good advantage, would you just maybe just be a little more cautious with some of the back markers, or do you think that's a bad trap to fall into, that he should just keep riding and attacking the way he has for the race so far?
Yeah, I think he's got to continue the pace that he's on. I think if he backs down a little bit too much, and like I said, if second and third place start really pushing themselves forward and find rhythm, and Marcus really backs it off and takes his time too much passing people, that a 30-second gap on a 12-minute or whatever, 15-minute lap can shrink really quickly. So, and then if you do have a simple tip over and something wrong, then bang, they're right on you. So he really wants to just continue the pace that he's on, but I do think he needs to be aware of just making passes. He needs to take his time. There's no need to rush making passes. So just make smart passes where he can execute cleanly and get away, and I think that's his key to the race. I think the pace that he's running, he'll be able to set the tone for that, and I don't think the actual speed, I don't think the other guys are going to be able to catch him. It'll be more like how much he backs off passing people, and if he starts to really back off too much thinking he's got it won and a big lead, that'll really affect him. So I would say just continue as you are.
So I reckon the top 30 or so have come through now. Marcus Nolan leading the way, as we've mentioned. Harry Gilbertson, the defending champ, sitting in second. Jedivard in third place. Nate Munro holding down fourth. Lightning Levi Rossi in fifth position at the moment, and he's about 12, or he was 12.7 seconds in arrears of Nate Munro up ahead of him. So Fletcher Ryan runs 6th overall. Liam Egan is 7th. Paddy Lewis runs 8th. Kai Austin's in 9th position. Richie Lawler in 10th. Nate Waldy in 11th. Lockie Roach in 12th position. Riley Delaney sits in 13th. Oscar Thomas in 14th. Mitch Ford in 15th. Riley Howe is 16th. Tripp Smith is 17th. Billy Clark is 18th. Clyde Carey runs 19th. They're being followed by Harrison Lees, Mitch House, Cade Green, Lachlan Farrell, Hayden Roach, Cody Breen, Noah Holton, Lachlan Vincent and Declan Smart. Now 4 laps in the books, rounding out the top 28 and leading the charge for the 85cc Big Wheel Brigade. In behind him, Chase Weston in 29th, Xander Goiker in 30th, Harrison Finch in 31st, followed by Lockie Gardner, Kai Kinsella, Albie Trigg, Will Kale, Riley Mullen pushing on as well. In fact, may not have quite come around to complete lap number 4 just yet. It's only the top 37 or 36 or so, I think, that have got. In fact, he has come through now. So Riley is in 37th and probably second in class, and he's being followed by Blake Brown on the 824.
So still a bit of a gap back to the third place 85 rider. So Riley's sitting in a good position, not a lot of pressure on him there. He can just kind of maintain that pace and not get too worried if he loses positions. I think he's still sitting really, really strong.
Yes, I'm sure, no doubt that that'll be filtering through. Do you think there'd be, as he crosses by his gazebo, we're not seeing too many pit boards come out as such, but as you coast through the pits, is that something his team, like Dan Banks will be saying, look, you're comfy in second, just keep it up, just quickly blurt that out as his boy goes past, so he knows how to attack the remaining laps?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that'd be, I think silly if they didn't, because just keeping your rider relaxed and not panicking at this stage, you're in a really, really good position. So I think maybe just having some hand signals, simple as a thumbs up, or just pace yourself and take it easy. That'll go a long way, just to let them know, oh, okay, it's all good. I'm in a good position. Sometimes that's all you need, is just say, hey, you're doing good. Relax there and stay confident and stay calm, and what you're doing just fine. As we watched number 92 come through, that looks like it might have been a 125 2-stroke. I couldn't quite pick it up, but looks like he was on the charge there. Number 92.
Number 92, we should be able to find him in the running order down here. That's RJ Penny sitting in 48th position, Brett, at the moment.
Yep.
As
And
you
out of the
said,
125, 85, two-stroke, or...
yes, there's quite a few in the two-stroke brigade, as we said, being headed up at the moment by Levi Rossi. He's having such a great run, sitting in 5th position.
Good work for Levi. Levi, I believe, won the 85 class here last year. So he will go on from last year where he won the 85 big wheel class. And now he's going on to the 125, and he's going to, if he continues as he is, he will pick up the 125 class win. So quite an outstanding effort. I know they've been over to America. I was talking to the family yesterday. They've spent some time in the States over at Club MX, did some GNCC off-road racing. Levi absolutely loves his off-road stuff, and brother Jackson as well. So good to see them having a good run, and they're getting the experience over there and turning some heads too. It's quite impressive, the racing that he did over there. So happy to see Levi backing it up here today and out here in Hattah.
Yeah, Club MX, it's an interesting scenario, isn't it? I believe Chad Reed purchased a property adjoining Club MX and has actually been there riding himself and doing a little bit of coaching.
Yeah.
There with some of his kids as well. I know his daughter's out due to a pretty serious injury at the moment, but it's interesting, isn't it? A lot more momentum sort of building around that whole Club MX facility in the States.
Yeah, they've been going for quite a long time, but the momentum they have now, building the race team, taking the race team out to the AMA Nationals and the Supercross, and to be honest, starting off at a low level and building the reputation, building everything up to where they are now, and then they've got some amazing riders. They're on the podium, and now Chad obviously coming in there with his family as well, joining forces with Club MX. I mean, what a great pickup for Club MX to pick up a guy like Chad Reed, who can help all of your riders at Club MX, and then on race day, take him to the race day and help your team. I mean, it's just a win-win for everybody. I never got there. I never trained or rode there. I rode a lot of other tracks on the East Coast and of America, but I never went to the Club MX. But obviously the facility has just grown, and the popularity they have now, really strong, and they're a force to be reckoned with now. So congratulations to those guys, and it's cool to see Chad over there with his family and the kids, and racing and improving and getting better, and it's cool to watch. I respect what they're doing.
There's even a GNCC loop out of there as well, I believe, too. It's not just purely Supercross or motocross.
Yeah, I think the area that they're in, off-road and GNCC, is massive. It's such a big market there. So, most of those facilities have an off-road loop as well that they can go and do, and even just for motocross skills. I mean, I think even the great Mike Brown, when he started to do off-road, I think he improved. He got better as a motocross rider too. Just the skill set he developed and how to hop logs and rocks and doing all that stuff. He was just like, man, I'm a better rider. Like it was crazy, the translation he was talking about of when he goes back to riding motocross. Like, I'm just more skilled. Like, this has really actually improved me as a motocross guy too. So I think it's doing a variation of everything nowadays is important, and it's good for you, and it's good to not get stuck in just doing the one same old routine.
Yeah, that's for sure. Actually, we think this might be Marcus now leading the way, but you mentioned Mike Brown a few moments ago. I was sort of saddened recently to read that he had a pretty big accident and was on the road to recovery as well. So we certainly wish him all the best with that. I believe it was a pretty hard fall.
Yeah, man, Mike was, he's a hero to so many people all across the world, and I was really sad, when I heard that, and then really happy to see that his improvements that he's made in his recovery already. And I know Brownie, I raced him for a lot of years, and if anybody that's going to make a recovery and push through, and if grit and determination has anything to do with it, he's the guy. He's just an animal, and I got so much love and respect for him. It's crazy. So I'm fortunate to be able to say, like, he's a guy I know, a friend of mine, and a competitor, and I used to hate racing against him when I got there, but like, he's an awesome guy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it certainly was. Well, there's our leader, Marcus Nolan, coming around again to that. This must be lap number 5 complete. So last time around it was 16 minutes, 18.6. You see him there just having a bit of a look around. He's 5 complete for, it looks like Jedavad has moved up into second here, Matty. He's got the better of Hattah Gilbertson.
Fast lap time, Alvin. Just look at his lap, 15:53. So
wow,
he has taken a massive chunk. And this is what we talked about, wasn't it, John? Does Marcus slow down a little bit too much, take too much caution on, and then the second and third give them an opportunity to creep back into this thing? And we're looking at an 8.3 second lead. How will they exit the pit area here? Like, you can look at Marcus now really having to slow down because he can't, you're not allowed to pass anyone in front of you. So he's really at the mercy of the pace that this leader here sets, where there's a big gap after this little group here.
Wow, this race is very much on. Avad has absolutely gapped Hattah Gilbertson. He's put a good 8 seconds on him in the space of 1 lap.
Well, what we're seeing on screen, this could be first and second place here in the race. So the lead rider in this little group of 47, I believe that is a lap rider. 191 is our leader. There is 744. That is Avad.
Yeah, Jad,
and 49. And
Hattah Gilbertson.
So this is 1, 2, and 3.
How have they made so much time? Or did we miss Marcus with a quick pit stop?
Has something happened to a pit stop?
This is on Donkey Kong.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle in because it's about to get wild. And up the inside we go.
Oh, Hattah Gilbertson. He's made the pass for second, if you don't mind, folks. He is a man on a mission. Has he saved something here?
We might have a serious battle. Look at him setting it up here. He wants more.
Oh, back marker. There's more back markers up ahead.
Well, this is where these guys are going to have to be very careful.
Oh, our leader getting a little bit snaky there through the turn. It's
and Avad on the outside. Avad is on the outside. Gilbertson up the inside. This is crazy. Switching left and right, trying to find the smooth line, the better line they can maybe make a pass on. This is intense. There's still a lot of racing to go. We got 2 full laps, I believe, or is this the last lap?
No, I reckon they are on the final lap here.
This is five
complete. So this is a high-speed game of motorcycling chess here. They are going at it. They're ducking high, they're ducking low. Maybe just a little bit of a gap here for Marcus. He might have got the better of some of those back markers. He's looking. He's already rubbernecking over his shoulder. He knows he's got some heat now.
He knows the pressure's on. Look at, I think that's Gilbertson sitting in second, I believe. I can't quite tell, but the line choice that they are taking on the edges of the track, trying to find any smooth line they can find. But this is really a game of back markers, and when you get to them and the timing of it is going to play crucial here. As you can see, second, third, Marcus is stretched out a little bit, and I do think you might have been right, John. Just the lappers, the timing of it might have just held them up a little bit. But
it sort of begs the question, though, how did these guys gain so much on our leader when there was actually coming into the loop, into the pits, there was, according to timing, there was a fair gap between them, sort of 8 seconds between all of them. Then all of a sudden on pit exit, they're all bunched up.
I don't understand how that works and if there's any implications on that, but it gave us a bit of adrenaline there at the start of this race, and it is not over, that's for sure.
Oh, around the outside of a back marker there goes our race leader, and Marcus is continuing to show how it's done. Can he seal the deal? Can he get it done here? He's probably got another 7 or 8 minutes of hard pushing here on the track that's starting to deteriorate.
And that's Avad in second now. So Avad on the Husqvarna, pushing on the, look at him on the edge outside of the track, trying to get some potatoes out of the ground through the, through the farmland.
He is coming, Matty.
This is crazy. And I don't see third, so maybe third place in Gilbertson. Has he got caught up in a lap rider? And
just on the edge of screen, I think he was there, just coming through the turn. We can't quite see him, but we can see first and second. They're starting to disappear.
Here he is, third,
off into the distance.
So I would not rule Gilbertson out of the equation just yet, but Avad creeping up. Look at the inside line working for these guys now.
I think that's our leader, Marcus, was it, getting through that back marker. Avad Now one back marker between himself and the race leader. He quickly adjusts that situation as he rips around the outside. And now they've got that throttle twisted around to the stop down here. It's absolutely full noise at Hattah. It's the final lap, Matty, and they are going at it. This is just a no-holds-barred scrap for the win.
This is what they came to watch. This is what the people came to see. This is awesome. We've got a nice, intense last lap battle to the finish. And now we've lost them for a little while, so we're going to have to sit here and wait and watch the rest of the riders and speculate and watch the rest of the riders come through as they're still in a battle of their own. And look at Levi Rossi on the 125, picked up into 5th position on the last lap. So will he hold that down? And only 1 second behind 4th in Munro. So Levi Rossi, a force to be reckoned with in this off-road racing, creeping up into 5th place.
Yeah, what a young gun he is. The top 15 have already come through. Maybe that just gives us an opportunity to recap a fraction, as we've seen Nolan leading from Avard and Gilbertson, with Nate Munro in 4th position, Levi Rossi in 5th, Fletcher Ryan in 6th position in P7, Liam Egan on the 95, Paddy Lewis sitting in 8th position from Kai Austin in 9th, Richie Lawler in 10th, Nate Waldy in 11th, Lockie Roach in 12th, followed by Riley Delaney, Mitch Ford and Oscar Thomas rounding out the top 15. We're going to replay here on pit entry. So is our leader, has he slowed up?
191 is the leader here.
So he's banked up behind some back markers here. Did he maybe?
Here is Avard just at the back of the screen. We can see him there.
Was he going well below 25 though, Brett?
Well, I think this crew right here are going well below 25. So I think they're going a little bit too slow. And again, Marcus, he's at the mercy. He cannot pass. He cannot move forward. So I really don't think... I don't know how that plays out. I'm not in the rule book here, but...
Well, there we see Harry... But Gilbertson there was still a long way behind them, halfway through the pit entrance, but on exit, he was right
there
on their rear fender.
Well, he actually moved into second, didn't he? In that first corner, he actually put a pass in the second. So it really is going to be moving forward in this event. They're going to have like a speedo there with your direct speed that's telling you, because, you know, it really, there was nothing Marcus could do there. And technically, you know, if you're doing the speed limit, you shouldn't be able to, you should not be gaining positions or gaining ground in front of you. But obviously that did happen. I don't know how they work those things out. Is it fair? No.
But it's a little difficult. I mean, we're only speculating here. I mean, it could be that the leader got caught up with some of the back markers that were actually going well below 25.
I believe that was what I was trying to refer to. I think that the group that Marcus was stuck behind were going well below, you know, 25 Ks. They're not in the race. They're kind of, you know, they might be even tired, John. You know, they're pretty fatigued. So they're not in that intensity of the first place of the race. They're just cruising, and I think they were sitting well below 25. And, you know, maybe, you know, that's something that these officials can look at, is like, well, you know, maybe Marcus does get permission to kind of creep by steadily if he's, you know, not sitting on 25, at least given the opportunity to do that. And, you know, perhaps things need to be looked at there in the future. But nonetheless, I mean, it's just us to speculate on. That's nothing official about it. So we should have a pretty nice race to sit here and be observing here soon.
So we'll just have to keep an eye on it. I thought I saw one of our leaders coming into a shot there, but I don't think it was the case. We don't see the checkered flags coming out yet, but they must be starting to get a little closer now as we see them working their way around towards us. Hopefully we'll pick them up. Be great to pick up a ding-dong scrap all the way to the checkered flag, wouldn't it?
It sure would. It sure would, because I think they are going to be going hammer and tong at it, John. I don't think they're going to back down. I do not think Ava was tired. He looked strong. Marcus looked very strong. So it's going to be a race to the finish line, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, indeed, as we see a few more riders just making their way out of pit lane, setting off on their final circulation of battle here in this junior big wheel class. So maybe we can just have a little look at our timing screen. Let's Declan Smart still sitting in 27th, first of the big wheel 85s. Is Riley Mullen still there? He's only showing us 4 complete at the moment. Declan has completed 5 laps. So that will update shortly, but a little further down the order, we had Fletcher Ryan in 6th, from Egan 7th, Lewis 8th, Austin in 9th, Lawler 10th, from Waldy, Roach, Delaney, Ford, Thomas, Howe, Smith, Green, Carey, House, Billy Clark, Lees, Farrell, Breen, Vincent, Roach, we mentioned Smart, Goyka, and we got Holton and Finch. That's your top 30 that have all completed 5 laps.
Yep. And in the background there is the podium, the Penrite Hattah Desert Race podium, what their guys are going to be running for. You know, I know they want to be standing on top. Who's going to take it? We're just going to have to wait and see a little bit longer. But most riders completing their 5th lap, looking a little bit tired there, John, looking a little tired, but you know, a little bit of a tank slap, a bit of head shake going on. The track's rough. The 85's just trying to hang in there and do another lap. 487 coming through, 76 coming through. So good job to all these guys for continuing on. 101 on the plate, in for pit stop, maybe a little bit of petrol and a drink. Off he goes. Final lap underway for him.
Got to be getting close to our leaders, coming back towards us now.
It's got to be really, really
I can
soon.
see our finisher's got the checkered flags in his hand, sort of at the ready in preparation, but we're going to try and pick them up on the drone. Can Marcus Nowland hang on, or will it be Jet Avard? Will it be Jumper Jet that pulls something together here and manages to scorch past him in the dying stages? He's obviously got a pretty big tank. Must be particularly fit and ready for this. We're still trying to pick them up here. I'll keep a bit of an eye on our finisher just in case we miss them. But what an intriguing battle it's been. He's led from the outset, Marcus Nolan. Perhaps they've been gaining on him a little bit in the pits. Is this first and second? On the live stream, starting to rocket back into view. We'll get a clearer picture in just a few moments. Can the GYTR Yamaha pilot bring it home?
That could be him. I think this is Marcus Nolan. No, it's not. No, it's not. That is... We can't pick that up, but it's definitely not Marcus.
Our finisher just...
patiently waiting, anxiously waiting to see...
So Jedavard on that 744 in pursuit of Marcus Noland. We're about to find out shortly whether anything has changed here at the pointy end.
We are trying to pick up our race leaders.
The KTM of Jet.
There we change cameras, so see if we can find somebody.
So we are most definitely in the dying stages here. Thanks to Penrite. We trust that you are enjoying the action. This has been a torrid scrap.
I just thought there's the 92 coming through. I just thought I saw Declan Smart in the background there. It looks like there's a pile up way in the back there. Looks like some bikes potentially. No, that could just be race officials just hanging out, keeping an eye on things. Aaron Menard's off to the side there, taking photos. We know he takes a good photo.
Yeah, more than Moto. Follow him on the socials.
More than Moto.
That's for sure, but our finisher hasn't not really warming up just yet. We'll be looking to hopefully catch a glimpse.
I wouldn't want to carry a camera like that around all day. I reckon they get pretty heavier.
I would.
Oh, there's he. He does a good job. Thanks for being out there, Az. Always supporting the sport. Where are our leaders? We are just hanging. We are absolutely hanging here to find out what the outcome is going to be. Hard to pick up. Hang with us. Bear with us. We have to be patient. A lot of riders coming through. This will be the commence of their final lap. Here we go. We have on screen. They look like the second rider here coming through could be Marcus Nolan. Very difficult to pick up, but he is on the gas either way. On the gas. I think this is our race leader.
Yeah, he's just tiptoeing
in the
his
Fox
way.
gear. It's him. we have picked up our race leader.
Yeah, we got him on the way back in towards the pit area. Just lost him there for a moment. He's going to hook that rut through the turn. Looks like he's got a fairly comfortable break. He might have done enough here.
Yeah.
He may have just been saving a little bit in reserve for the last lap sprint.
Well, in all fairness to him, he has been the fastest throughout this entire race. He really has deserved and shown that he has what it takes. And on this last lap, they all had an opportunity, and he has broken away, and he stretched a bit of a lead, and he has now 2 or 3 corners to go to come down to the finish line. A little stuff at the front end. He's pushing it hard to the end. And this will be it, John.
Yeah, here he comes. He blasts by that big bush. He's only got 1 or 2 turns remaining. He is into the final turn. Put your hands together for him, Hattah. He's done it. Marcus Nowland gets it done for the GYTR Yamaha outfit. And he's won by a pretty comprehensive margin. We can't even spot second just yet. He will be absolutely stoked. He's Marcus the Maestro here today, Matty.
Yep.
We're waiting for second and third to come around. They might be across the line in just a moment. Who will get there? Will it be Jet on the 744?
There it is, 744. So I think Jet Avard has come through.
Yeah, put your hands together
There
for
he
Jet.
is.
Second position. He hops off the motorcycle now. And in just a few moments, I'm sure it'll be a fist pump there between first and second. And have we seen our third place runner through? No, I don't think the 49 of Harry Gilbertson. He might have just crossed now, completing 6 laps. So that will be your podium. Marcus Nowland, Jetavard and Hattah Gilbertson. Last year's winner just wasn't quite able to go back-to-back here. He gave it his all, that's for sure. But the pace, it was just electrifying out in front, wasn't it?
That was awesome to watch. It's cool to see when a race comes down to the last lap after about an hour and a half. I mean, I'm not quite sure the actual length of the race, but it was a long time for these youngsters to continue that intensity all the way through. That is something special to watch.
Look at the time on the last lap there. Nowland getting back into the 15s with a 15-minute, 58-second lap time. Compare that to Avard.
Yeah.
And that was a 16 minutes and 11 from him. So winners are grinner, Matty.
Winners are grinners.
No doubt about that.
Takes the top spot. Congratulations to these 3 guys.
He'll be going to JK very shortly with our presentations. We see Shannon Moyle on screen down there. Be a very happy Yamaha GYTR outfit after that one, even though he seemed to lose a bit of time commuting through pit lane. He was able to let his racing do the talking. The minute he was back into the green flag zone, he was able to do the business.
Yep. Yeah, he rode from the gate drop or the start of the race to the end there. He really controlled it well. His racecraft shone through. Everything was working well. Obviously, the bike is really working well in these conditions, and he proved that he was a very deserving winner of this event. Can't wait to see what he goes on to. He's obviously got the talent for it and puts in the work.
About 21-second winning margin at the end of the day, and something must have happened to Hattah Gilbertson there to end up so far back in position 3 when he was challenging early on in the lap. Unless he absolutely hit the wall, he must have tucked the front or run off track or something somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that he's kind of thrown it down on that last lap. And I mean, even you know, with Jet on that second to last lap, he turned a lap time of I think 15:50 or 48, or it was well within the 16 under the 16 minutes. It was a 15er. And so that last lap, I mean, he was really pushing hard, and then he actually turned to 16:11. So I'm wondering maybe Avard and Gilbertson might have come together, or maybe there was a pass attempt that didn't work out. We don't, it's a mystery for us at the moment. But for those two to really drop off that far in the last lap, for one, I think Marcus really stepped up, dropped underneath the 16-minute lap time. So he really stepped up and put it down, and maybe just ran a pace that wasn't able to be matched on that last lap.
You can just see, can't you, that even these guys, as quick as they were, that the fastest lap of the race, I think, was a 15:12.9 from your winner. Wow. And then the last lap time, we're singing his praises. it was only just under the 16-minute bracket. So it just shows you early on that when the pace is full bore, you're trying to generate that gap. But you know, and that's when the track is obviously a lot better, a lot smoother. It gets rougher, it chops out. There's hundreds of bikes on the track here for 6 laps, and it certainly takes its toll on the terra firma.
Oh, it surely does. On the machines as well, the suspension gets hot, starts to lose its control, the riders get tired, you lose a bit of focus. So for him to be still within range of 1 minute of a lap time over a duration of, let's call it, you know, maybe an hour and a half, that's amazing effort. So here comes 762. So this is going to be, I believe, Munro coming in. What we have down maybe as 5th place. So Egan will come through in 4th on the 95, and 762.
Gee, good effort there in the dying stages from Leap and Liam Egan, getting up into 4th position. Congratulations. Certainly go out to him, as you said, Nate Munro, rounding out the top 5.
We're going to wait because I can just see Levi Rossi dropping down the stats here. So he was sitting, Levi Rossi was sitting in 5th on that last lap. So has he gone down or had a mechanical? I don't see Levi as he drops down to 7th now. So we see Ryan coming through. So Fletcher Ryan coming through in 6th, Paddy Lewis in 7th. As we await, Levi Rossi could be the next rider through, but has something happened on the final lap?
Well, that would be devastating for Levi if he's had some sort of mechanical issue or he's dropped the bike somewhere, because even though he's sitting 5th overall, he was leading class, and I don't think anybody else has come through in that division just yet. The 2-stroke 100cc through 150cc class. Riley Delaney, I think, was the second best in that class, down in 13th overall at the completion of lap number 5.
Here comes 27. So Lawler right now currently sitting 10th, but if Rossi has had a problem on the last lap, he will move up to 9th position. I'm going to guess that is going to happen right here. We will see the order swap.
Yep,
so Richie Lawler,
he comes across the line to Annex P9.
A good race for Richie Lawler there, finishing in P9. Anything inside the top 10 is going to be impressive. Here comes number 11. So Nate Waldy will jump up into P10. That rounds out the top 10.
So we've got to keep an eye out for the 46 here, Brett, because that is Riley Delaney. He was running 2nd
in the 2 strokes.
In the two smoker division. So really disappointing for Levi Rossi to be sliding down. We can only speculate. We have no idea what's happened to him. And here's the 46. Here he comes. Rapid Riley Delaney was in 14th position overall, and this could be the win in the class in that 100 through 150cc class.
Riley Delaney jumps up to 13th overall, and he shall be the first 2-stroke. Is that correct, John? The first 2-stroke.
Yep, unofficially.
Unofficially, the first 2-stroke. So he will take first in the 2-stroke class.
Yep.
He has done an amazing job on the 125 or the, 125 to 150 class in the 2-stroke division. So an awesome ride for him, as we still are waiting for Levi Rossi to make a stage appearance on the final lap. Has there been a mechanical crash? We do not know, but he's dropping down the order. A bummer for Levi. As we watch the rest of the riders coming through, looking a little tired. 1, 2, 3 on the plate here as he comes through. Awesome job just to complete this race. We got to give credit to all these riders. Just finishing an hour and a half of riding. John, it's not easy to do, is it? Staying focused the whole time and no mistakes, staying off the ground, getting your bike to the finish line. Credit to all the families, all the mechanics, the team that get all these riders here, set everything up, make the bike, build the bike all week, get it ready to go, and then to complete the race. That is, for anybody, that's the #1 goal. So it's always an achievement once you cross that finish line. It's a sigh of relief for the team and everyone involved, and it's a good feeling as a rider.
Oh, it certainly is. A lot of relief. There'll be a few calluses. I'm sure if the hands will be absolutely bleeding after that, but they'll be pretty sore, won't they? But
yeah,
absolutely relieved. I'd say that JK should be standing by for our presentation with our place getters in just a few moments.
Still watching the final riders just coming through, completing their last lap. 54 on the plate, Jamin Ertz leading the race here. Number 50 coming through. Just awaiting to see if Declan Smart will hold down first position in the 85 category. And we will jump down. I believe they are ready at the podium for the top 3 overall here today. So we'll jump down there with JK.
Well, that's part 2 of our Hattah Junior timetable today. Smashed to bits. We have finished our big wheel class for our juniors today, and we get to talk to the top 3 guys. What an amazing day's event we've had today. The weather's been fine, the track's been great. But now we talk to the champs and find out exactly from a rider's perspective how their day's been. And the top 3 guys start with number 1 right here. The junior big wheel outright winner in bike number 191, Marcus Nolan. Put it together for him. Marcus, good day today.
Yeah, not bad.
Mate, it's a pretty demanding event, but it's a great platform for junior building to take into seniors, yeah?
Yeah, pretty good. It got pretty rough and just got into a flow, and then just seen him on me last lap, and I was like, oh, I've got to send it again, so got it done anyway.
And of course, a lot of people behind you out of New South to help you out, mate.
Yeah, just huge shout out to mum and dad, me sisters, Huey for coming down, me boss, the whole Yamaha junior racing team, everyone that puts us a DJM suspension especially. And yeah, thank you.
And all the people back in Young, obviously, they're live streaming, watching it today. They'd be pretty pumped the fact that you're where you are, right?
Yeah, the boys will be keen about this one.
The beers on you or the beers on them?
Beers on me.
Good work. Hey, got nice run last year in juniors for you, into seniors next year?
Yeah, into seniors next year. We'll be digging.
Going to be running a bluey?
Oh yeah, nothing but.
Good on you, Marcus. Well done. Marcus Noland, our winner here today. We move into second place for 744, Jet Avard. Put your hands together for Jet. Come on. Jet by name, Jet by nature.
Yeah, it was a good race. Yeah, had heaps of fun. It was good.
Mate, the conditions out there look pretty good, actually. Like, we've had a bit of rain here last week, and that's probably bedded down some of the parts. A little bit of dust out there as well, I can see on you. But all in all, it's probably a pretty good track today, right?
Yeah, track forming it well. We got that 5 and 6 mil on Wednesday, and it just helped heaps with all, like, the Prologue. Even the Prologue track just held up well. It was really fun. Bit of dust, but, like, you handle it easy, yeah. It was good.
And, of course, for you, I think from memory, you're SA, yeah?
Chuka, Vic.
Sorry, Chuka Vic, that's right. Sorry, for you travel up here, you've been here for a week or 2?
Yeah, we came up and did the Oyen race, so we just stayed up in Mildura for the rest of the week. Yeah, it was good. Just did some testing with Jonesy at TuneTech, so it was good.
Nice part of the world to be residing up here for a week or so, eh?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Got a bit of rain. The moisture was perfect.
Bet you were kicking to go out after the rain on, I think it was midweek sort of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, Wednesday. That's what we try to do most of our testing. Just get used to the soil and everything. Yeah, it was good.
Well, dude, it paid off, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, any shout-outs for anybody that you want to, from here, you know, helping you this weekend here and or home, all right?
Yeah, I just like to thank Kingo, my mechanic, Sammy at the track, Mum and Dad, just doing it, taking me to every race and just helping me heaps. Kingo, yeah, Dad for coming up, Cruz for the cool as pit boards and the motivation on the straights. Yeah, obviously Jonesy at TuneTech suspension and Cox Auto. Cheers.
And dude, you got one more year left in juniors, right?
Yeah, gonna try to go for that number 1 next year.
Come back, whip it and kick it, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Good work. Jet Allard, ladies and gents, our second place runner. Let's head into third now, and This is the guy, I think, from out of SA, right?
Yeah.
And it's, of course, Harry Gilbertson. Harry, good run today.
Yeah, got around, didn't make too many mistakes, but yeah, good.
And that's a key to this, isn't it? You know, like get a good start, get out there, get into a rhythm, try not to make any mistakes, and just keep charging on, right?
Yeah, I kept charging. Tried to charge the whole race, but I just come a bit sore near the end, but got around.
And of course, bike ran faultlessly for you.
Yeah, Kent Collins in Mount Gambier had it dialed all weekend. Dad, Scotty, Logan, everyone for helping me out. Mum, everyone else that helped me out throughout the weekend. Choice Suspension had it pretty good. Bolton's, Brant, KDM, Choice Suspension, KNS Fuels. Just thanks to everyone.
Last year for you in juniors?
Yeah, last year.
Looking forward to going into seniors, yeah?
Yeah, going for seniors. Should be good.
And probably aboard another orange one?
Yeah, I always stay on orange.
Been the way to go. And you've been here, how many Hattahs for you now?
Probably like 5 or something.
So enjoy coming up here?
Yeah, good couple days every year.
And what's your favourite part of Hattah? What part of Hattah really gets you going?
Probably just like the start. It's pretty cool how we start the race.
And of course, back in seniors, you get to start on a bigger platform and hopefully a little bit further up the field than back end of the field. Because, mate, it's dynamite over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely rough over there in the seniors. The big whoops they get out there is pretty gnarly.
Well, mate, what you've cut over the last 4 or 5 years here at Hattah in the junior division, mate, I think you are in good stead. I'll be watching you next year when you come back as a senior, huh?
Yeah, hopefully come good next year and should be good for the weekend.
Good on you, Harry. Well done. Harry Gilbertson, ladies and gentlemen, our third place rider. Fantastic to have all these guys here racing this weekend. And indeed, all of our junior categories have done a fantastic job. I hope you've enjoyed our junior division here today. We've got senior prologue coming up shortly, and that's going to be a blinder as well. But how about a round of applause for all our key guys here today in our big wheel junior class here for Hattah 25.
Come on, they're taking this one.
Well, what a race it was, our junior big wheels. Johnny Contract doing a wonderful job down there. And naturally, winners are grinners. Congratulations to Marcus Nowlan on the 191. The Yamaha Speedster, too good for them. Jedivard in for second position. Harry Gilbertson rounding out the top three. followed in by Liam Egan into 4th, Nate Munro 5th. Fletcher Ryan into P6. Paddy Lewis into 7th, Kai Austin into 8th. Richie Lawler finishing in 9th position with Nate Waldy in 10th. Lockie Roach in 11th, Mitch Ford in 12th position, Riley Delaney in 13th overall. And looks as though he may have picked up the two-stroke award unofficially. So absolute despair and heartache for Levi Rossi. Apparently he made a pass for 4th overall, and unfortunately it appears as though his KTM blew up on the final lap, so that is most unfortunate. He will be absolutely devastated, that's for sure. But congratulations most definitely to the 46 of Riley Delaney. That's what it's all about, this race. It's an absolute test of man and machine. Oscar Thomas finishes in 14th position, Riley Howe in 15th, Trip Smith in 16th, Cade Green in 17th, Clyde Carey in 18th, followed by Mitch House in 19th position. Might have been second two-stroke home, I reckon, just scanning through the list. So Billy Clark in 20th position, followed by Harrison Lees. Cody Breen in 22nd, Lachlan Farrell in 23rd, Lachlan Vincent in 24th, Hayden Roach in 25th, Declan Smart, congratulations, looks as though he is your provisional 85 big wheel champion this year. What an outstanding effort from the South Aussie. Xander Goiker in 27th, Harrison Finch in 28th, Albie Trigg in 29th, Noah Holton in 30th from Lockie Gardner in 31st. He was followed by Jack Roberts, Chase Weston. Chase Weston definitely appears to have been top 5 there in the 100 through 150cc two-stroke class. He was chased by Kai Kinsella, Will Cale, Bradley Geraghty, Sam Dixon, Joel Kramer. Riley Mullen looks as though he might have annexed second position in the 85cc big wheel. Congrats to him, the South Aussies 1 and 2 there in 39th overall for Riley. In 40th position, Hayden Detling on the number 42. In behind him, Jesse Diffie, Finley Cox, Blake Brown, Chad Woodbury. Chad on the two-stroke, RJ Penny in 45th position. Overall, Sam Molesworth was next from Paul Rafalo, Sid O'Brien, Cooper Parks, Connor Galley, Lockie DiPaolo, Zed McCluckey, Caleb Churchett. Down in 53rd overall, Toby Waters, Thomas Devlin, Ruben Morse, Cody Shingles, Harvey Julian, Mitch McKay, Curtis Morrison, and that is your top 60. We're just scrolling down a little further, see if we can find some of our female competitors. I know one thing, when you scroll right down to the very bottom, there's quite a few that certainly didn't get too many laps in. Some didn't even complete one lap. There's quite a few with only 2 or 3, 4 to their name. See Nellie Fox only completing the 4 laps. Definitely an absolute battle of attrition out there, that is for sure, and that track got rougher and rougher by the circulation.
wanted and it's not needed. All the people that work here are all volunteers. They're all trying to do the best for you guys to put on the best weekend we can. There's just no excuse for that behaviour, and I won't tolerate it today and tomorrow if that happens with the officials. The first aid for today is down behind the recovery area down there, and there's a full hospital set up over the other side. So if you do happen to injure yourself today, you'll be brought back over there. If you need any further assistance, you'll be transported across to the hospital. So we've got about 2 or 3 doctors here today and about 15 nurses, so you'll be well looked after. The recovery staff for today is also down here. So if you do happen to have an incident today, that's where your bike will be brought back. Obviously there's no smoking in this area today. All the tracks for the weekend are extensively marked. So I'll give you a bit of a rundown. So there's your directional arrows. They're all around the track on the white painted drums. The round one is the danger mark. There may be a couple out on this track, but there's certainly a few on the others. So that's a danger ahead mark. And the cross is the wrong way. So if you come across that, you've speared off the track somewhere. No tear-offs for today, and no hoodies. I don't think anyone will have a hoodie on anyway, it's a bit off for that. No riding on the crop. The prologue order, the prologue today is about 8 k's long, and as I said, the prologue track is clearly marked and it has edge markers and secondary buffer zones where needed. So do not shortcut the corners. We'll have all the outriders going around circulating today again as well. The prologue order for today is as per we're lining up. So the first ones to go is the top 40 outright place getters from last year, and they'll start single file. Then we're going in the following class orders, and everyone will start in pairs at 15-second intervals. So that'll be, the next ones to go will be the ladies 8 lap, ladies 4 lap, over 454 stroke, 454 stroke, under 19s, 252 stroke, 251 and over 2 stroke, up to 254 stroke, veterans and masters. So after the completion of that, the top 10 qualifiers will go into the shootout, and we'll give you a call up when that's about to start, but that'll go pretty much, you know, 5 or 10 minutes after the completion of the main prologue. Qualifiers in the top 10 shootout will go one at a time at 20-second intervals. All prologue times will be up on the big screen, and we'll put hard copies over here at the merchandise van as well. Obviously everyone's in their assembly area here, so you'll be going off in race number order in each class. So the buggy will come around and pick each group up and take you down to the start line. Please make sure you've got your transponder on your bike. The return to the pit area when you finish is via the crossing point down this end here. So push your bikes down through and across the road there. Don't cross over in the main entrance where all the vehicles are coming in, please. A couple of things for tomorrow's race. Obviously everyone's pretty much set up over there, but if you're digging a refuel trench in front of your pit area, just remember that it's got to be in front of your pit area, not 3 or 4 metres out. So keep it right in close. If you have got it out there, you may be asked to fill it in and move it across. Tomorrow, no persons under the age of 16 are permitted in the pit area, and everyone should have a band on. So, and there's 3 pit crew per bike tomorrow. Please take note of your prologue position for tomorrow's start, and as I said, they'll all be displayed and the hard copies put up. Also tomorrow, the only race bike being used is permitted in the pit area. So if you've got a spare bike you can't keep it in the pit area. You can have spare parts in there, but that has to stay in your trailer. If something happens, you can go back there and get parts, but you can't have a spare bike sitting in the trailer. And by no means are you allowed to swap bikes and keep going tomorrow. So that's pretty short and sweet for today. Is everyone clear on that? Any questions? Yes, mate. Yes, that's correct. Yep. Top 40 goes single, and then every class after that goes side by side. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, look, don't go off what the marks were yesterday, because the markings for yesterday would have been all set up for juniors and everything this morning. So everything will be as per your race line that you've got to go on. So same as what the map was. Having said that, there's one little spot out the back that, for those of you who went around, which was really, it was a bit boggy, and I think something got bogged there yesterday. So they've just deviated that a little bit. It's no biggie, it's clearly marked. So it just takes you out of the boggy section. Any other questions? Righto, guys, we'll get everyone in line, and I'll double check the track is ready to go, and the buggy will come up and bring everyone down in class order. Thank you.
Okay, in the pit area, transponders. If you have a transponder you want to return, I believe you take it up to the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club merchandise trailer. The merch trailer is where you take those transponders to. Can you please make sure you take them over there if you're finished with them? Really important you get it back to them. So transponders back to the merch van in the catering area, please. The Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club merch van. That's where you take your transponders back to, guys and girls. Rightio, connections of bike number 540 in the big wheel class. Connections for bike number 540 in the big wheel class. Quick message to you to let Dad know that Mum and the young bloke are over in the VMAT area. I believe everything's under control there, but they just want to let you know where they are. That's bike number 540 in the big wheel class. Mum and the young fella are over in the VMAT area. They just want to let you know, Dad, that all things are good, but that's where they are, right?
So you haven't got it yet? There'll be a flush coming though, won't there? Ah, yeah. So Menendee and all that'll be filling. Oh, so you don't reckon you'll get that much? So is your stock and domestic come off that? Is there any fruit in that still up there? Yeah, that's what I mean. Just about all done. It's a shame, isn't it?
we're driving and bang, next thing we go over there. These guys are sitting there trying to talk me out of it. It's more vague as well. You're going to get kicked down those fucking stairs. So what I've had to put up with. You practice this yesterday when you do it. I'm like, really? It made me want to laugh. Loving it. I'm not the destructive one. No, you're the swearing one. Swear is better than breaking. True.
What time are they expecting to start, mate?
Good question. I don't know. I know we're behind time.
All right, we are just about set to go. The senior prologue. You want to find yourself your favourite vantage point and get ready, Brett, because this is going to be sensational.
Number 1, 2024 Penrite Hattah champion, and my pick, Callum Norton. Here we go. If you're joining us, you have come at a perfect time. Kicking it off, Cal Norton, let's get into it. Here he goes, the big dog. Number 1 on the plate, sweeping wide, up the hill he goes. Fans, get into it. This is your current reigning champion. He wants to defend it. He didn't have what he wanted at Fink this year. Got an illness, kind of took him out. Cow ripping. Look at the dust flying, Johnny. Oh. That was sick. Just a big power slide. They've groomed a couple of bits of the track, obviously. And it's looking good out there right now.
Yeah, looks like they've had the flat
reordered.
bar out there, just sorting that out.
Number 3, Jack Simpson taking off.
Yep.
Believe he's on the Black Betty again this year. Yeah, looking mean.
Out there on the 500 Husqvarna for winners racing. Getting great support from that team. Daniel Milner, he's off. He's shooting, I think, for win number 4 this year. Brett, if he can get there, what an achievement that would be. So we got Cal on track.
Number 5, Milner. I really should be backing Milner. I got to pick the old dogs. I should be supporting the old boys. But Callum, a great kid, but Daniel Milner coming back from Europe, getting into it last year. He's got a good gate position for qualifying now. He has to qualify well to get in a good position for tomorrow. Number 6 on the bike. Here we go, Samuel Preccia, getting his start underway.
Yeah, Sammy Preccia just back over from the United States as well. He's going to be representing, I think, Australia in the ISDE in Italy coming up. This guy's an absolute gun, has won the juniors many times here. So he's your 6th man out. Number 7 looks like it's going to be Corey Hammond, the Fink King himself, coming out to try and tame Hattah this time around. He'd be looking for a top 5. He looked pretty determined last night when I was chatting with him.
Got the big seat on, he's ready to go. If it gets rough, he'll be fine. Nice and plush on the suspension there. I was watching that bike work just nicely as he was coming into those corners. Taking off in the 8 spot. Number 9, that's Triggy, Nathan Trigg. He loves it out here. We know he loves the Hattah. He lives for this stuff. I know he wants to do well this year and get back into the mix. So let's see what Triggy's got here.
Well, it's always pretty challenging for these guys, isn't it, Brett? Just coming out pretty well, Cole. They've just got to come out and attack right from the very outset. Riley McGilvray, he's out there, the number 9 man out. And he is really gassing it up here. Jacob Sweet is out and joining him on the number 12. So get on your horns, give them a wave as they come around. Remember, this is the prologue. This is important. It's going to set us up for our top 10 shootout, which is going to come up straight after this. And it's also going to basically determine the starting order for tomorrow's big one.
So really important, really, what they're shooting for is just a good top 10 time. And just kind of, I'm already looking, the stuff that they flat barred, it's going to get better and better too as that line forms up again. I think, you know, the early runs here, they kind of didn't have anything to bank off of, so maybe lost a tiny bit of time there. I don't think the lead riders will worry about that too much, but it is going to make a little difference. So they get that top 10 time in, and then they'll do another shootout lap.
Oh, Hunter Simmons there on the number 15. He was absolutely roosting up a storm a few moments ago. He'll be keen to put in a good one. Will Dennett, likewise on the Shop Yamaha off-road racing entry. He will be going hard.
Got the fluoro helmet and boots looking good. Number 17 just taken off. Jai Dixon looking to put in a good time here. Once again, all these guys are going to be shooting for that top 10 spot.
Well, we see the, is that the 28 just coming around there? One of the beta mounted pilots.
Yep.
We don't see too many of them in the motocross ranks, but I know in the off-road ranks, Matty, there's quite a few of them kicking about, that's for sure.
There's definitely a lot more now. As we're looking at Pilgrim coming through on the KTM, 18 on the bike, up on the pegs, drifting it, 2-wheel slide on the gas. I loved it. I was up there last year, John, up at that section. It's so cool watching the riders take off. Absolutely wedged. Actually, none more wedged than Todd Waters last year. Had that thing valve bouncing crazy. But it was pretty impressive to watch. Just all the riders going through. Big roost. It's pretty cool. Campbell Hall getting his start. Out he goes on track now, number 20. Looking to put in a good lap. Looking like he's got the GoPro on the front of the bike. He's going to go back and watch some footage after this, see what lines he could have or should have took. but he's looking fast already.
Yeah, I reckon he was on the podium recently at the Fink Desert Race as well. I think he put it up there on the box, spot number 2. So he'll be hoping for a good run. Liam Mason, he's also out there. The number 21, there he is on screen. He's just disappeared past that tree. And our next runner, Jack Bithell, on the 23, is out there with his attempt to set quick time in this prologue. So he's working the gas there. We see him there with a camo riding gear. Next rider out, Luke Chellis, aboard that number 28 entry. Make sure you wave them on. We want to really just try and inspire these guys. If they can see you supporting them, it just spurs them on. They'll push that a little bit harder. They know there's a lot on the line here. It's going to be interesting shortly. I think this is like a 7K loop for the prologue for our seniors. And it looks as though they've already started coming through. So at the moment, Dan Milner, 4 minutes, 41.3.
Milner on top.
Cal Norton, a 4:41.8, half a second slower.
0.5.
Oh, Corey McMahon. He's leapt up. The DM31 KTM pilots leapt up to 3rd, pushing Gus Reardon down to 4th, and Jack Simpson in at number 5 at the moment.
0.5 of a second off. Milner on top. The old dog's got it still. That's awesome. That's unreal.
Oh, he's fired up. You're right. It's a bit of a 2-year plan, as you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Wanted to set himself up for this year. And he's been in really good form, ripping Nick in the Australian Off-Road Championship. And this just sets him up for a perfect tilt at the top 10.
It almost guarantees him a top 10 position to get that last sprint lap in, which I think he's going to do well.
Yeah, definitely. So we're waiting now as we see Corey Hammond comes through in 7th position, some 9.2 seconds in arrears of Milner's 4 minutes 41.3. That is the mark that they're all striving to beat. Could anybody else do it here? There's still plenty of very talented riders inside the top 20 in this prologue.
Still a lot of talent to come. And a lot of guys that are really good competitive, like the position Milner was in last year when he wasn't inside the top 40. He had to take off side by side with someone else and then pass people as he's on his prologue lap. So this top 40 is really important to be into as we see 37.
Will Price.
Will Price. So Will Price is out there on his hot lap to see what he can do.
Riley Moritz on the 38 should be next out there. Have a look at this drone. It's almost, you think this is just about GoPro vision. The drone clearly flying pretty low here, Matty.
Yeah.
And look at the back end. They're trying to harness the horsepower of these big 450s or 500s out there. Takes a lot of shifting of the body weight, doesn't it? They're coming out cold. What have they been doing back there? Would they have been doing, you know, some squats, some star jumps? Would they have been on maybe just spinning the legs a little bit? What would they have been doing to try and warm up for this?
Well, I guarantee you Daniel Milner was warming up. You know, I mean, he needs to get that back warmed up, because if you don't get warmed up in the pits, like star jumps or even just running for 15 minutes or just doing some cycling or something, you can't go out there and just like a light switch flick on and off. You got to warm yourself up, got to get your mind in the game. And clearly the top 10 right now, especially Daniel, he's experienced in that. He knows how to control himself, he knows how to get himself ready, and that's exactly what he's done here. Set the tone straight off, start out on top, and he'll go back now, review some stuff, think about the bike, think about how he can maybe even improve a little bit more and come out again.
Wow, he's seeing quite a differential now as we get down a little further in the order, but it's still Daniel Milner, the DM31 Fearless Team Leader, 4 minutes 41.30. For all you KTM supporters out there, you'll be absolutely loving it. Cal Norton sitting in 2nd place with that 4:41.8, only half a second back. And then it was Gus Reardon, he's still in at number 3, followed by Jonty Reinders. Sammy Pritchira back there in 6, Jack Simpson now in 7, Jacob Sweet up to 8th position. Jai Dixon is 9th, and Corey Hammond, he's just sitting on that bump spot at the moment in 10th. He'd be a little bit nervy, I reckon.
Sitting on the bubble, it is not the best position you want to be in. You would like to have a little bit of a cushion, but hey, you're in the top 10 right now. Can anyone knock him out? That's the question. We've got to wait to see what happens here. What's kind of a gap? He's got 3 seconds, and he's only got 9 points. So he's got 0.2 of a second in between 9th and 10th right now. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight to see if he can hang into that top 10.
Yeah, we go a little bit further, and at the moment, Riley McGilvray down in 11th position. He was some 3.5 seconds slower than Hammond, who was 10th. Will Dennett in 12th position. Jaden Pilgrim slots into 13. Jack Bithell in at 14. Nathan Trigg is 15th. Liam Mason is 16th. Hunter Simmons is 17th. Campbell Hall 18th. Ty Keane is 19th. But I wonder how someone like Levi Rogers is going to go. It seemed like a bit of a wild card entry. Will be coming out fairly late in the order. Brett, what are you thinking for Levi? Because he really has been in sizzling form as a privateer in Oz Pro MX this year. There's really only been him and one other privateer in Watson, I think it is, that have shown up some of the factory riders. Could he do something similar here?
I think so. I mean, he's obviously got the enjoyment and the passion to do this event, and man, this event could go either way, John. I mean, you could really, today being a prologue, you've got to be fast, you've got to have quickness, and then tomorrow you've got to have endurance, and it's a whole different game. But we really could see something. He comes out and changes it up. But I was just watching Taj Morris go through, one of my supported riders there, popped the wicked wheel stand all the way up the hill. That was cool to see. So good on you, Taj, for getting out there and getting amongst it in the women's class here, and cool to see her getting a good start off.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we see more riders heading out now. We're still waiting on Max Rickus, Jacob Sinclair, Josh Harris, William Price, Riley Moritz, Max Midwinter, another gasser from the Casterton area. I watched Max at the Rope Sandmasters last year, and he led the final until he had a huge high side coming past the finish, got back aboard the bike and still, I think, rode it back onto the podium, got it back up to about third after that monumental crash. So he'll certainly be giving it everything he's got here. Yeah,
he's obviously got the strength to get back up and go again. So he's probably built for this kind of event where, if you go down, you got to get up and go again. With Lee coming across, looks like the guys are completely blown off the track, pushing it as hard. That's going into the finish line, John.
Yeah, it is.
That's going into the finish line. So unless they're coming in at a different, track there. Sorry, I was maybe my mistake. They might be coming in. They are, so they're coming on a different lane.
Yep.
So I've thought they've overshot, which I think they still did kind of overshoot. It looks like he's got his goggles off. He's at a nope.
Oh, so
but he's obviously gone down because his handguard was completely smashed down. So not the ideal start you want going down on your prologue lap. It's not going to be, generally it's not going to be too successful when that happens.
No, so at the moment, no changes inside the top 10. That was Riley Moritz on the 38 that just came around there a few moments ago. Yeah. Somebody else nearly up and over that berm. They're all struggling. They're coming in there far too hot.
Yeah, I think it just is catching them off guard, the speed that they're entering this last final corner in. Obviously a little bit tricky, maybe a bit off camber too, and it looks like they're just blowing through. And we didn't get to see Daniel or Callum come through that corner if they nailed it or what. But obviously these guys are losing a little bit of time right at the finish line, which is a bit frustrating.
Yeah, it sure is. So there's probably 300 or 400 odd riders to get through in this prologue. It's going to take some time, that is for sure. As we see,
yeah, it's a big event. There's a lot of riders. Everyone loves to get out there and compete. I just saw lining up on the line now. Looked like some Go the Rat gear. Get behind him. He's going to be a bit of old school, traditional motocross. Hopefully embedded into that jersey that's going to transfer onto the track for him.
Yeah, the old cheese block and the Go the Rat from back in the day. The black with the fluoro pink. I always see that. It always brings back memories from when I was a kid, Brett.
Yeah, as it does for me too. And he's got the early lead here, so that's cool. But it looks like Corey Hammond, I believe, is still sitting in 10th on the bubble. So yes, he is. He's still got it. So it's going to be very, very challenging for anyone to step up now and get inside the top 10. Starting out their prologue lap now, you got most likely a fast rider. You're going to have to pass quite a few riders out on the track, which slows you down a little bit, and you just can't quite log your best lap in when you have some traffic ahead of you and trying to dissect through the track with people that aren't going your speed. So if anyone bumps up into the top 10 now, wow, that's mad respect for them to be able to pull that together, and obviously they're going to be a contender if they can do that. Look at the crowd. Awesome to see. I really miss sitting up there watching the guys go through, because it's a cool spectacle up on that hillside watching the big bikes come through, just hearing them valve bouncing. Yeah, it's something I didn't expect in an off-road event like this. The intensity that this brings, everyone wants to push so hard to try and make that top 10. But, really the guys are just absolutely giving it everything they've got, and you're still dodging through trees. Look at the drone shot here. I love that drone shot when they follow them through. It's pretty cool. A little bit of a battle here on into the second corner, a bit of a block pass there. That's how important it is to get the jump start, get out early, get that clear track, hit these first few corners without taking Roost on board, and then you get into those fast sections and off you go. Oh, he's stalled it. He's just stalled it there. Looked like might have been Cox, I believe, might have just stalled it, but he's got it back going again, and off he goes.
Yeah, so we're releasing them in pairs.
Oh, look at this shot here. This is awesome, coming through the finish line. Nice work there.
Our drone operator's doing a wonderful job here. That is for sure. Just recapping, Dan Milner at the moment, 441.3 as we get a little bit deeper into the field. I guess he'd be starting to feel a bit more comfortable. And Cal Norton, what an effort from him, only half a second in arrears of Milner. Corey McMahon away nicely in third. Reardon back there behind him. Reinders in fifth. Pritchira in 6, Jack Simpson in 7, Sweet in 8, Dixon in 9, Hammond in 10, McGilvray back behind them in 11. Yet another rider going over that berm.
And look at the time he lost by doing that. I would just hate, you're going back to the pit. That's how you finish your prologue lap. It'd be so frustrating, I think.
Yeah, it'd be probably a good 3 or 4 seconds lost with that little excursion over the berm, you would think. So going down a little bit further, we can see Dennett in 13th, Pilgrim 14th, Bithell in 15th, Trigg is 16th, Mason 17th, Ben Novak is 18th, Hunter Simmons 19th.
Well done, Benny Novak. He's just bumped up into the top 20 there. That's pretty cool. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's yeah, we might have another look at that. We're hearing that Hunter Simmons might have gone down in that final corner. It's still sitting around about the that 15th position. We can see the.
Here we go. He's tucked the front. Oh, he's knifed the front.
Wow, he was pushing hard into that turn, Brett. When you look at him, look at the desperation.
Yeah, he just knows that could have been it. That really could have been it. So. Once again, that final corner is really catching them off guard. They're coming in so fast. Look like what we're watching here in the 502, just tucking it in, pulling it up just in time to catch that berm. I think it's really important now that the track there should be getting a bit of a line formed up. This is heading down now. This is a rear view shot heading down to that finish line corner. You can see how they got that little zigzag, and then they got to punch it into there. So they've got a bit of a berm formed up now, something that they can lean into. So that corner over time is getting better.
Yeah, it certainly is forming up. We can see the 402 on track at the moment. Just pushing hard, trying to come up with as quick a time as possible. That's Andrew Wilkes. Wilksy on that 402. There's the 403. Not all that far behind either. So it's going to be interesting. We got even some of the young ladies coming out here.
Yep.
Their opportunity to be, of course, a part of this prologue, because it is going to set up our starting order for tomorrow.
And this is how they take off now, 2 at a time, head to head into that first turn. So this is really a key. You got to get that jump, try and get that clear track straight away. They take off up the hill. And look at these corners now, really starting to form up good into this turn 2. They've got a berm now. When we saw Cal Norton, the first rider to take to the track, completely flat, wasn't it, John? So now that there's a berm formed up, the speed in these first few corners should actually be a little bit better. I don't expect to see anyone from here break it into the top 10. I could be completely wrong, but it's going to be hard to crack it. But those first few corners are actually improving over time now.
Yeah, they are. The 408 I noticed a few moments ago. Guy you've raced against a bit. Lightning Levi McManus. He'll be pushing hard on his lap at the moment. Local rider, and no doubt if anybody could cause a bit of an upset here and climb up from his starting order in the prologue, it could be Levi.
And he's on track right now, John?
Yes, he is.
So how cool would that be? Levi McManus, a local boy here out of Mildura. Get behind him. Anyone up on the fence or on the sidelines up there on the hillside, get behind Levi McManus. Local guy. Can he crack into the top 10? He definitely has the skill, the speed to do it. Does he have a clear enough track to get it done? That would be the question.
And Will Rupert coming up as well, the shop off-road Yamaha pilot as well. He could be one, of course, returning to Australia this year, so similar to what Daniel Milner faced last year.
Okay.
He'll be looking for a real quick one to try and get himself back into the mix.
Yep. Well, Corey Hammond, he better be sitting there nervous still. He's only got a couple of tenths over it. So can anyone crack into the top 10? We're going to have to wait and see, but we do have some heavy hitters coming up that will play a factor in tomorrow's race. Can they get into the top 10 here today will be the big question.
Yeah, that 4:03 is Will Rupert. It's been right up there, mixing it up in the Australian Enduro Off-Road Championship with Milner and all the KTM boys. They've been going at it. Very much a Yamaha versus KTM battle. Orange versus blue. So you can see the 4:31 on screen there. Jasper Baker pushing hard. We can see the next couple of combatants standing by, taking a deep breath, preparing themselves for some combat. And as you said, you want to get out. You don't want to be cop and roost.
Obviously, for these off-road riders, it's not normal to be doing like a gate start head-to-head. But I would be putting my whole shot device there. I would be locking that front end in to make sure I get that whole shot.
Oh,
we got to go.
Write it down.
He's gone down. So there you go. The start doesn't mean everything, but yeah, I would definitely be trying to like lock my front end down so I get the jump straight off the gate. Make sure you know, because when you watch them when they take off, they're wheeling a lot. There's a lot of grip there. Look how tacky that dirt is. So there's a lot of wheeling, a lot of clutch. So if I was out there, I'd be definitely locking in my front. But I'm pretty sure a lot of these guys don't have a whole shot bike because they're just not used to using them. So yeah, it's interesting if some of the maybe some of the front runners, maybe they do use it. I'm not sure.
Well, maybe we can just have a bit of a recap of the order here. So Milner from Norton and McMahon, that's your top three. From Reardon, Reinders, Pretsura, Simpson, Sweet, Dixon and Hammond. Is he safe inside the top 10? It's McGilvray 11th, Will Price is 12th, Will Dennett is 13th, Jaden Pilgrim sits 14th, Jack Bithell in 15th, Nathan Triggin at 16, Liam Mason is 17th, Bo Taylor is 18th, Benny Novak 19th. What have we got there? Looks like someone may have just launched up the order. It was Will Rupert up into 11th. He's just missed out on the top 10. Just the shop Yamaha pilot.
Wow, that's impressive. Up to 11th place.
1.5 seconds.
Will Rupert.
Adrift of Hammond's time.
Yeah, so he was close. So it's doable. It is achievable. 1.5 seconds. He missed out on the top 10. Slides into 11th place. So that just proves it's possible. Anyone outside of the top 40, you can still crack into the top 10. He was only 1.5 seconds back. So anything can happen here. We got to wait and see what heavy hitters we have next coming through. Can anyone do it? Once again, we did have Levi McManus out on track. Has he come through yet? I don't think so. The local Mildura lad, can he get up in there?
I was just scrolling down through the names at the moment, just not sure if he's quite completed his lap as yet, but just struggling to pick him up at the moment.
He found a hole in turn two into the hay bales there. That was not a pretty look, but once again, got the whole shot, got the early track lead here, and he's going to try and lay down as good a lap as he can.
Matty Healy be coming out on the 82 as well. We see somebody just moving up the order into 40th position. That was Tom Harvey. But yeah, Matty Healy back-to-back at the Fink Desert Races, Desert Race recently, Brett, and
yeah,
you know, it's all opening up. Has now been selected to represent Australia at Italy, subbing in for an injured Aussie rider, and that is just a superb opportunity for Maddie, who is clearly an exceptional talent.
Yeah, it looked like he stalled it there, but no, he's kept it going. But yeah, amazing. You know, the opportunity is starting to roll in, and when you put the effort and work in, eventually it's going to come around, and I feel like that's how it's been for Maddie, and it's just progressively getting stronger and faster every year, and now she's really found her niche, and things have started to click, and it's just cool to see her get these opportunities that is well deserved for sure.
All right, so has there been any real changes here? Just scrolling through the order, does the top 10 still remain the same? Yes, it does, although someone has sliced up into 11th position, Aaron Mason on the 4:04. So he's laid down a 4-minute 50.841 to slot in between Hammond and Rupert.
Wow. So it's getting tight, they're so close to cracking that top 10, but they have not done it yet. Corey Hammond still sitting there sweating on the chair. He's on the throne. He's on the bubble. He's hanging on. He's hanging on by the slimmest of margins now. What was that gap there, John, between 10 and 11?
0.2 of a second at the moment.
0.2.
So for anyone coming up, they've got to be gunning. They've got to be quicker than 4 minutes 50.592 if they want to get into the top 10.
There it is, 4:52. So, wow, that's really close. I mean, you know, those are things Aaron Mason will be sitting there quite happy to be able to do what he just did, but he'll be thinking, oh man, that one corner where I overshot or just lost a bit of grip, that was the difference in him making that top 10. So critical every corner, every straight here. You got to nail it. And once again, these guys are going out there, not seeing the track, completely cold turkey and blind, and they just got to go hammer and tong. It's amazing that they're being as competitive as everyone is, and it's pretty cool to see the level of rider is really high caliber this year.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we've given you the top 10, so let's have a look beyond that. As we said, Mason, Rupert, 11-12, Wilkes in 13th, McGilvray 14th. From Price, Dennett, Sparrow, Pilgrim, O'Brien, Bithell, Trigg, Mason, Carpenter, Taylor, McManus in at 25th. Just edges out Ben Novak in 26th. Hunter Simmons, despite that fall, 27th. Luke Chellis, Max Phillips, Campbell Hall, Taylor Adams, Harrison Baker, Jake Henderson. To see Hendo up there in 33rd. Max Rickus, Jackson McGrath, Tyler Radford, Ryan Cousins, Riley Marich, Jacob Sinclair, Ty Keane. So Ty rounds out your top 40 at the moment, and just in behind him, Jamie Dunstan, Justin Harrow, Hayden McNeil, Tom Harvey, Jock Hulland, Josh Anderson, Josh Harris, with Sam Armstrong and Jasper Baker rounding out the top 50 at the moment.
And once again, the top 50 from 50th to Daniel Milner's lead time is 35 seconds, so quite a big gap. Quite a big gap when you think about how fast these guys are going. I mean, it's not a lot of time, you know, when you think about how long this track is and how fast these guys are going and pushing. You know, a long way to go, but still, be positive. Keep chipping away at it. Get that time down.
And the ladies there, Maddie Simpson with a 5:25.172, just outpointing Madison Healy with a 5:32.85.
No.
Yeah, she's it's pretty full on out there. You only get one opportunity, and you've got to pretty well come out. You haven't really seen the track. Yes, it might be starting to form up a little bit, but you got to just come out. You know, you don't want to stick it into a tree or risk hurting yourself, but you also don't want to start down mired deep in the pack.
That's it. You don't want to lay it all on the line here because it is just qualifying, but at the same time, you want to set yourself up good for tomorrow. The best way to do that, qualifying here today at the Prologue, getting up there as best you can. So yeah, the more riders you get ahead of today, the least you have to pass tomorrow. So it's for the riders that are actually really running or gunning at this thing to do well and try and win it, they have to be inside the top 10 right now and get that clear track position. It could be a little look at 434 on the bike. Nice exit of that turn 2. You can tell he's on the gas. This will be an interesting time to keep an eye on the way he's approached this straight away. It looks, oh, he's overshot turn 3 and lost a little time there. And I believe that might be Levi Rogers. So Levi Rogers on track. I picked it up. You could tell he had some skill and some speed. That'll be one to watch. That could be a dark horse, like we said today. Levi, really top 10 rider in Pro MX Nationals right now. What's he going to have for us here this weekend?
Yeah, that's it. It's I guess that should be answered within the next 4 or 5 minutes at least, as far as the prologue is concerned. He did just have that slight bobble in that turn a few moments ago, but he will keep pushing on.
If he comes up 2 seconds short, it's going to be from that corner right there that we saw. So he can go back and be like kicking himself over that, but that's how it is. I mean, it's going to be tough for him just to go out there cold turkey straight into it, never experiencing this track or this event before, and then trying to lay down. He knows he wants to get in that top 10.
It's interesting looking at a few young ladies here, all very close together in the order. Taja Morris slightly outpointing Danielle Churchett and Chloe Barton. So they're down 115th, 16th and 117th respectively.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah, the ladies are giving it a go, and then you know, it's cool to see. I remember Taja a couple of years ago did some training with me at one of my sand tracks, and she absolutely hated it. She hated the sand. It was almost like in tears. Actually, I think there was a couple of tears, but maybe not. And just hated the sand. And then to see her out here today excelling, and over the last couple of years, the progress that she's made as a rider, and the control and the commitment she's put into the sport is unmatched, to be honest. Her commitment's so strong. So I'm always really stoked to see her out here doing well. She's had a hell of a run of injuries and just refuses to give in. She just loves the sport, loves riding a bike, and you know, it's been broken backs, it's been all sorts of things and concussions. She just comes back and stronger and better than ever. So good job to be all the ladies out there giving this a go. It's not an easy course to get around.
And what about Mr. Hattah himself, Ken Reid down there? Is I think it's his 25th year in a row racing, Brett. Not only does he prepare this monster of a track, but he's racing himself down in 99th position at the moment with a 5:47.4. That's pretty respectable from Ken.
It's making me feel a bit soft. I should be out there, shouldn't I, John? Like, man, what am I doing? But yeah, that's unreal. That's so cool. And talk about a home track advantage. He may have a little bit up his sleeve, but I think by the time he's out there right now, the track's so rough and gutted up that there is no such thing as home track advantage anymore. It's deal with it and get on with it the best you can. And Ken, good on you, Ken. If you could hear us, doing an unreal job, mate. And I think every rider so far has been loving this course this year.
Yeah, they certainly have. So let's just slide back up here. We'll just see if there's been any moves. I don't think anyone's going to dislodge Dan Milner at the moment.
I'm very curious to see when Rogers comes around. Did he get a clean lap in? How much traffic did he have to pass to come through to get that lap? Is it possible for him? I do believe he will have the speed. It's just a matter of, did he get a clear enough lap?
I'll try and scroll down. It's not really jumping out at me on the screen at the moment. We'll keep looking, because he should be due to finish off his lap any moment now, you would think.
It's incredible to see the track already transforming, how much dirt these 450s have shifted, or these 500s. Look at that turn now, much nicer, nice little berm to bank off of. So, you know, when you think back, getting that early start in this qualifying session maybe wasn't the advantage. You know, maybe now the track is actually a little bit better. Some of the lines are formed up nicer. So, you know, there's still an opportunity for someone to jump up into that top 10 if they get a good enough lap through. The potential is still there to make it happen.
Yeah, it certainly is. So recapping, you've got Dan Milner at the moment for DM31 KTM Racing with a 4 minutes 41.302. Callum Norton with a 4:41.834. Your defending champ, Corey McMahon, rounds out the top three with a 4:41.8. Then we've got Angus Reardon in fourth position, John C. Reinders in fifth, Sammy Pretshira in 6th place. Did somebody just drop into 20th position?
Levi Rogers.
Well done. Well, that helps him out tremendously.
Yep. Levi Rogers. That gives him a fairly respectful start for tomorrow. It gives him a lot less riders to pass than what he was in before this prologue. So that's going to be good for him tomorrow. You know, he knows he's got 4 hours of racing ahead of him tomorrow. He can kind of progress into it slowly. He's not up the front, so he's not going to feel the pressure. And hopefully tomorrow he can just kind of get a decent start and just get in with his race and maybe pick a few riders off as he goes.
All right, so as we said, Sweet in 8th position, Dixon 9th, Hammond in 10th, Mason is 11th, Rupert in 12th, Wilkes in 13th, McGilvray 14th, Price is 15th. We've got Will Dennett in 16th, Chad Sparrow. What an effort from Chad Sparrow, 17th at the moment, Brad.
That's phenomenal.
That is a magnificent effort from Chad. Jaden Pilgrim in 18th, Mackenzie O'Brien in 19th. As we said, Levi Rogers rounding out the top 20 at the present. Jack Bithell in 21st, Nathan Trigg 22nd. Then it's Liam Mason in 23rd, Jeremy Carpenter in 24th, Bo Taylor 25th. Then it's back to Levi McManus, Ray Cole, Ben Novak, Hunter Simmons, Luke Chellis, Max Phillips, Campbell Hall, Taylor Adams, Harrison Baker, Jake Henderson, Max Rickus, Jackson McGrath, Tyler Radford, Ryan Cousins, Riley Moritz, Jacob Sinclair, Ty Keane, Jamie Dunstan, Justin Harrow, Riley Stevens, Hayden McNeil, Tom Harvey, Jock Hullen, Josh Anderson and Josh Harris in at number 50. And then a little beyond that, Bailey Coolan, Sam Armstrong in 53rd, Tom Anderson, Jasper Baker, Kyle Tuparainen in 56, Jackson Caldwell 57th, Xavier Oakley, Logan Chislett, Travis Cooper, Ben Lynch, Max Midwinter, Tim Sherman, Dylan Casey, Trent Stone, Jack Anderson, Chris Condon, Cooper Kreslik, then it's Ethan Bastanek, Christopher Wind, Maddie Simpson. First of the females, I think, is 71st.
Well done, Maddie.
Jacob Craig, Braden Taylor, Thomas Foster, Kyan Hatton, I should say, Brock Parker, Jack Leanett, Trent Putty, Thomas Livesay, Gavin Forrester in 80th, followed by Ben Teed. That might have even just changed. Gavin Forrester, I think, Livesay 80th, so somebody else must have just slotted in. That could have been Lloyd Woolman into 78th. Matty Healy down in 84th, Jess Gardner 85th, Tom Condon 86th from Billy McCulloch, Joe Harvey, Michael Orr, Anthony Mowat, Taylor Hollis, Jalen Lessio, Jordan Powell, Ryan Dutton, Benjamin Dixon, Tyson Wickham, Ned O'Hara, Blake Halls, Adrian Schreiber, and Benjamin Zanker at the moment rounds out the top 100.
That's a lot of riders. That's a lot of bikes out there carving it up. But that's what, it's cool to see how deep this sport is. We love it out here. Hattah Desert Race. As we follow the rider 415 down into the finish line, hard on the gas, into the final corner, and he nails it. So that was a good finish for him. 215, that might be actually Bailey Rocco. One of the local lads out of Manham. I believe that might have been Bailey. So good job, Bales.
Yeah, just trying to find his number there, Medi, at the moment. What was he, 415?
415, I believe.
Can't quite see where he's dropped into the order just at the moment. But we'll keep scanning through, trying to find it. It's getting pretty busy, isn't it, on our screen here at the moment with so many competitors. It's just relentless.
And they still continue to go. I think they might be finished at the start line now, so we will just wait till all the competitors come back in and then we'll have final results. There is a lot of bikes on track. It's pretty amazing to see how many bikes are here. Credit to the organisation, all the officials, making this event happen. It's a lot of work that goes into this thing, so it's cool to see it unfold and be so successful year in and continue to get better, doesn't it, John? It just gets better and better. The presentation are here. Obviously, Penrite, major sponsor here. It's awesome to have their support for this event and for the Pro MX National Series. They just continue to give back and That's why I always promote. I mean, their oils are amazing. I got no problem. Like, all their oils are A+. So use them, but just support the people that are supporting our sport. Definitely love to give back to Penrite as much as I can.
Yeah, absolutely. We really want to say a huge thanks to all of the volunteers as well. There's so many sweep riders. There's so many buggy drivers, and there's spotters in the buggies as well. There's
look at that nice little inside line to finish off.
Yeah.
That was tidy. I believe the Yamaha might have stalled it, locked it up, and stalled the bike going into the final corner. Smart riding, good heads-up riding by the guy behind him there, just to tuck inside, take their position back. And imagine if they actually started off side by side, and then that was the finish. They're going to be bummed.
I certainly would. Well, we see more riders here just blasting through. There's the 33.
That might be Jackie Mack. Might be Jack McLean. I'm not quite sure. The body position definitely looks like it. I can tell by the rider technique there. So Jack McLean out here, I believe, having a go at our Penrite Desert Race. And it'd be cool to see him up in the mix there tomorrow.
So it doesn't look as though we've got that many more riders to come through. As you said, the start line has been cleared out, so all remaining riders should be on track at the moment as we speak. The likes of Cody Attridge, Jake Cobban, Bailey Williams, Dean Cooper, Toby Fritsch, Otto Sperling, Nathan Chirac, and Jordan Simpson on the 433. There's Riley Pittman's name popping up at 86 position.
Good job for Riley.
Make that 87th. He's just slipped down one.
It's going to continue to change until bikes kind of come off the track. Otto Sperling, young rider out of SA, progressing through the ranks, same as Riley Pittman. A hot contender really for the Junior 250 a couple of years ago. Riley, a couple of injuries, set him back a little bit. Another rider involved with the Banks development team. Awesome to see him out here taking a go at this off-road race here.
right, for the Prologue, we think it's the under-19s now. We've cycled through to that.
Following him through. Look at the drone work going into the turn. Look how much different this turn has formed up. A little bit of acceleration blowout there. We look at the riders go through. 8:29 and 8:30. Oh, he's missed the start. 8:29 on the Honda. He's missed the start. He's missed the jump. So that's cost him a quick 2 seconds, I reckon, maybe right there. Hopefully they get going. Off he goes. DBS suspension on board. Hopefully, and the lead rider there overshot the corner a little bit, so rider in the second there will catch up a little bit of time there. So important to make sure you hit your marks and just keep the bike on track on that main line and just keep your rolling speed up.
Yeah, Bjorn Cardenas and Jackson Verstegen should be the first two out there. Sam Bell, Zach Sawyer may already be out on track, so I think it's every 15 seconds we pretty well send the next pairing out.
Yep, they go in waves of two. It is a battle through the first turn, the chicane. It's a battle to see who takes the one spot, get out in the clean track. But maybe it might be a little advantage, John, too. If you don't get that initial hole shot and take the lead, you can kind of see what that guy, if he overshoots the corner, maybe slow down quickly and cut in tight. So it's, we see here, look at the quick hole shot from the outside, execute these first chicane and then up the hill into this first two right left-handers. If the guy in front of you kind of messes up, you can learn off him real quick and change the line. So it's not always a case of hole shot and go. You can, hold the wheel and look at a bit of a mistake there exiting that turn. So you can definitely learn off of your competitor in front of you if you're not getting a clear track and still run a good time.
So you're saying maybe use him as a bit of a wood duck? Is that the analogy that you're getting at there, mate?
In better terms, that's exactly what I was getting at.
Oh, look, we're getting a real good view here. We see the rider in second, just missing that berm a fraction. So that can be the other thing while Rooster's being thrown up as well.
Sure.
You can miss your marks a little bit. In fact, we see it happen right on cue there.
Yep. Good call, John. I mean, that is the downside of being second. You get the roost flying up. You kind of lose sight for that millisecond and you miss your line and then bang, that's it. You lost a second because you have to push over the berm and you lose grip and you lose momentum. So there's so many little things to this game, motocross, that's just how it is. There's so many things and variables in this sport. That's why people love it, because it's just so freaking hard to master. And I mean, hell, I did it for 35 years and still never master. You just never stop. You just continuously keep going and always learning out there on the track. Every time I get on my bike, I'm still learning something new and polishing up on something you learned a long time ago. Oh, I forgot I need to do that. I need to do that better. And your corner speed and the evolution of the bikes and suspension, it's allowed new things to happen, new approach to riding. Bumps that you had to avoid, 20 years ago, big square edge bumps, you had to avoid it, otherwise you're going to be on your head. And now you can kind of, manual through, and the chassis handles it, and you can drive through. And there's so many differences nowadays in the sport, so it's really evolved.
Well, it certainly has. We can see Tate Nettle, I think, on the 861 just blasting off. Archie Hyde also out there on the 853. Look, this is a drag race from our drone shot. Into the right-hander they go. See who's going to get ascendancy here as they slide back between the trees. Looks like it might be the 861 of Tate. It's just got the slight upper hand there. Archie on that 853 in hot pursuit. And just awesome to see so many of you lining the fence line here, cheering all these guys on. Remember, we're going to be getting into our top 10. We've still got a bit more to get through as far as our Prologue is concerned. So what have we got coming up next? We should have our 250cc two-stroke. Then we'll have the 250cc and over two-stroke, then the up to 250cc four-stroke, the vets, the masters, and then to be followed by the top 10 shootout to close out proceedings this afternoon. Gee, how cool is that be? Can anybody stop Daniel Milner?
Well, one thing for sure. The rougher, look at the wheel stand up the hill on TV as we see it, but when this track gets rough, I think Milner is going to excel even more. I think he's just built for rough conditions. He knows he can read the ground well. been doing the off-road scene for so long. He knows if the corner's rough here on the inside, he's going to kick it out a little bit. He just knows what to do. Callum Norton, a little bit, so much bike skill and finesse, but he's a little bit more of, I'm just going to grind my way through this thing. He's a big boy. He's just going to gut it out. He's a bulldog, and he loves the power of the bike. But Milner, a little bit more, thought process, a little bit more racecraft, and I think that the rougher this track gets, that's where he's going to shine. So he's already gone out there and proven, hey, young boys, I'm here to play. I ain't messing around. I took the top spot, and I think he's going to want to show it again. And he's going to want to start up front tomorrow.
Well, he's 10 times Australian off-road champion, Matty. It's one of the most highly credentialed off-roaders I think that we've probably ever seen here at the Hattah Desert Race. And he was a little disappointed. I think it was interesting listening to him and chatting with him last night as well, that he's just so happy. He's taking great delight, and you and I guess have both been there, you with your own team now, me with my own BMX team for about 9 years. You tend to treat all of your riders almost like one of your children.
Yeah.
You get so excited, so amped by a good performance. You kind of ride every little bump, every turn with them. And I think with the sensational results at Tintinara and more particularly Casterton recently in the Australian Enduro Championship, I think he's just feeling really proud that all the work that he's been putting into Corey and Jonty is absolutely paying dividends.
Yeah, and you can feel that too, like when those things happen, and I experienced that maybe for the first time this year when, your rider performs maybe higher than your expectation of him. It's just a feeling like no other, and you're just really proud to be involved and to know you take part in helping them. And, but I think for Milner now, he's got the accolades, he's got the stripes on his shirt, he's got the medals around his neck, right? So there's not a lot for him to prove anymore. He doesn't have to. He's just doing it for himself. But now when you add in his own team and his team managing and helping out these other guys, it really brings a new kind of life. It just bleeds a new life into it. And, it'll extend his career, and it'll also relax him. So he'll actually start riding to his capability a lot easier, I think. And I noticed that the last few years for myself is like when you don't just focus on yourself anymore, you got a whole arsenal and a group of kids and people to help, you start just relaxing a little bit more, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh man, I feel really good on my bike, I'm riding better, and just life is good. So I think that's the kind of position he's in now, where he just loves what he's doing. He loves racing, he loves riding his bike, and he also loves helping out the others. And then when they perform well and succeed, it's just like it's a flower that just keeps blooming, and it's just it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's what it's all about, isn't it? Trying to really just help bring on the next generation of Australian champions and next crop of riders to potentially head overseas.
Yeah,
or
follow in his footsteps.
Yep.
It's exactly, go overseas as well like he did. So I'm just looking now and just seeing results. Jack McLean, 39th. It's a young rider that I've known from South Australia for quite a few years, and it's really cool to see him out here. 39, top 40. Well done, Jackie Mack. That's an awesome start to the weekend for him.
Another motocrosser as well, still to come, Balin Townsend, a long way down the Prologue qualifying order here.
Riding really well.
890.
Riding very, very well in MX3. I believe he's had a couple of top 10s or many top 10s and pushing for a top 5. Balin really works with the beaten crew down there at Wonthaggi, and he's a rider definitely on the come up, and a lot of talent, and working hard to get to where he is now.
Liam Dinage as well. I reckon he might be defending two-stroke champ, Leap and Liam Dinage. So keep an eye out for him. He's definitely taken out the two-stroke class in recent years, so he will be one to watch as well.
Yeah, we got to have love for our two-stroke boys out there. That's our era that we grew up in, so we love our two-strokes, but it's cool to see him. I mean, thankfully, we still got KTM and the KTM group, and Yamaha still producing good two-strokes, and a lot of talk, a lot of chatter about what Kawasaki are going to bring out. There is rumours. Obviously, they leaked out a video of a two-stroke at the start of the year. We all are sitting, waiting patiently to see what is it going to be. Is it an 85? Is it a 65? Is it a 250? Is it going to be the 125 that everyone keeps saying? It's got to be a 125. So pretty exciting news on the green side, and we've been waiting for a long time. Surely the news is going to drop here very soon.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, I've seen a few things on social media. We mentioned this last night about the KX 500 two-stroke, and that looks a pretty mean beast, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know, that bike, I don't if it's a 500, it's a mission. That they are animals. I don't want much to do with a KX 500, but to experience riding one is something else. You know, I've had the privilege of riding a 500 before, and wow, they are just an absolute animal. And we mentioned Jeff Leask, our childhood hero, obviously. Leask, back in the day, Eric Cabors, rest in peace, the great, the kid Eric Cabors, Dave Thorpe, Kurt Nickel, obviously that era in the 500 MXGPs back then. That, I mean, you know, everyone talks about when men were men, but man, those dudes were men.
Oh yeah, they were. I mean, if Belly was here in the comm box, he'll be joining me tomorrow, sitting in your seat, but he'll be able to tell us all about the 500s and some of his legendary battles, and sometimes on the same weekend running the 125, the 250 and the 500. Yeah, they were absolute diehards, weren't they, back in the day, but battling, you know, with Craig Dack and Jeff Leask and many more.
Belly would have some unreal stories. I mean, I've heard a lot of them from the 500 days. Obviously his mate Mark Luksic used to go across to Europe a lot, had a lot to do with it. Gary Benn back in the day as Jeff Rose mechanic, and shout out to Roscoe Holden, also a big part of that era too. He's one of my friends, and the stories they have of the bikes and what they used to do to make them, factory machines, it's pretty cool to hear. But here we are today, Modern. We're on 4 strokes. They're fuel injected. We don't have any more bogs and going over the bar sides. I appreciate our modern day bike, especially in Supercross. It's a blessing, because when you're 2 strokes jetted good, it's all good. When it's not, it's not. And, you know, we don't have to deal with those dramas, thankfully, anymore.
Yeah, it's it, making it a bit safer for all concerned here.
Definitely.
So I reckon where are we at now? We must be around about the still the 250 brigade. That might have been Liam Dinage that we saw pop out with the X through the number 1. That one might have been indicating he was the champion in class from last year, I think. But we've got the number 247 out there at the moment, going through his paces. We might have to get a little bit of a refresher here. We try and scroll down, but as the times come in, it just keeps automatically scrolling back to the top on us here, Brett.
Yeah. Look at the Rat Racing gear. Another shout out for the Rat boys. Look, the gear looks awesome. That's called the Apocalypse gear. So that came out last year. It's a black version of it, and one of my favorites too. I really like that kit, especially in Supercross. It really popped nice, and it still looks good out here today. It's cool.
Yeah, it does look pretty sharp. So maybe we can just have a bit of a look here, see if there's been any changes up the top. You doubt it very much.
Look at this inside line here, docking to the outside. And he's pushed him off.
Almost into the hay bales.
That's
That was
Balin Thompson. That was Balin Thompson. So
he almost hay bailed Balin.
Yeah.
Unreal.
The Balin Townsend, sorry. Oh man, that was close call. Balin bringing his motocross skills and intensity into the arena here today, and gotta love that. But yeah, young Townsy, I saw the old boy around here today filling up someone's bike in the Junior 250. So, you know, a guy runs Wonthaggi Pro MX, runs the club down there, helps them out. Major supporter of that club and that Pro MX National every year. So cool to see they're out here having a go and enjoying the sport.
So no changes here with Milner on top, Norton sitting in second, McMahon in third, Reardon fourth from Reinders, Pret, Shura, Simpson, Sweet, Dixon, Hammond, Mason, Rupert, Wilkes, McGilvray, Price, Dennett, Sparrow, Pilgrim, O'Brien, Rogers, Bithell, Trigg, Mason, Carpenter, Verstegen, Taylor, McManus, Cole, Novak, Semmons, Chellis, Phillips, Hall, Adams, Baker, Henderson, Rickus, McGrath, McLean, Stevens, Radford, Cossins, Moritz, Fox, Sinclair, Keane. Liam Dinage into 47th. Improves, well, doesn't improve, but gives himself a really good starting spot there, Brett.
That's impressive.
On the two-stroke, so...
wow. On a two-stroke at this time, the track is not getting better now. It's definitely going to get rougher and rougher, and that's an amazing effort to bust up into the top 50. That just shows he's got the skills to pay the bills, John.
Yeah, most definitely. In behind him, Dunstan, followed by Harrow, Stevens, McNeil, McInnes, Harvey, Hulland, Cardenas, Anderson, Harris, Colwell, Simpson, Coolan. We got Monaghan, Armstrong, Anderson, Baker, Tupperainen, Coldwell, Oakley, McDonald, Chislett, Bell, Cooper, Lynch, and Midwinter. So that is your top 74. Followed by Sherman, Locke, Casey, Terry, Harry McDonald in 79th position, Stone, Rangles, Anderson, Condon, Kreslik, Crothers, Campbell, Cad, Callum Penny. We got Porto, Bashanik in 89th, Wind. Then we've got Jackson Rossi in 92nd, stepping up into the seniors, followed by Matty Simpson, Jacob Craig, Braden Taylor. Then we got Foster, Kennedy, Hatton, Parker, Leanett. Balin Townsend comes in at 101st.
Not bad. Well done.
Yep, good effort. Followed by Woolman, Putty, Livesay, Teed, Sawyer, Barber, Cox, Pittman, Ryan, Carey, Maddie Healy, Jessica Gardner, Tom Condon. Then we've got McCulloch, Harvey, Senior, Orr, Lees, Radford, Mowat, Hollis, Roosh, Lessio, Powell, Ingham, Bennett, Dutton, Tilbrook, Dixon, Wickham, Coon, Lumen, O'Hara, Bunda, Halls, Mansell, Schreiber, Beatty Rocco, as you mentioned, in at 139th. From Zanker, McGannon, Tongue, Olsen, Clancy, Winter, Geddes, Boucher, Clemson, Fox, and McDonald rounding out the top 150.
I am not used to
it's
that.
Nuts.
I am so not used to having so many bikes on the track. And look at them pouring in. So look at the start line down here. We've got hundreds more to go. John, there is so many riders here. This is amazing to see. And it's good. The sport is blossoming. We got numbers here coming out for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race 2025. The action is so far from over. This is only day one. And we still got the top 10 shootout, which is going to be off the chain here very shortly. We've got to get through all of these qualifying sessions and groups here first. Everyone's got to get their prologue lap in to see where they stack up for tomorrow. But the top 10, I had my pick, John, was Callum Norton. He's slid into number 2 so far, but your guy, Milner, it's going to be intense. This is going to be on.
Yeah, it is. So we'll just scroll down the order here, just see how many have taken time of our seniors thus far. I'm already down to about 300. See how many have taken time. We'll keep scrolling down. It just keeps jumping back up on me the minute someone lays a time, but I reckon we've easily got 300 through the prologue thus far.
Yeah.
Yep, 312 have taken time to this moment.
Wow. And we got, I would say, another 100 more to go. Once again, I think this event sells out maybe like 800 entries, so it's no joke. It's when people say it's about 800, I mean, it's 800. It's no messing around out here.
Yeah, there's certainly no mayo in the number of entries, and they still managed to just slip in a few wild cards here and there as well, to the, of course, at the discretion of the promoters. The Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club doing a wonderful job, and the entire promotional team.
Fantastic job. Yeah,
for this Hattah Desert Race. You've got to tip your hat to them, as you said earlier. Without a massive team of like-minded, passionate individuals, events such as this simply cannot get off the ground.
Oh, you can't manage it either. With that volume of numbers and riders and bikes, and you think that many bikes, and then every bike has about 2 or 3 in their team as crew, members or team mechanics or mums and dads or boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever it is. Like, there's so many people here today, and that's what makes this event special. And you know, getting a crowd up on the hillside there is just shows how much support this event has.
Yeah, it certainly does. I reckon I spotted the 385 of Chester Wilder. He's out there at the moment. Asher Higgins on the 388. We see the drone following them here. There's just a few shadows starting to slip into the turns now as well. What a beautiful day. We're actually starting to get warm in here.
It is, John. I mean, John, we've been warm in here all day with this heater going.
No, it's off now. I turned it off.
Yeah, but everyone outside this morning was cold and we're in here sweating.
Yep.
It's been quite nice here in the booth joining you today. But, yeah, what a unbelievable weather weekend. Like, you know, this could go either way. Windy, cold, raining here in Mildura. Nope, sunshine and not a breath of wind outside. So, and the track is absolutely superb. I mean, it gets no better. So this is the time for these riders to make their mark and prove like who is going to be the best here. 2025 Hattah Desert Race. One thing's for sure, it's not going to be me. I'm enjoying calling the action from the booth with you, John. So it's you know, everyone keeps telling me, man, are you going to do this next year? And I said, I would love to do the prologue today. I could manage this, but I tell you, my knees and back and stuff for 4 hours tomorrow, it's already grimacing in pain if I even tried to do it. So I'm quite happy, you know, doing my role as a few events here and there, maybe manage them up. I really enjoyed that, but for the most part, that'll be it for me.
Are you all good from the racing? Is there any hardware in the body that, you know, that's starting to just annoy you or aggravate you that you're looking at maybe getting removed?
No, it's pretty good, to be honest. You know, it's I mean, yes, that's a lie. There's a lot of things. I've got 2 collarbones plated and fingers plated and wrist plated and dislocated shoulders, and you know, that's not even half of it. But to be honest, I can still run. I can still play basketball with my kids. I can kick a football. I can ride a motorbike. I can do all of those things. So like I can ride a BMX, John, right?
And pretty well.
And not too bad. I would say it was okay. So I can do all those things. So I'm pretty happy with you know, to race at a professional level for 24 years and ride a motorbike for 35 and still be able to do things I can do. I mean, I'll vouch for the sport. It's not, you know, it's you put in, you take care of yourself, and it'll take care of you sometimes too. So. You know, riding motorbikes is not that, you know, yes, it's a risk and danger, but it's not that bad. Everyone thinks it's so, you know, dangerous, but it's, I mean, hell, I've rolled more ankles and knees playing basketball, so this sport out here is not that bad.
I reckon we're into our veterans now, thanks to Monaghan Logistics. We can see a couple of shredders sitting down there standing by, the 619 of Ryan Plum, and I think it might have been Tom Rendell on the 627. So their pursuit of Prologue glory is on in earnest. They want to try and move up through the pecking order the best they possibly can. You see there the 627 of Tom right on cue, the 450 EXCF, and the 6. Is that the 618 that was on screen? Now we very quickly roll over to the 632, I think it is, of Peter Rossi.
Pete Rossi, here we go.
JB convinced him to race again.
He told me this morning, I was talking about his kids, he's like, oh, I'm riding. And I was like, oh, really? I didn't even know you rode. So that's cool. Here is Pete Rossi out here. Levi obviously was doing really, really well, and unfortunately his bike broke on the last lap. He was running first in the 125 two-stroke class in the juniors. Jackson out here in the junior 250s as well, or sorry, the MX2 class. So awesome to see Pete out there having a go. And I was I've just been informed it is the vet class on track right now, but I also picked up it must be the vet class because it there's a couple of riders with camelbacks on a prologue lap. so okay guys, it's a long lap. We know it's a long lap. You're going to carry that extra weight, but obviously the thirst, they need a bit of a thirst quencher. There we go, 668 got the camelback on out for his prologue lap. He's going to need a drink halfway through this lap. It's a long way around there. I mean, you got to stay hydrated, man. Stay hydrated. It's the only way to do it. So here we go, charge up the hill off the back of the bike. Love this aerial shot, nice and high. Oh, a little bit sweeping the wide line, letting the rear wheel kick up some dust. Fans will be loving it. Get in on it here at the Hattah race here. This is awesome. Look at how good this corner is formed up right now. Nice sand berm up top. And look at 344 popping the wheelie off the start. That's what I was talking about. Oh, he's gone down. He's tucked the front. Nice little replay action from the crew here. Yeah, it's funny. Everyone loves a crash, don't they? Everyone loves a little crash. So sorry about that to 334 for putting that up. But the crew here next door thought that was awesome. So we should definitely run that again. But oh, nice exit of the corner for 696. So we're slowly working our way through. We got, I believe this is the final group of qualifying as they start rolling through. And again, this has been such an awesome way to get to the day one underway here at the 2025 Hattah Desert Race. It's been absolutely awesome. Yes, there's been a couple of bike mechanicals, but so far everything's been running really, really smoothly. So it's been a great day and plenty of action, and we still have the highlight of the day coming up here, the top 10 shootout. Coming up after this group of qualifying here, we've got one rider pushing his bike back. That must have been really close to the finish line, I believe. But can't quite tell what the problem might be there, but hey, he's got a side kickstand. He could just take a break, put the kickstand down, take a break there, and he's off again when he gets tired. Got a replay action here, last corner, and that was a perfect. That was a perfect corner there. We're just showing you how good the final corner has gotten from the early start of this prologue section when that was a flat corner. There was a brand new corner untouched for this group of riders earlier on, and everybody was overshooting the corner, coming in super fast, braking, but they were not making the corner, overshooting it now. There's a nice big berm banked up, and thanks to the crew for showing us how much better that's gotten. So the top 10 shootout coming up, they should be able to nail that final corner, and I think maybe even improve on their prologue times here. So 710 off to a good start here, taking the lead. Off he goes. There's the 720 and the 729, close in numbers here. This is the vet class, out on track at the moment, logging in their prologue lap times, getting ready for tomorrow's battle across the road, which is crazy. I've never seen an event like this before. And I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't done a lot of off-road events, so excuse my ignorance, but when everybody sets up over here on the Saturday for the prologue event and the juniors, this entire staff and crew have to pack everything up tonight, take it across the road, set it all up again, and we go off tomorrow again on Sunday for the actual race of the Hattah Desert Race for the pros. It's amazing the effort that goes into this event. It's incredible the amount of hours setting this thing up, the organizational skills and crew, phenomenal effort just to make this event happen.
John Contract, can you come down to the timing band, please? John Contract.
Sorry, John, you got to go to the timing band, mate? Yeah, he's onto it. I heard it through.
Yeah, so once again, we are on track. Looks like they've pushed, like I said this morning in the juniors, those crosshairs where they put the tape on to kind of block riders from going wide. Well, yeah, they went straight through that tape. They went straight through the X, disregarded the officials putting the tape up. But here we go. We've got a little bit of a replay action here. This could... what's it going to be? Into the hay bales it goes, over the bars. We love seeing it. He's fine. He's happy. He's all good. No injury.
Oh,
but
wow.
That is the consequence you pay, John, when you try and push a little bit too hard, trying to get that lap time better than what it should be, and bang, into the bales he goes. Nice little up over the bars. Thank you for coming. And push your bike across the line, boy. Let's roll.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, wasn't it? But hopefully you pull up A-OK after that. So very shortly, of course, it's going to go in reverse order. I was just chatting to John Contract a little more about the top 10, Medi, and it's going to be on, isn't it? Corey Hammond will be, at this point in time, will be First out on track will be followed by Jai Dixon, Jacob Sweet, Jack Simpson, Sammy Pretshura, Jonty Reinders, Angus Reardon, Corey McMahon, Callum Norton, and Daniel Milner. And remember the times to get him into the top 10. That's all it really does.
Yep.
Then you start afresh, just like in V8 Supercars.
Yep.
Top 10 shootout. That will determine who will be first away in tomorrow's big 8-lapper.
That's it. It's just it's a ticket to get into that top 10. You know, and all the top riders, they want to be in that top 10. Just more for that mental edge of like, hey, I'm in this thing. I'm here this year. The bike's good. We're fast. I'm feeling good. I can run this pace for 10 hours, guys. You know, you better watch out this year. This is just a mental stamp, you know, to say, hey, I'm here to play for the win this year, guys. And but you got to be in that top 10 to really like lock it in. And like you said, you know, Daniel Milner on top. Currently on top right now. We go into the top 10 shooter. He might end up 10th. He might end up first. You just don't know. I've been in these positions before where I've been fastest qualifier. In the qualifying session, you go through to the top 10, and then I come out like 6th or 7th, and you're like, man, what happened? Like I was on top, and now I'm like 6th or 7th. That really sucks. You know, so it really is just a ticket to get into that top 10, and as long as you're in the top 10, you got a chance to go for pole. So it's an interesting thing, but I think, I really think, Callum Norton to me doesn't have anything really major to prove as far as getting pole or being inside the top 5. I think Daniel Milner is out for blood. I think he wants to lay it down. I think he wants to make a statement here to these young guys like, hey, guys, my bike's the best. I'm feeling good. I'm in a good place in life, and I'm here to kick your ass this year. I really think that's his mindset, John. I just think that's what he's going for, and he just looks happy too, and that translates to the bike and results.
Yeah, it certainly does. But when you look at it, Brett, there's not a whole lot separating, the likes of Callum Norton through to even Sammy Pretshura down there in 6th place. Jack Simpson might have been 6 seconds adrift, but we all know he is an absolute talent and could easily sort of find that 6 seconds or so now that the track's formed up. And that's the other thing now. That we've been out there with the flat bar prior to the prologue.
Here we go.
Oh, what's happening here?
He's just tucked the front and he's pushed his competitor off the side.
Oh, good save. What a save.
That was impressive bit of riding.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, you got to be heads up, right? You got to be heads up. A rider crashes in front of you. You got to be, that's what I teach all my kids, or anyone I'm coaching, cover your controls. When you come into the corners, I've seen so many young kids, you don't have to be using your front brake, but just have a finger there ready at the ready. So if something like that happens, bang, you're straight onto your brakes and pull your bike up straight away. And clearly the rider...
Rightio, guys, quick announcement into the pit area for competitors for the...
Well, I believe, John, that's looking like a wrap. Oh, no, we still have a couple of competitors out on track. Looks like they're coming up to the final couple corners. Logging in, here we go. Nice drone shot here. And this is what we're talking about. You might, on your prologue lap, you might get a lot of back markers, a lot of traffic. So it's very difficult for anyone that's, a heavy hitter in this event to try and get a good lap in. If you're not inside that top 40 where you get an individual lap, you're going to have a lot of back markers and, you could be some slower riders. And this is what we're talking about. It really affects the outcome of your lap. If you have to pass 3, 4, 5, maybe even 10 guys in your fast lap, it really affects you. And, it's very difficult to make a run for the top 10 to go into that shootout, which we did not see anyone outside of the top 40 able to press into that top 10, did we, John? But a couple were inside the top 20.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we still got those times at the moment.
Just looking at Levi Rogers here, sliding into the 19th position here. So he was outside the top 40, I believe. Sparrow was also. So, some riders really stepped up and had a good go. And, I'd imagine Levi and some of these riders, they would have had to pass multiple riders on their lap, which does affect you. If you get into the tree section where you don't have a lot of room to make passes, it can really take seconds away from you quite quickly. So pretty impressive for some of those guys. And like we said with Daniel Milner, like I was talking to him last year, and he's like, look, I'm not here this year to win because I'm not in the top 40. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't understand any of it, and now I do. Like, to be inside the top 40 in the event, in the final position of the event tomorrow, that gives you an automatic top 40 prologue start here today, and bang, you can really lay down a good lap and set yourself up for the pole position to start your race tomorrow up front, which is key. If you don't have to pass and take a lot of dirt on board and you've got a clear track, it opens up everything and you can really race to win the event.
Yeah, we got some real talent here. The heavy hitters, the current Fink Desert Race king himself, Corey Hammond, is going to be first out. Of course, a little different, isn't it? It's not quite the high-speed drag race through all the whoops here in Hattah that perhaps it is at Fink, but I'm sure Corey will acquit himself nicely. A top 10 finish last year, and no doubt he is looking for a top 5 here. He made it pretty clear last night on the presentation dais that he's got his goals for this weekend. And yes, the 23-year-old Northern Territorian is absolutely pumped with what he was able to do in the Fink Desert Race, but he knows it's a different beast here. It requires a different bike setup and perhaps a different mentality. It's a longer race in one hit.
A little bit of learning goes into it for him, maybe a bit of bike setup, but he's got enough people around him with the experience to kind of help him guide through that process. But let me tell you, you don't come down from the Northern Territory down to here and not race to win. He's going, so it's going to be interesting to see how he goes, and it's cool to have him. And I just think this event this year has really opened up itself to be one of the better ones in past years. I think it's going to be exciting. Callum's got number 1 on the plate. Nobody wants to lose a number 1 plate. Nobody. I mean, you don't want to have to sign it and give it over to anybody. It's yours. You want to hang on to it, but every single person on that line wants to take it from you. So does Big Cal Norton have what it takes this year to retain it? Can he defend it? And that's the question we're all yet to see. I mean, Cal sitting second right now going into this top 10 shootout, but I mean, he was my pick coming in, and he still is. I'll stick with him. But I'm super impressed. I knew Daniel was going to come out firing. I didn't expect that straight off the bat. He's like really put a bit of a statement up, and we'll see what happens in this top 10 shootout. But exciting times here. It's cool. I'm just happy to be learning a different genre of the sport. I've raced for so long, and it's cool, learning about gearing and how to set the bike up. I've had, luxury of my mate Scotty Watts from Dirt Bike Services kind of teaching me a little bit of how the difference from a motocross setup to an off-road setup is in the shim stack and the rebound stack, the spring rates, where they run their fork height, what their sag numbers are like, why they do this, the steg pegs. I was like, what the hell are those things doing on the bike? You know what I mean? What's that about?
I was surprised you'd never trialled them.
Yeah, I never trialled them. I've never seen them. I was like, what the heck is those things there? And so, it all makes sense. And then I always thought the last few years, I wonder if that's even relatable to motocross. It makes sense, to really put more weight and leverage the rear end down, and then boom, this year, Levi Kitchen pops up with a set on his bike. So, there's a lot of things can be transferred from this style of racing. And look at what we got here. We got the top 10 shootout boys rolling into the track now. A couple of front stoppies. Once again, these guys don't see the track. I mean, they haven't seen the track for, probably an hour or two, have they, John? And literally about 400 motorcycles have gone through this track and destroyed it. So it's crazy. These guys, they go straight out cold turkey and get on the gas, and there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot at stake, a lot of mental bragging rights to see who's going to get the top spot, and how hard are they going to push, John? Are they going to push to try and take the top spot, or are they going to risk it? It's going to come with a risk. If you want to really go for it, you're going to have to take some chances on a track that they haven't seen for a while. It's going to be a lot different, and things can come unstuck quickly.
I wonder whether any of these guys, you were alluding to it earlier, see a few of them there just doing some stoppies where they're just trying to really lock in that whole shot device, maybe for the launch.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if most of these guys don't even have one on. They just don't need it. But if I was racing here, that is like 0.2 of a second you can gain right there just by having it in, for sure. So that's 0.2, and you look back at the times, 0.2 was is a big difference. Like a couple of tenths here and there. Could be the difference of first or third. We've already seen it in the times today. It was that close. So, it'll be interesting to see. But obviously, these guys take off individual one at a time, so they don't have to worry about trying to get the whole shot over a competitor. But it's still that wheelie factor. when they go up and down, trying to get the bike up to speed. It definitely takes a little bit of time to get it going, but. We see here warming up. This has got to be key for them. They're going out cold turkey. They got to get their bodies warmed up. You see Hammond doing some stretches and doing a few just movements around. All the boys getting their bodies warmed up, getting tuned in to go. They have to. It's just like their motorcycle needs warming up before they go out there. They got to have it warmed up. Make sure you saw them coming out. They're doing stoppies, making sure the rear brake's working good, the front brake's working good, checking the steering. It's almost like the F1 when they go out for their sight lap or their warm-up lap, and they're ducking left and right, warming the tyres up. We don't have to warm tyres up here on the dirt, but their body and bikes need to be in tune and warmed up. But that could be the man. He's got 5 on the plate, 1 on the back. Does Milner go home with the number 1 plate this year? Does he go home in the number 1 spot Saturday after Prologue? We will see here very shortly. The top 10 shootout about to kick underway. Anxiously waiting, people up on the hill. Look at that, people up on the hill. We love to see it. If you can hear us out there, give us a wave. We love to see the fans getting into the sport. So make sure if your favourite rider's coming through, get behind and make some noise, and they'll perform just as they hear you guys. They'll push even harder.
John is standing by there. I'm not sure if he's going to have a quick chat with any of these riders or not. I think he's just giving Corey the signal for Corey Hammond Racing.
I wonder if his palms are still sweaty. I wonder if his palms are still sweaty, sitting there in the 10th spot by a couple of tenths of a second, making it into the top 10. But hey, he's in with a shot, right? He's in with a shot to go to first, second, third, whatever it may be. He's in the top 10, so that's an incredible effort so far. There's the steg pegs I was talking about, just under the 4 there on the side plate. So anyone that's just tuning in and doesn't know what they're about, just as I didn't, they basically allow, when the riders are going really high speed down the straight, they can kind of lock their feet at the back of their foot pegs, and then the back of their calves kind of rest up on that little steg peg, they call it, that little black ball there, and then you can relax your arms. You don't have so much tension in your arms. You kind of use all of your leg force to grip the bike, and then you can kind of just, you'll see the guys like their heads really far over the crossbar, and they're relaxed. So, but we're just going to shoot down to John, and he's got someone to interview.
Rightio, next one up. Rightio, Jai Dixon, where are you, Jai? Come on up, buddy. Rightio, Jai, good run today to get you in the 10.
Yeah, not too bad, so happy to be here.
Beautiful. So top 10 for you, man. So you get a chance to jump up. Another one if you can grab it, mate. So you got to be in to win it, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. I only got 9, so I can only go up from there, hopefully, and 10's not too bad either. So
good luck and go hard.
Thank you.
Rightio, next run on the list. Let's have a quick chat now to Jacob Sweet. Jacob, surprised to get in the 10.
Yeah, it's good to get a good lap in and, yeah, just do another good lap.
So, mate, this is obviously the start for tomorrow. You've got plenty to gain and not a lot to sort of give up, so maybe go a little bit harder again?
Yeah, for sure. Put in another good lap and see where we end up.
Well, stay on your wheels, mate. Make sure you're in that 10 for tomorrow morning, huh?
Thank you.
Good on you. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him, Jacob Sweet. Alrighty. Let's talk to Jackie Simpson now. Hey, Jack, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Mate, I'm having a ball like I always do, huh? Right?
That's the game.
Mate, good chance to have another crack at the 10. Bike's good. You go hard. You can only go up from here and make it even better for you, huh?
Yeah, that's it. A little tentative in that one. It's been a while since we've been that fast, so yeah, looking forward. Now it's a bit rougher and some bumps. Let's let it hang out now.
Well, mate, I know everyone out there's cheering it up for you, so mate, go out and give us a good show, huh?
That's the plan, mate.
Jack Simpson, ladies and gents, knows how tough it is here to do what needs to be done. Certainly will get the job done nicely. Talk to the next guy as I walk through. This is number 7, Samuel Pachera. Hey, Sam, chase the 10 now?
Yeah, ready to go. Just try and improve on the prologue and see how we end up.
Bit about being in the middle of that 10 kind of is, you know, you're not sort of at the back end or the front end. You sort of just get another opportunity to put another faster one down. So for you, this is like almost like a replicharge for you, huh?
Yeah, it's good. If you're in the 10, you're in the right spot, so it balls out for this one.
You got it. That's probably a good way of putting it, dude. So all the very best, hey? Rightio, move down the chute a little further, and we come along to Johnny Reinders. So, hey, Johnny, good place to be?
Yeah, no, it was good, yeah, first lap. Got that one out of the way, so, yeah, pretty keen to get out there again.
Felt good?
Yeah, no, the bike was unreal. The team's built a wicked bike, and she was handling really well.
And from what I've been told, the track out there is pretty solid too, so you could really probably rip it up and go hard, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Jumping up onto the 450, and she loves it out there.
Well, mate, you don't hold back. You give us what you think you need to give us, huh? All the very best. Put your hands together for him. We'll move on to Angus Reardon. Hey, Gus, good run for Dave. Do we get you where you are right now?
Yeah, not too bad. I was second off, so this one's the main one.
Once you get into this upper part of the field and you're at the back end of the top 10, you know, you got to kind of defend what you put down. So, you know, it's whether you can go a bit harder, defend, and just keep going and try to get further up the chute.
Yeah, as I said, this one's the important one, so better have a red hot crack.
Mate, I'll get out of your way because I know you'll do everything you can to get there, huh?
Nah, we're good. Thank you.
Good on you, well done. We'll move on to Corey McMahon. Hey, Corey, good run for you today is to get to where you are. Now, again, got to defend it.
Yeah, obviously that was a good lap to start off with, and that's the way to start Hattah, is get into the top 10, and yeah, now we've got to put another solid lap down. It makes it a bit easier once we've already done a lap, so yeah, just try to limit them mistakes and hopefully keep it towards the front end of the top 10 and give us a good starting position for tomorrow.
2 guys behind you, going to keep you honest?
Yeah, well, yeah, Callum's obviously the defending champion, and then Milner's the defending off-road champion, so 2 number 1s behind me, and yeah, it'd be pretty cool to...
I reckon it's a hurry up for you, huh?
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. All the very best. Keep it safe, stay upright and have a good time. Callum, mate, back into the field, but that's the front end when you started at the 10, so now you've got to defend it. Track was awesome, bike's going well. Mate, it's just out there to give it.
Yeah, the track was great fun, that first one. This is going to be a little rougher, obviously. Yeah, just happy to get through that clean, honestly, and get in the top 10. There's a lot of fast guys that come to this event, so that was great. And yeah, now just go out and try and put in a good lap. And honestly, you know, you'd love to win it, love to win the top 3, but we end up. And tomorrow's the day where we need to make it happen.
Yeah, that's dead right. To cut the cake tomorrow, mate. That's the one, right?
Exactly right. But no, I'm excited. It's going to be a good top 10, and yeah, I hope the crowd enjoy it.
I reckon the crowd will love the STE flag going out there, mate, so you just go hard, huh?
Cheers, thank you.
Good on you. Last guy on the list for me is dead last. Well, he was first. It's not a terrible way of doing it, isn't it, right? You're first, then you've got to go to the back end of the field, Daniel, but you've experienced it. You know what it's like. You know how to deliver it, right?
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty stoked to be back here, especially after last year's prologue. That was a bit of a shonk, I guess you'd say. So, yeah, to be able to, you know, do the first one there and get in the top 10, that's obviously the goal. But I was having a fat time out there with a nice smooth track. You can just turn the bike where you want it, and yeah, it was quite fun. But pretty stoked to have the boys, you know, my 2 boys underneath me. They're in the top 10 too. So it's yeah, it's a pretty cool feeling.
I kind of saw the times rolling through, and I kind of went, you know, Daniel's going to blow out when he actually sees his time, because he's going to look and he's going to go, no way, surely not.
Nah, I'm still the old dog that kind of still got a little couple of tricks under my sleeve. So yeah, I mean, but that, you know, this is the next one's the big one. Track's getting a bit rougher. Bike's set up well, I hope, and we'll go out there and give it all, and we'll see what will happen at the end.
Mate, I'll love to be talking to you at the other end, and probably won't be tonight. It'll be obviously tomorrow. But mate, have a real crack at it and enjoy yourself. That's the bottom line. Safe and enjoy yourself, buddy.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much. And it's quite sick to see all the fans up there on the hill. I think it's you know, it'll help us, all us top 10 boys, turn it on that little bit more.
Good work. Whoop it up and have a great time out there. Daniel Milner, and in fact, all of our top 10 ready to roll through. Ladies and gents, for Penrite Oils, a better class of oil since 1926. We're about to roll in to the Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race for 25 shootout for the top 10. Hope you enjoy it here out at the complex on Panuna Road for our amazing Hattah 25 event here this weekend.
Oh, we cannot wait for it. These Master Blasters getting ready to strut their stuff. The first man is away. It's Corey Hammond on the big KTM 500. Make some noise for him, folks. Come on, let's G him up. Here's Crack at pole position here tonight, and of course, there is plenty of prize money up for grabs as well. It's Prestige. There's plenty of money. He's away to a good start. Look at him, just powering his way through this turn like a boss, Matty. He is committed.
Yeah, there's a lot of power at the hand right there. You can tell Corey getting on the gas. He did make a little mistake coming out of the turn 3 there up into the trees. I saw the rear end swing around, but nothing that really upset him too much as the next rider gets rolling here. And it's going to be exciting. This is cool. I mean, this is what it's all about. And the pressure, the stakes are high, and, you know, there's a lot to go. But, again, this track has changed so much since I was out there last time. And, you know, it's going to be so interesting to see who can handle it the most.
Oh, look at Jai Dixon there on the beta. He is roosting and boosting his way through those whoops as we get ready for the next one to come out. It's going to be Jacob Sweet. He's out there on the 450. The Yami, his weaponry as he dumps the clutch. Make some noise. Give him a huge wave. If you're a Jacob Sweet fan, cheer him on, folks.
That was perfect. Absolutely perfect, Jacob. Getting on the gas. We know the Yamahas have plenty of power up the sleeve. Look at him hard on the gas now. He's rolling. That's what we like to see. Simpson, here we go. Black Betty.
Yeah, the winner racing Triumph team rider just jumping onto his own personal Husky with a heap of help from Winners. He is underway. Is this going to be a Jack attack, Matty? We're about to find out. We know Jack Simpson, he was desperately unlucky last year, led for I think 7 out of 8 laps before a fuel problem forced him to drop back to 3rd position. He wants to make amends. He loves the red dirt here of Hattah, and he's off and running.
He's on the gas. I remember last year, he was absolutely ripping through this course on Prologue. And yeah, so sad to see, like, leading the whole way and then last lap bombs out. But still a podium ride. I know he wants to get redemption on that, but our next rider out.
Yeah, Sammy Prechira, he is away. Yep, he's after a big run here indeed, that is for sure. 22 years of age, of course, campaigns for Husqvarna Motorcycles in the US of A.
Oh, tipping it in nice into the corner, laying on the gas. We love to see that kind of style of riding, just leaning in on the sand berms. Obviously comfortable, quite a tall rider, 22 years of age. He's got the experience too.
Oh, we see our next rider underway now. It's Jonty Reinders. You heard him, he's enjoying the extra horsepower of the 450. Here at Hattah, he is off and running. We'll be looking for Corey Hammond to set the first time here, but this is impressive. Reinders on the 14. Let's watch him here, just rail his way through the turn, just shifting that body weight around, trying to hit his mark superbly.
Yep.
And here's our next runner, Angus Reardon, on that number 2. The Cato runner, make some noise for Gus. Will it be the Gus bus that comes out on top here, Brett?
The Gus bus. I think you better get on the Gus bus because he has got a point to prove this year. I know he wants to do well. He swung a little wide there in that corner, but I don't think that's really going to upset him. They got so much track and so much time to make up, so it's all good. But on to our next guy. Who we got? Corey McMahon. So he's going to try and get a good start here, nice and smooth, and then exit these first couple of corners steady. Off he goes. That'll be a first gear start. Shift to second. Hammer down. Nice exit. Look for corner 2. Perfect exit on the throttle. Yeah, you can't get any more. That was just textbook smooth. And look at his line there. Look at that line there. Tucked inside. He didn't go wide. I wonder if he could have seen the riders in front of him keep pushing high on that, and he's decided, you know what, I'm going to tuck it in nice and tight there. That was perfect.
Oh, he's attacking the track beautifully here. Just looked like that back end just kicking out a little bit.
Number 1.
Here's the one of Big Bad, Cal Norton. He's off. He dumps the clutch. Let's give him a huge cheer, folks. Your defending champion. He is off in his pursuit of pole position here for the Hattah 2025.
Up on the back wheel, Cal, rolling over the bumps there. Keeping the front end light. I like to see that. I mean, Cal's got so much skill and technique. I remember riding with him when he was just 16 years of age. And man, he was on a 450 all over my ass. I was like, who is this dude? He's got so much skills, so much talent, and it's cool to see him well. But this is the guy, the man of the hour, Daniel Milner. Will he repeat on top of the top 10 shootout? This is the big question. I think he's going to go better. It's rough. He loves it rough. This is what he lives for. He knows he's got so much experience. Look at him turn tight. He knows. Look, that's the experience already showing through. Milner, he's going to be hard to beat here, but it's a long way to go. A lot of racing to go.
Oh, there's our first time in the books, a 5-minute 2.733 from Corey Hammond.
Corey Hammond.
So he has put a time in there. Now that let's have a look and see what times we had. It was a 4:41 from Milner, 0.3 in the prologue. 4:41.
So he's gone better. Yeah. So they've all. So sorry. No, that's the track slowed down. So that's basically 12 seconds slower now than what he did in his first prologue lap about 2 hours or an hour ago. So the track rougher. It's slowed down a little bit, more technical, and we see Dixon is on top.
Oh,
he is gone 8 seconds faster than Hammond. Dixon has laid it down. He goes to the number 1 top. But here we go. Jacob Sweet coming into the last corner. He executes it good. Will he go to the top spot?
Oh, we're just waiting for his time to come through.
Has he lost his transponder?
I'm not sure. He's got to have gone across the finish by now. Oh, it's up there. He goes to the top of 4:53.802.
Here we go. It's rolling in. That's 0.7 seconds on top of Dixon. Jacob Sweet, our leader. Here comes Jack Simpson on the 3.
Oh, and he goes to the top.
Simpson is on top. Can you believe it?
4:48.390.
5.4 seconds above Jacob. So we've got Simpson on top. Sweet, Dixon, Hammond. That is the top 4 right now as we wait for the rest of them to roll through. Jack Simpson, Black Betty, 5.4 seconds up, sitting on top.
So he went 4:47.3 in the prologue, so he's probably pretty close to his time here. Let's see what Sammy Pretshire has got. He's pushing hard. Let's watch him here in through this left-hander. He's hard on the brakes. Let's see what he can do as he roosts out of the turn. Does he go to the top? Oh, we'll find out any moment now. Sammy Pretshire.
Our timing loop's a little slow. Here we are.
Number 3.
He's into third. Not a bad time. 4:54.13. 5.7 seconds above or slower than Jack Simpson. So, as we talked about, those 2/10, that's 3/10 of a second difference from second to third. It's so important. Every little millisecond is critical on this event.
Here comes the Tasmanian. He blasts his way out of the final turn. What's Jonty Rinder's got? We're about to find out now. Jack Simpson currently on top from Sweet, Pretshire, Dixon and Hammond. Rinder's into P2. 4:52.499.
So that's 4.1 seconds off the lead. So Rinder's into the 2 spot. A little bit quiet, under the radar. Is that going to be a good thing for him? But that's a heck of a start for his weekend's campaign. As we go, here we go. Reardon crosses the line. Perfect execution on the last corner. What's it going to be?
Oh, Gus goes into P3 at 4:52.9. So could it be that Jack Simpson has just booked pole position here? Remember, we've still got some heavy hitters out there.
We've got 3 big hitters. McMahon will be in the next. Who is it going to be? On this, number 6, KTM. Crossing the finish line. Nice little exit of the corner there. What was going to be here?
Just shortened that turn up nicely, didn't he, Corey McMahon? Oh, he goes to 2.
Into the second place.
0.8 of a second. Yeah,
0.8. Unbelievable effort by McMahon. That was phenomenal riding. Picking up Big Cal early as he comes down to the finish line. He's got it wedged. Big Cal on absolutely wedged around the corner. He's braking nice. Oh, he's blown the final corner.
It's nearly into the bail.
He's overdone it.
Cal
What's
Norton
it going to be?
Is that costly? P3. So he probably lost a
2.6.
couple of seconds there. A 4:51.014 for Callum Norton, your defending champion. There's one more man on track, and we pick him up now. It's Dan the Man Milner, a 10 times Australian off-road champion. He's
Look
shooting
how
for win
smooth.
number 4 in
Look
the
how
Hattah
smooth.
Desert Race.
Here we go. Daniel Milne into the final corner. He doesn't make a mistake. Look at the positioning. The body position was unbelievable.
Does he go to the top?
He goes to the top.
4:47.978. We
Milner.
salute DM31 Dan Milner. Put your hands together, folks. A sensational
Daniel Milner.
lap.
What a weapon.
Track at its roughest.
What a weapon, man. That is amazing. Those are the little things, John. He didn't overcook it. He kept his head. He focused and knew what he had to do. He had to execute every corner on the line perfect. Man, that was just class act. I love to see that. Well done, Milner. Unbelievable start to his weekend here.
Oh, that's exceptional stuff. Johnny Contract standing by. John, that was an unbelievable lap.
Daniel Milner, a 4:47.978, which puts him top of the heap. He did it twice today, and he's bailed out. He's heading home or heading back to Mildura to get himself ready for tomorrow morning. It's an early start here for Hattah for 25 tomorrow morning, and those guys have had a big day. They've had to perform twice today, and we really thank them for doing that. On behalf of everybody here at Penrite, the Hattah Desert Race, all of the race committee, our competitors, and all of our spectators and the likes here, we've had a ball today. It's all been about juniors and setting where we need to go for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day. It's the day where someone goes home the winner. Who will it be? Could be any one of those 10, could be someone else left the field, we just don't know. But one thing is for sure. This place delivers no prisoners, mate. It takes what it wants, it gives what it needs, and to win this event, you really need to be on your game, and they will bring that tomorrow. Hopefully you're tuning in if you're outside of the region and watching it via the live stream to catch us tomorrow to see what this race will unfold. If you're here locally, you get to see it in all its glory. We'll be back early in the morning to be able to bring you all the action for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race here from very, very early in the morning. And we thank you for being involved with what has been a fantastic day for the two-day event that we pulled together for Hattah for 25.
Well, what a sight here. It's just awesome to see so many people here to take in this fantastic event. And we've just enjoyed the top 10, haven't we now?
Yeah.
Those just results coming to hand. Dan Milner.
I'm still sweating.
Just setting himself up superbly there. Just pipping Jack Simpson at the death knell. Corey McMahon in behind them. Cal Norton, Jonty Reinders, Angus Reardon, Jacob Sweet, Sammy Pretshura, Jai Dixon and Corey Hammond. So a 4:47.978, Matty, is the time that Dan was able to execute there right at the death knell. he's just the Iceman under pressure here today, and it was a pleasure to watch.
It was awesome. I mean, that gave me chills just watching him perform at that level, and that was just all mental. You know, everything was done to perfection. I mean, we obviously couldn't see everything here, but this is where Cal come in too hot. He's made the mistake. He's gone over. Man, that could have been maybe what could have been. That's what could have been. You know, maybe that cost him 1, maybe 2 seconds, but everyone's so close. You know, everyone's so close, but hey, you got to perform, you got to execute. Milner, perfection.
Yeah, that was a slight bobble. Could have easily been a huge high side for Cal there, as you mentioned. Have we got some vision now, perhaps, of Daniel Milner, the DM31 KTM pilot?
Yeah, look at the execution of the corners, just perfect. It's just so cool to watch someone that's in tune, experienced, and just nails it when he has to.
How well is that bike working for him too? Through that turn, just carries the momentum to perfection. And bang, there is the lap for everybody to beat in pole position. I think all those guys inside the top 10, they'll be pretty happy. But for Daniel, well, he'll be first out, be clear racetrack out ahead of him if he can keep the rampaging likes of Jack Simpson and co at bay until perhaps they run into some back markers. And man, there's going to be so many of them with such a big field yet again this year. It's just going to be chaos out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many riders on track. It's such a big event. It's such a long endurance race, and I mean, I don't know. I don't really care. Like Daniel Milner, what he just did to me showed his class, the level that he's at, you know, and to perform, you know, 2 sprint laps. Basically, it's a sprint lap you call it for these guys. He shouldn't be a sprinter. He's not a sprinter. He's a long distance guy. And he's come out and he's laid it down. He's put in a couple of early nails into the coffin. And that's got to send a bit of a statement. It's got to give him that confidence that, hey, I can run. If I need to push and it becomes a speed race, he's got it up his sleeve. He can match these guys. So he's got to be going home. But how focused is the guy? Probably should have waited for an interview afterwards. I think John wanted one. He's like, I'm out of here, man. I'm going back to the room. I'm resting. I got to get my recovery. It's been a long day here at the track. He's been out here handing medals to kids, supporting the junior racing. That's what Daniel Milner brings to this event, to this championship here in Australia. So, class act. I love to see he's been doing a lot of things, signing autographs, handing medals out, working with the juniors. He gets on his bike. He put the smack down on the younger guys, goes home on top, and he's like, I'm not even stopping for the interview. I'm going straight home, getting out of my gear. I want to beat the traffic. I mean, that's how calculated, that's how focused he is on winning tomorrow.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff. But we know this is only a small part of it. It sets up the day beautifully for him, but you know, there's going to be a lot of guys out there keen to try and either etch their names into the record books or perhaps, you know, in Callum's case, go back to back. Anything can happen. We can't wait for it. It's a shame you're shooting home tonight, mate. You'll have to tune in on the live streaming.
I'll be watching you from the couch on here. I'll be watching you, but it's exciting. This race is always exciting. It's cool that we have the live stream. It's been awesome to be in the booth with you today, John. I've really learned a lot too. You know, it's awesome to be with you, and I think tomorrow the action's going to be awesome. But you just never know with this event. Like we saw last year, Jack Simpson leading the whole way till something happens. Callum Norton had something happen early, and then he gets the benefit and takes the lead. You just never know till it's over here, and it's such a unique event. It tests the bike, it tests the team, it tests the rider. So all of those 3 things have to come together to win this event, and it's going to be exciting tomorrow.
Yeah, we cannot wait for it, that's for sure. Once again, we want to say a huge thanks to Penrite for their naming rights sponsorship of this event. Your entire team, Medi, they're just unbelievable. You cannot go past them. All the oils for every possible motorcycle, all your chain lubes, from air filter cleaners to air filter oil, you name it. They've got absolutely everything.
Everything. I'm taking this home. I put this in Nash's bike, so I'm taking this one home.
I wonder what you were doing with that 1 litre of oil.
I run all their stuff. I mean, in my factory bike all last year and this year, and in my team, we're running everything. I mean, a lot of teams, I'll be honest, in the past, even in America, we're sponsored by this brand or that brand, but we might be using something else under the table. Yeah, I'm using everything. I know what works. The Penrite brand is awesome. We've had no problems with it, so... And I put it in my kids' bikes, no worries. So it's, great company. I'm so honoured to be an ambassador and be here today, and the team here. And I mean, it's crazy now. They're going to pack this event up, take it across the road, run it again tomorrow. Yeah, what an awesome day. What an awesome... Did you see the crowd when we were packing up there? Like the crowd that's moving across. Everyone was up on the hill watching. Like, yeah, it's really cool, and it's good that this event's just getting bigger every year.
Yeah, it certainly is. We want to thank all of our volunteers, all of our officials. We really do appreciate it. It is a massive team effort on behalf of the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club and the entire Hattah Desert Race promotional team. We want to say a big thanks, and I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you again, mate, and getting your insights from the team manager and professional rider's perspective. It's been really, really good. So you drive safely on the way home, and look forward to seeing you at the next SA motocross round, which will be next weekend at Renmark.
Next weekend. And then we're up to Queensland for the round 7 and 8 of the Penrite Pro MX Championship in Toowoomba and QMP. So any Queensland viewers up there, make sure you get out to the events and support the Penrite Pro MX as well. But enjoy the rest of the coverage here this weekend. It's been an amazing day. Congrats to the junior riders today. I think everyone did fantastic. Just to finish this race is an achievement and it's on its own. So, and then to succeed, it's phenomenal. So, yeah, I had a great day.
Good stuff. Well, Medi, thanks very much indeed for joining us, mate. It's been a top day. This is John Cobby on behalf of the entire Hattah Desert Race team. Look forward to seeing you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Let's get after it, and we're going to watch, I think, history unfold here in the Hattah Desert. Good evening, all.
So let me tell you a great Australian story from a truly great Australian business, Penrite Oil. Started making automotive lubricant right here in Melbourne, Australia, nearly 100 years ago. So with the increasing demand for high quality lubrication made in Australia for Australian conditions, Penrite have stepped up to meet that demand. Penrite are really proud to show off this. A multi-million-dollar investment in a modernisation, upgrade and complete redesign of their primary blending and packaging facility to meet the high-quality expectations of its customers across automotive, commercial, transport, agriculture, motorcycle, marine and more for an ever-widening range of specifications called for in a very dynamic automotive world, making this the most state-of-the-art oil facility in the country.